Testing. Are we live? There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press hard chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. If you ever miss anything, we're going to cover it all. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Volatility. The day is about to start here. We are coming off of one of the biggest, again, there's only been 13 times you have seen the market reverse like this yesterday. So a lot of eyes are on the table. It looks like we're about to open up around here. We did get some more Apple bad news. There's supply chain stuff. There's, again, and it's kind of controversial there. Some people have different takes on it, but then there is also everything with just the volatility. So, and the virus too. Couple more updates, so we're going to see how that plays out. You got different news. We're going to hear from OPEC. We're going to hear from Janet Yellen and a couple of other people on the Fed today. And then you got the jobless claims report. And then tomorrow you got a big jobless or jobs report, non-farm payrolls. And it is already Friday. It's Friday Junior, baby. So good morning. We got some volatility. I hope you guys have fun, and I hope you're ready. So how are you? What's up, Arcad? Good morning. Buenos dias. Mr. Samuels, good morning. Justin Fulbright. Oh, it's a Fulbright morning. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Ray with that chest to the sun. Miguel Jordan Williams. Uncle T. Malone. Colin. Oh, Colin, putting in the work, baby. God bless you. Wesley O'Neill. Jordan. Help Water. Ray Down. Triforce. Graham. Let's go, baby. What's up, Casey? What's up, Jaria? Oh, let's go. It's good. Oh, Mr. Shalom. Isaiah Kabibi. Oh, Jacob. Hello. Aces. Wow. Mr. Godoy. Oh, yes. Free the Jesus. Amen. I don't know what that means, but amen. You know what I'm saying? You say the name. Oh, we got Patrick. Woo. Mr. Picardi in the morning. Oh, that's what I'm talking about, baby. Clinton. Solomon. Arturus. There you go, baby. Tilo. Andres. That's what we need, baby. So I hope you're ready. It's going to be fun. It's going to be good. You ready, Liam? I think you're ready. Sam, ready? Oh, Yee's up in the morning. Oh, don't play with Yee in the morning, baby. Oh, yes, Pinocchio. What's up, baby? Oh, Billy Benoit. Let's go. So it's going to be fun. I don't know if you guys heard the little end of the day PHILO there. Today is going to require you to really be on top of your shit. Not about really we'll cover the news for you. We'll be here. You'll see everything happen. But make sure you control your mindset. Don't get caught up in any trades in a way where you just start spiraling if the volatility gets crazy. So stay focused, keep it positive, and let's have some fun, baby. Let's have some fun. So I need to burp a little. Hold on. Oh, excuse me. You already got the pump in? Are you serious? Let's go, baby. Oh, the morning ones. I've only worked out a couple times in the morning. That's different. That's dedication, baby. Amen. A rally in stock futures faded as investors assessed news on Omicron and the pharma industry's response. NASDAQ contracts underperformed after Apple warned suppliers of a slowing demand for its flagship phones. Stocks in Europe fell. Treasury yields rose after a rally that sent the 30-year to the lowest since early January. Dollar, gold, and Bitcoin slipped, toughening up. President Biden will stiffen testing requirements for air travelers arriving from abroad, extending a mask mandate and requiring insurers to reimburse the cost of at-home tests. Omicron is spreading so quickly and may account for more than half of the cases in Europe in a few months, a health agency said. South African scientists said reinfections with Omicron were high compared with Beta and Delta. Pfizer had better news. It expects its jab to hold up to the variant, and data on how well it protects should be available within 2 or 3 weeks. Glaxo said its antibody treatment was effective in early testing. OPEC is still keeping the market guessing. I think we did get something here a little bit after or literally not too much. I think, see, you got the chat posting it. They said they're going through, but here was the headline prior. They're saying that market ministers went into today's talks with an open mind, though momentum was building for a decision to stick to a planned output increase of 400,000 barrels. Meeting of the Joint Ministerial Monitoring Committee, which preceded the OPEC, ended without a policy recommendation, suggesting ministers are still divided on the best course of action. So it looks like they're going to increase supply. If they do go with that, it's probably going to clap oil even more. Oil is already down. So we will see. Apple faces slowing demand on top of a supply crunch. It told parts suppliers that expected iPhone 13 orders may not materialize next year. People familiar said, suggesting users are waiting for the next upgrade. It's still on track for a record holiday season, with analysts projecting sales up 6% to $117 billion in the quarter, but it won't be a blockbuster Apple and Wall Street envisioned. Buy the dip. Here's a chance to position for a trend reversal and reopening in commodity trades. J.P. Morgan's Marko Kolanovic reports suggest Omicron is less deadly than other strains, which could fit into the pattern of virus evolution and may signal that the end is in sight. Kolanovic has advocated reopening trades and defended value stocks as the pandemic developed. He also argued markets overreacted to the threat of the Delta variant. Goldman's really big take. David Solomon and his deputies have been searching for ways to juice their 8-digit pay packages. Among the ideas, partaking in a cut of the richest rewards thrown off by Goldman's own SPAC. They've also laid the groundwork for big raises in 2022. Credit Suisse, Barclays, HSBC, RBS were fined $390 million by the EU for involvement in an FX price rigging cartel. Traders ran the cartels from online chat rooms, swapping information and trading plans. In this case, the traders occasionally used a chat room dubbed Sterling Lads to plot buying and selling. UBS escaped a fine for having revealed the existence of the cartel. Damn, so UBS snitched. They're like, we didn't get in trouble. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in the coat. More inflation angst. Food prices climbed 1.2% last month, pushing closer to a record as the cost of grains and dairy went up. The UN's gauge of global food prices has been rising steadily, thanks in part to bad weather hurting harvests, inflated shipping rates, and worker shortages. While it usually takes some time for commodity costs to trickle down to supermarkets, the rally is evoking memories of spikes in 2008 and 2011 that contributed to global food crises. Corporate Boeing rose pre-market after China moved close to the cusp of lifting its grounding of the 737 MAX. Blackstone will finally get a peek at Crown Resorts' book after it raised its takeover offer to $6 billion last month. Crown will also access the non-exclusive information. Disney named Susan Arnold to replace Chairman Bob Iger. A former Carlyle and P&G executive will take the position on December 31st. Chevron rose pre-market, and now they're selling off on the OPEC news. But they rose as they plan a share buyback of $5 billion, with capital spending will be 25% lower than pre-pandemic levels. Lawmakers rushed to release the text of a stopgap funding bill to avoid a weekend government shutdown before tomorrow's deadline. Year-end funding may be volatile because of the lack of clarity, Curvature Security said. Bills maturing in late December cheapen relative to surrounding issues as investor anxiety over the debt ceiling mountain. Retail investors are plowing cash into newly traded consumer companies, help drive out performance of what's seen as the biggest stretch of deals in a decade. Consumer stocks that debuted in the second half are 44% above their IPO prices, while the S&P Consumer Discretionary Index is up just 13%. Retail interest has opened alongside the boom in meme stocks. So essentially, IPOs are still up. There's a lot of big IPO bets that have still been holding. Hashtag Rivian. 9 a.m., Janet Yellen's going to speak. 11 a.m., Fed Quarles. 11:30, Fed Dolly. We should be getting a bond auction at 11:30. Biden outlines COVID winter plan at 1:40. Anthony Blinken meets Russia's Lavrov, and then OPEC as well, which I think we already got. Oh, yeah, Yellen is like, yeah, it's already 9 Eastern, huh? Oh, my gosh. We late. Jobless claims probably rose less than forecast last week to 222 from revised 194, which was the lowest reading in decades. Seasonal adjustment quirks around Thanksgiving exaggerated previous week's drops. Brazil slipped into a recession for the second year in a row. GDP shrank 0.1 third quarter after posting a revised decline of 0.4 in the prior. Consensus expected growth. The economy expanded from 4% a year ago. U.S.-Mexico asylum move. Turkish President Erdogan fired Finance Minister Lutfi Elvan and brought in loyalist Nureddin Nebati amid deepening rifts in the administration over aggressive rate cuts that have undermined the lira and fueled inflation. The move blew any chance that the Turkey Central Bank's first lira intervention would shore up the currency. It weakened, erasing all of yesterday's gains. So we were talking about that yesterday. I mean, it's actually kind of nuts. We might have to get the Forex platforms fired up here. Russia faces serious consequences if Moscow makes a military move on Ukraine. U.S. Secretary Anthony Blinken warned as he met Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov in Stockholm. The Kremlin said it sees rising risk of attack by its neighbor on Russia-backed separatists there. EU energy ministers will clash again over what to do about soaring energy prices at a meeting today. Countries include Spain, France, Italy are proposing to amend existing laws on how prices are set, but Germany, Austria, and the Netherlands and others are against any measure that depart from the competitive principles of our electricity and gas market design. South Korea inflation jumped even further above the central bank's 2% target in November. The BOK said 2021 inflation may be faster than 2.3 predicted November 25. Final third quarter GDP is at 4% unchanged. Regional virus, Japan backtracked on its plan to suspend all new incoming flights for December, adding to confusion. China is rapidly pushing forward research and development on Omicron vaccine. A health official said Hong Kong will launch a China-style health code next week as the two sides prepare to resume quarantine-free travel. Wait, so Japan backtracked travel restrictions? Okay, Japan. Fair enough. OPEC added more oil in November than required. There it is. They boosted output by 350 barrels, almost 40% more than specified in its schedule for arriving supplies, according to a Bloomberg survey. U.S. natural gas futures fluctuated after dropping for 3 days. Gold fell, premium climbed, and copper traded near a 2-week low. Wheat led the big picture. Big three agriculture. Singapore prices have soared 1,290 in the 2 days of shortages. Lenders are postponing 8.5 deal for finance CDR's buyout of UK chain Morrison. Vacation rental platform Selena reached a deal to go public through merger with SPAC at 1.2. Let's see. Snowflake jump pre-market better than expected projected revenue. Bullish forecast impressed analyst. Jeffrey said fundamentals remain best in class. Barclays noted the shares look expensive. TD Bank boosts quarterly dividend, announced a buyback of 50 million shares. CIBC also raised dividend and announced buyback. Twitter to launch moderation research consortium in early 2022. Jet Air in talks with Boeing and Airbus for $12 billion order. Novartis gives upbeat pipeline goal as investors demand return. Jet engine maker Safran sees profit revival as COVID fades. Facebook and Twitter dodge tax law over account bans. Alibaba shares are cheapest ever as crackdown wipes $526 billion. And Barclays taps Villaresa for Spanish private book relaunch. Apple tells suppliers iPhone demand slowing as holiday near. JP Morgan back in warns crosshairs over overdraft fees. South African in talks with Pfizer and Merck for COVID pills. Jet Air, we already said that. China closer to unground in 737. Apple's key auto engineer to join startup Archer. We covered that on Watchlist. And I think that's it. MLB, Major League Baseball team owners initiated a lockout after failing to reach a new collective bargaining agreement with players. Teen truckers are here. Get ready for youthful-looking drivers at the wheel of big rigs as Biden's new infrastructure will let some drivers as young as 18 make interstate trips. For now, it is currently at 21 years old. The move is aimed at easing supply chain squeeze but raising safety concerns. The pilot program came at the urging of the industry, which says it's 80,000 drivers short where it needs to be. National Christmas tree lighting will take place in D.C. later today. Some Americans may feel a pinch this year. AP reported extreme weather and supply chain snarls reduced deliveries of real and artificial trees. Both types may cost 30% more. First the turkeys, now the trees. Man. Planned Parenthood in Los Angeles was hacked, the AP reported. 400,000 patients' data was breached, but there's no evidence it was used for fraudulent purposes. Here comes a leaner, meaner fighting machine. Army is adopting a new fitness test for the first time in 40 years. Soldiers need to be better prepared for 21st century combat. The old test included sit-ups is gone. Get ready for 6 exercises administered over 120 minutes. Deadlifts, medicine ball throws, hand release push-ups, sprint, drag, carry exercises, leg tucks or planks, and a 2-mile run. So that's it. No more sit-ups. No more sit-ups. That's crazy. GGETC. GGETC. He's like, man, you should see what we went through, man. I don't even know. I don't know, but it sounds, I could only imagine what they're going to do. But on this day in history, this one's weird, bro. The Marquis de Sade died in an insane asylum in 1814. The French nobleman was known for his violent sexual proclivities, giving us the word sadism. He was sent to the Bastille after a series of scandals where he wrote erotic novels. When it was stormed, a 12-meter-long manuscript was found in which he graphically described his perversions. He was later put in the asylum where he made inmates perform his plays. Okay, yeah, that was word. Oh, okay, that's a cool fun fact. That's a crazy. That's where it came from. All right, word, bro. Word. Yeah, but we got a little time. No, we don't. It's already 56 or 26. So I hope you're ready, baby. You feeling good? Are you guys ready? Day 2 volatility. It could get a little confusing. There could be a lot of up and down, but it sounds like progression. You know, oh man, it's gonna be exciting. But Ladies and gentlemen, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, baby. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge shout out to all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you, and thank you for doing what you have done. We love and appreciate you. And shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public service out there as well, too, baby. God bless you, and thank you for holding it down. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or not. Let's go. Good morning. Welcome to volatility. You made it. You're awake. Can you believe it? Even in this volatility, you know somebody's still asleep, right? Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. So I'm glad. I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud that you made it up this early. I'm even more proud if you hit the like button. Even if you didn't, it's all good. But I'm just saying it's a good day. You got some volatility. I hope you got a positive attitude. Let's take it far, and we'll see what's going to happen. So I got a couple of things that I will be watching, different plays. I mean, again, we really don't know which direction today is going to go. I mean, yes, the last few days, you've been getting a lot of back and forth, so just keep that in mind. But I am going to be watching a couple of plays here. Microsoft, Apple, Snowflake for the earnings, ABUS, VIR, Myrna, all vaccine plays. I want to see how CLX holds up. HD, we're going to look for both sides, and then Boeing with the news, and then IBM as well. They've been kind of a strong name throughout all of this. So a couple of different plays. As far as even shorting stuff, the downside, I think mainly just HD and any other volatility plays. So we'll see. We will see. But it's going to be exciting. You know that? You know, it's going to be exciting. So we got a lot here. Post the place. Source that info. Market's about to open up here in 60 seconds. And I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready. Get ready for some confusion. And, I mean, again, I was thinking it yesterday. If you have any problems with the premiums and you guys are noticing the premiums are going crazy, I mean, I focused on it a lot. But I think we could do a lot better with there, because if the market is going to move fast, the best thing you could do is play it small. So that's why I realized here where some of the position sizes, if you're not really confident, don't be afraid to go small on some of these moves. So that's what you might see here today. And let's have some fun. Let's have some fun, baby. You know what I'm saying? We're going to have some fun. Let's see. We got the plays. All right. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Apple is down because of the supply chain rumor. So, again, some people are arguing whether or not it's real or not, but they do this pretty much every single year, I would say. I feel like we've seen a Apple warning at holidays every single year. So, yeah. Round one. Fight. So, Amazon went positive. Apple's down. TLT. So, let's see. It looks like Dow Jones is positive. SPY is opening up red. And I don't know what tech is going to do. Let's give it some time. There's Apple. Yeah, Roblo went up. But we'll see how this holds. We need him to hold very well. DWAC. Micron's down 2. So watch Apple. Watch to see how Apple, what range it's going to hold. Because, again, it's probably going to make a move here. And then once we get that, we'll be able to see what's good. Yeah, some of these spreads are ridiculous. DraftKings down bad. EEM Preem Spy. I was looking at those the other day because, remember, we still have June ones that are really, really far out the money. So the volatility hasn't hit just yet. So we're going to see. There's Amazon trying to go up. Micron. DWAC dumping. Hold on. Let's see. 4 down 1.5. Remember, they were leading yesterday. Ooh. No way. Someone got those at 40? It's crazy. Apple's coming back up, so it didn't even have... I'm going to wait for the first sell-off here. Wait for the first sell-off and then see where it comes back down. I don't even know what we're up or down on it. So those plays from the other day are still up. Isn't that insane? So we still have 20% on that call from yesterday or 2 days ago. Damn. That's wild. I'm looking at the bank stocks, the bank premiums. They're high up there. I brought this one on the watch list, but it might be a little tricky. It might be a little tricky. Oh, where's Snowflake too? Watch Snowflake to see if it has earnings continuation or if this thing fastlies or Z-scalers. Airbnb's on the high. Apple's still going. NVIDIA's ripping. I mean, again, could end up being good. We really don't know which direction we're going to hold. NASDAQ's still red. SPY is green now. Dow Jones 0.5%. Airbnb, I was considering it. I mean, I say wait till we get a slowdown, a red candle today. It could be fire. NVIDIA's up 1.5 again. Watch Snowflake. Roblo is back up. They're up 3%. I mean, get it above. It needs to get well above 118. 118 will be good to go. Tractor Yellen, I'm waiting to see the Fed's report on central bank digital currency. Yellen don't love us. I figured it. Yellen don't love us, man. You know that Yellen don't love us. ADM, Microsoft green now. How are our plays holding up? Those plays came down 5% from yesterday. Remember they held up? But that one could be a lot worse. I'm not tripping on that. Let's see. Spotify's even up. Yeah. Airbnb premiums are still clapped, so that's both good and bad. UWMC, no freaking way. Snowflake. Watch if Snowflake breaks out. XLF, they're kind of at the bottom. Those expense. Let's see, is everything coming down? Watch out. That's going to be your first kind of lower candle here. Again, I haven't made any plays. I'm looking at some of the premiums here. I'm watching what's moving. Again, I like the XLFs though, but they're pretty juiced. Neo coming down. Jamia, little pop. Uber, the premiums are still holding up on a lot. Remember, we could always keep it small. TLT on the high. Bring that up. I'd watch the bonds today. They could be interesting. They could be interesting for sure. Let's see. Is Amazon red? Watch if where the Amazon premiums at. That's going to be another one to watch. Yeah, the Amazon premiums. I'm only down 19% on that one put, so the puts are still holding up value today. So see if things are a little more sketchy. Let's see. Bouncing. Hold on. Amazon bounced right off the bottom there. All right, SPY just bounced right there too. Okay, I'm gonna try to make a play. Come on, come on. There's no feeling yesterday. That's crazy. These prices, man. Hold on. All right, I'll take it. All right, still cheaper than yesterday. All right, I made a play. Amazon's popping up. There's XLF. Again, I kept this one smaller, and I think I'm probably gonna keep my range on trades around like $400 a trade today. And I don't want to go any bigger. I may even go smaller. PayPal Bulls, DWAC, go bigger, go. Oh, I know. The premium, bro. The premiums are wild. We curious? Oh, don't be curious. I'll put you on game, baby. So don't trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. And you'll see, we brought this play up a little bit ago. It held up very, very nice over the last few days. Amazon's coming up, but I went with IBM. So I grabbed IBM play. Oh, wow. Those filled even lower. Oh, see, y'all bring in liquidity on there. Those fill even. If those could go down lower, I'm even down with them. But I got an IBM April call. So I really like, I just like IBM right now. Just how it's held up the last couple days. I mean, it kind of slipped a little bit, but you could see it was a little bit lower on Friday, but they got a couple of good things. I mean, if it does slip, you can get clapped, but that's why I just kept it $400 trade. I mean, even if we lose 50% on it, it'll go down a little bit more or less. So I like it. I think it'll be decent. And we'll go from there. Yeah, dude, if the chain isn't liquid too, the prices are jacked up. Zscaler has momentum. Just be careful of the software companies. Oh shit, it did come back up. See if that holds. Still down 78% on that one. The Merc play, I'm still going to hold those, but those are going to be kind of clapped a little bit unless it comes back up in the next. We need more volatility, and you need that VAX swing coming in. Amazon 744. You probably got a candle. PayPal going straight up. Micron came down. There's XLF. SPY put premiums are 0.5% down, 0.5%, but not 50%, right? That's why I noticed even some plays straight up now, even during this. I mean, we got to give it a little bit more time, but some of the plays are still, they're holding up weird. See, and then that's the HD from yesterday. The HDs are still up, though, this time. So that's now that the volatility ended up holding. That's weird. Because I'm pretty much at the same. Yeah, this price yesterday, those HDs were down. The HDs are still up 15% because of that. Microsoft SPPI deal reporter chatter. SPPI. Spectrum, be careful. DraftKings, CNBC pump. Roblox new highs above 118. Above 118 is a strong sign. You just don't want it to get trapped under there. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, 119. Right back to 120. Again, the premiums got clapped, though. So it's good for it to come up. But, I mean, you did get a little bit of a prem clap. So keep that in mind. I think Coinbase is coming up as well, too. Uber just rocketing. Roblo's doing good too. I'm looking at XLF. Let me get TLT up. The XLF's going to be hard. We needed to rip more. TLT dropped. So I mean that's kind of good here. I mean if TLT does lose some of the pressure today, I mean I think it's kind of inverse today even though bonds are still up. You might start to see the inverse reaction where bonds move opposite of where stocks move opposite of bonds. Remember that correlation earlier in the year was positive and it would hurt. You know, every time, remember when yields would go down or yields would go up, tech stocks would get clapped. So keep that in mind. Yeah, Uber is up 5% already. I think, dude, that's a monster move. Off the bottom there. DD4 went green. Robo looking good. Dude, Uber is really strong. Airbnb is only up 1%. That's a lot of momentum. That's going to be a little bit more, what's it called? It's only up 1%, but it's gone straight up. The premiums on Airbnb will be a little bit higher. The moves are suspicious. It's going to be, again, everyone has yesterday in mind. We'll see. Yesterday, though, you didn't. I feel like this is more momentum because we started negative. So you've actually climbed 1%. Yesterday, we kind of just gapped up 1%. So this is looking better, but any sort of reversal would be a very, very big warning sign there for a lot of investors. IBM not coming up. TLT's coming down. Microsoft's still going. I don't know where the premiums are at. Microsofts are now back up to 12. That's crazy. The Microsofts, I think, are more expensive than they've been. Remember, those are only up 15. Disney, it's looking good for now. I mean, so far, this looks like a calm day. But again, it's only been 15 minutes if the bonds shift. But right now here, with bond yields going down, market kind of calming down, I mean, you've moved pretty big already. But that's the good and the bad part. The good and the bad part is we've just gassed 1% on the market in the last 15 minutes. So it's like if you can move up 1% in 15 minutes, you can move down 1% in 15 minutes. There's a lot of excitement, more or less, I would say. I don't even know how to define it, but now the premiums are still kind of holding in a weird fashion. So there's TLT. I think this is kind of what's saving us here. Yeah, wait till Euro close too. Again, that's where the carnage happened yesterday, and honestly, I would not be surprised. I think you're going to have two sets of moves. I think you're going to have a move leading into it, and then whatever happens after Euro close. So if, whatever happens after Euro close, I mean, I'm not going to be stuck in it, essentially. So if we're green by Euro close, I mean, we could easily flip red, and then vice versa. I mean, if Euro close happens and we're able to go up, I mean, it could be a really strong sign. LGVM pop. There you go, back to 21. Microsoft still holding. Did Apple bounce? Apple bounced a little bit, but it's still in the danger zone. They're still down 3. Dow's up 1%. Where's Ford or GM? They're both up. Remember, GM, good guidance yesterday. Snowflake, did it go? No, it ended up. So look, it might Z-scaler there. So just be careful with that one. BRFI. What was the other one? We had the CRM and Goose. CRM's up. CRM's up 2.7. DraftKings still going. CRM looks strong. It does do good. Like Square below 200. I don't know. Square, I mean, let me see. It's below 200 now. If it kind of has based, you want to just let it kind of do its thing. But I still think Square's pretty, like it's, again, this was a $40 stock for me when I first was taking a look at it. I'm waiting, but I mean, it wouldn't be bad to build a position if you're going to keep buying a lot more in the future. But it could just as well go up. I mean, it's just something. Square is just it's a high runner. So it's, you're taking some risk in terms of the price you're paying for the growth it has. Macy's, Microsoft, GM Premium jumped. Macy's is up 3. Did Boeing hold up? AXP is MasterCard and Visa like that? Kind of. Yeah, Visa's up 3% too. So that's good if financials kind of bottom out from there, or the credit card processor. XLF hitting a high. Again, they did not go after those yet. See if we wait till little fun is back. Where's DWalk? Everyone keeps talking about it. DWalk 48. Amazon still holding. Apple's still down, so we're kind of chilling out here. Watch if we take another leg. TLT is still going down here, so this is helping out the bonds. But I don't know why. Let's see there. Watch if there's a breaking point where TLT is about to go red. We'll see how it could impact the market here. XLF's going. Apple's getting a candle now. GM up 4 again. Remember, good guidance yesterday. That was with the news and everything, so they're kind of slightly above there. Zoom under 200, so Zoom's down. Zoom's down 1.2. Peloton's up 6%. Apple just got a candle there, so that's looking strong. Again, bonds are about to go negative. Apple's getting some steam, and we're about to go through. You're up 0.5% on the NASDAQ, 1% on the Dow, 0.7 on the SPY, and pretty much give it about 2 hours here, just under, and we'll see if everything holds. Exxon a beast. Where's Chevy? Oh, there's Chevron. Oh, that Chevron would have been nice from this morning. That would have been good. Myrna, what about the other ones? Myrna and like VIR too. Myrna's up right now. VIR also got a headline today. They ended up selling off. No way. Chevron still holding. Amazon, Microsoft. Apple's making another push there, so bonds now just went negative. This is a good sign so far, at least until bonds start to go crazy. But again, this is literally just coming down to the high of yesterday, or yesterday's close, which was, it closed very, very high. Roblo holding up. We'll see. We need that throughout the whole day. The Microsoft premiums came down. The Microsoft premiums are ready to move, though. I think if any of the tech stocks take off, those premiums are going to get really expensive. We just need to confirm a little less volatility. The Amazon premiums started dropping. Home Depot premiums are still holding. Even the Apple calls from yesterday or 2 days ago are still up, even despite the drop. So TLT is getting its first bounce right there. Amazon, HD's just chilling. IBM, red candle. Not. Yeah, wait, why does not keep getting halted? A-Bus is going up. I like A-Bus. I mean, I already have the free shares, but I think this is it's an interesting set of news there. Not is getting premium on contracts. I feel like not got halted. Am I tripping, or is it just little volume? Rivian painting the low ticker a little bit. Rivian hitting a new low of the day, down 2.8. You can watch TLT over there. Tesla down 0.07. Yeah, Tesla's getting a cheek lay right now. Roblo flipping. It looks like if anything is going to flip, you got a couple moving right now. Roblo, again, is still at, now, yeah, it's below 118, though, now. Rivian, BFRI. That thing's halted this whole time. Fubo McConnell says he does not accept a U.S. shutdown. DraftKings slipping too. CRM is still on the high. IBM flipped. Coinbase still up. Coinbase up 2. TLT about to hit another new low, so that's good for now. BFRI unhalted. Biofrontera, damn, up 40. So they sold off pretty much 40. Now they're back up from the first run. So be careful with that one. It's on the downside, but you never know. Another low on the bonds. Apple price target, Wedbush 200. That was this morning. But Apple's still holding up. It's looking nice. And then watch if Microsoft goes to another high. Tesla, I don't know if there's news, but, I mean, again, it's going to be volatile. I even said on the watch list I may even want to watch them this week just for any, like, premium place. Long Chevron. Mercado Libre offer Bitcoin Ethereum trading in Brazil. Meli. AMD going. TLT on the low again. So that's good so far. I mean, as long as Euro close doesn't get this thing to bounce a lot, I think we're going to be good. But we're going to find out. Nvidia's on the high as well, too. AMD, they're up 2%. Remember, Micron's down, but they held up 2% yesterday. Yeah, TLT's still high. That's what sucks. So even after this move, I mean, we just hit a new high yesterday, and it's just coming down from it. So it's going to be a little weird. And again, we're going to watch TLT because the question is, remember what I told you guys? I said, how does the market react when we hit a newer level on bonds that we haven't really hit? And the last time we were here was January, but you're watching the market freak out. So this is why how this thing is going to play out is going to be very, very, it's very, very important right now, but you're also getting to watch just what the market is doing. But what I'm waiting for is now we know how the market's reacting, but now I'm looking at it. I'm seeing the, what's it called? The timeline here. We have pretty much up until the Fed because it may not move as much. Tesla's still dropping. No, y'all get, like, Tesla. A lot. Did drop, though. I mean, that's what? $20? $20 in 3 minutes? 4 minutes? So SPY's hitting another high. A couple things bouncing. TLT's coming a little lower. Microsoft now back to a new high. That might be is that our leader? Is there up more than Amazon? Amazon's holding decent. So is Google. Is Facebookian. How about the Netflixonian? Yeah, Netflix still getting clobbered, though. Low key. Ionic Q on the low. Snowflake. Walmart. Walmart just rocketed there. Snowflake's trying to fight to come back. IBM went lower. Ford woke up. Yeah, the Microsoft. I think the Microsoft just wait till the premiums go crazy because they're back up at 8. Remember, they just went 15% today. I don't know. I mean, I think the contracts want to run, but we'll see. Again, hopefully, if Microsoft becomes the leader, I mean, hopefully we get another safe haven play. Airbnb we love Airbnb. I'm waiting on it. It's up right now, but I want the speed to slow down. It's like up and down. I think the contracts will be decent. Spot calls. Spot's been hard to play, but they might be. I mean, if the premium could be a good deal, I mean, I feel like Spot would be positioned to win. But, as of late, a couple of things just got clapped no matter what. So just be cautious. Again, like I said, there's a lot of uncertainty. Best thing you could do with a lot of things right now is either you play it or you don't, or you just you keep it small if you're really, really unsure. BYSI on the low. That one's sad. Still don't trust the move. I mean, this is a lot better than yesterday because yesterday we didn't really move like this. You know what I'm saying? You gapped up, and then we kind of had these weird motions. This has just been straight gas from the bottom. So, again, watch still till European close. We have an hour and a half. Fun. Explain why Euro close is so important. I have a video on it. It's because that's just the market moves in a global fashion. So you have to realize stock markets overlap with each other, but usually it's like one at a time. It goes United States, then you have Europe, and then you have China, or it could start at night with China, and then when China's closing, Europe's opening, and then when Europe's closing, America's opening, and then vice versa, and then it just keeps cycling over and over and over again. The baton, baby, the baton. So it's like that affects how much there's money in the market, and our market is getting influenced by what's going on there, or other people there maybe coming in here depending on what's happening there. So right when the euro market closes, you start to get more you get less factors and see the domestic market do its thing until the Asian markets pick it up at night, and they'll react to what we did, and then Europe reacts to what we did and what China did, and then it keeps going over and over and over again. The relay race with the baton. Sava's on the high. XLNX. Where's AMD? Tesla's still kind of creeping lower. It's too much. It's too much. TLT had the first little bounce here. So watch out. Again, 152 is still a high level. That's, again, the thing I don't like about this TLT move. It looks like TLT sold off in the morning, but look at TLT is just one tick away from going green. You can do, I'm going to just keep it until we get the catalyst. Hopefully we get lucky. My analysis of what's going on, I think it's still Powell. It's everything I said in the video yesterday. The watch list, I mean, I think I gave a really good plan ahead. I mean, we have catalyst coming up in the next 2 weeks. So I think this is all just about Powell, and I'm looking to play Powell. I mean, once I get his stance, and we can identify really where he lies in all of this, and if he is really going to mutate or not, then that's the play. I think without a doubt. It's just, this is not, I mean, Omer Khan, you remember Delta, you remember all of that, and we still have the debt ceiling in place too. But for now, I think this is all about policy and money. AI down 12. Weren't they up this morning? DWAC fun again. NVIDIA, is Walmart still going? India will not ban Bitcoin but regulate private crypto markets. Okay, thank you, India. Thank you. Those Microsoft plays are getting tossed around. It's going like the premium's up and down a lot. And the HD puts are holding this time. Ford starting to blast. Yeah, up another 1.8. Remember, they closed up pretty strong. Visiting your aunt in El Cajon. Do I do any real estate transactions out there? Yeah, bro. That's where I grew up. That's where all the Arabs go when you come to San Diego. You hit up El Cajon, bro. El Cajon. What's up, 619? BFRI halted on the downside. Tesla's going down again. Premium's so expensive. Even the Tesla, man. Even the Tesla one. Tesla's coming down there. 1223 Dern. No news on Tesla, no. I'm trying to see some plays here too. Again, you're getting your first, guys, getting a little choppy here. I mean, everybody is on edge. I can feel it. I think everybody is waiting for the first run up, and they're like, all right, man, when's the first bounce coming? Everyone's waiting for the first drop. So just watch out for that. But it's, again, I think we got an hour and a half left of time. I think Euro close is going to be a real pivot point here for the market. That was Airbnb. I think they're doing good. It's only up like 1%, but it just looks like a straight up. So now they're going. I mean, this isn't going to – I was hoping that it would go up, chill like this, maybe for like 30 minutes or an hour. Premiums come down, so we'll see. Bing, bong. Byron. Toast to Byron. Sorry. I get excited. Tesla needs to hold 1180. I mean, I could do something for y'all. Do you guys like Tesla? These guys crazy. I'll wait. Because all I have to do is make a Tesla play, and this shit will skyrocket. So if you guys want, all I do is I'll just grab a Tesla put. You know what I'm saying? You let me know. I got your back. Because y'all seen it. Y'all seen it live. You know I got you. Like, it happens every single. I'll tell you, if I go for Tesla, you gonna watch. I do it for you, man. I got you. It's all love, bro. It's all love. It's all love. You know, that's it. Tesla you need to, like, Tesla gets sparked, you know? Like, Tesla don't want to beef. Like, Tesla's, like, lazy until you talk shit. You know what I'm saying? Then you put the put, and then he's like, what you say? And then all the investors come up, and they're like, what you just short Elon? Bong Frizzle? Bradley Bong? Bing Bong. Art. Bradley Frizzle. What was the one he had yesterday? What was the one yesterday? That one got me. I like that. Is it Frizzle Bong? Bradley Bong? Brad Bong. You always Bradley Frizzle. So SPY's still coming up here. Everything's looking pretty solid for now. Again, I mean, if you don't trust the move, I wouldn't look at the market. I would look at the clock. I think very, very simply here. If you look at the clock, you'll see what I'm talking about. Because at, 8:30, an hour and a half from now, European close, that's literally where everything got shitted on yesterday. So, I mean, again, today is a lot different, though. We started a little bit weirder. XLF snitching it is. Again, I was looking for those plays there. I was like, but they kept the put premium up, and now it's just rocketing. HD, I'm surprised those are still holding up. So I hold the XOM. I'm still holding it. I mean, I like oil. I'm surprised what OPEC did, but I mean, I really think you're facing just a crazy short-term headwind with that really was a black swan more or less for oil. But other than that, that's it. You look at that, bro. We already brought this thing up like what, $50? I got you. I got you. Which one was it? Oh shit! I almost bought 100 of them. Yo, that's crazy. Shit, it fucked me up on my price though. All right. Oh, dude, I bought a Tesla put, but I almost bought 100 of them. Thank God I don't got it like that, bro. See, if that was like, ooh, bro, they were about to fill me on 100 of these. I don't know how I did that. So look at Tesla. I did it in an awkward position for you. So now you got, like, I gave you the boost. So here it is. Yeah, just be careful. That's crazy. Works every time, right? Works every time. Let's see what happens. So I grabbed a January. Tesla put. It's pretty expensive, kind of. It's below $1,000, but I'm gonna scale in on it because I've been clapped on this play. I mean, at least like once every 2 weeks. So I'm gonna wait and start in with this one, and then if the premiums come down, I'll be able to average down on it. But I if anything. I don't see them holding as much as a safe haven value there, but I just like the volatility. That's all. And change my default order. I did. It was weird. It just didn't block out the other part, and then I started getting the other thing. You know what I'm saying? It was crazy. It was crazy. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, God bless you. I hope you're having a wonderful day. We've been here for market's only been open for 30 minutes, but, I get all antsy and excited, so I need to go to the bathroom. So make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We love you, okay? We love you. Market is coming down right here. But before I go to the bathroom, I got a little positive story for you. Are you guys here ready to check in? I know it's only 30 minutes, but can y'all do that for me? I just want to give you a positive message. I think it's good to hear, bro. I think it is good to hear. So if you can hear my voice right now, I just want to check in with you. We're at 1,000 like resistance. So if you've been trading technicals, you know what I'm talking about when you hit resistance levels. So we're at 1,000 likes. It's a resistance level. You got to play the Fibonacci, So just hit that thumbs up button. If you can hear my voice right now, I just want to know. You don't have to type anything in the chat. Just by hitting the like button, I know who's going to hear this message. So, woo! That's 200 people right there. You see that? We're above resistance. Don't worry, and SPY's coming towards VWAP. I still think we got about an hour before anything crazy. We'll find out. But if you hear this message, man, if you hear my voice, just hit the thumbs up button, and that's going to be good. That's going to be good. You said you dislike? I don't see it. Where? Wait, I don't see it, man. Ah! So just like the video if you hear me. Either way, that counts, I guess, but I just don't see it. I only can see the likes because YouTube is soft. So we're at 484. So if you hear me right now, just, hit the like. 500 people, bro. 500 people. 500 people. Wow. All right. So listen, man. This is the first thing I always say. Don't forget it, okay? Just don't forget it. It's very simple. You have a purpose. So I know 500, 600 people are hearing this right now, man. I'm serious, dead serious from the bottom of my heart. I hope you realize, I want everybody to realize this. You were born into this generation for a reason. You could have been born in like the caveman era, and you could have been like trying to figure out fire or some shit, but God put you here, my friend. I think you got a really big purpose, so don't let anybody tell you otherwise, okay? So that's it, but here's your little short story. It's a very simple one. It's a very, very simple one. You've probably heard this one. So once upon a time, there was a guy, he was having it was like a philosophy meeting or like one of those motivational videos, right? and he pulls up a $20 bill or a $100 bill. And he asked them, he said, who wants this $100 bill, right? If I asked you guys, do you want a $100 bill, right? You would say what? You would say, yeah, probably, right? If I said 300, you would take it? I think so. So he said the same thing. He's like, whoever wants this dollar bill, let me know. They all raised their hand. But then he crumpled up the bill, and he crumpled it up into a ball. And he said, how many of you still want the bill? And they all still said yes. So then he dropped it on the floor. He started stomping on it, and he started kicking it, and he just made the bill really dirty. And then he said, who wants it still? And everybody went up. All their hands went up. So he said, my friends, I've showed you an important lesson here, because no matter what I did to the money, you still wanted it because it did not decrease in value. It was still worth $20. So the same thing applies to your life. Don't matter what you go through. You see, it could get a little dirty. It could get a little crazy. It could get a little bad, but the value don't change, baby. The value don't change. It don't matter what you put the dollar bill through. That value stay the same, baby. So there you go. That's your positive message. I like it. It makes you feel good, especially in this volatility. I'm just saying, you're going to need that. You're going to need that in this volatility, So let me go to the bathroom. Say what's up in the chat, man. If you want, say hello to somebody. Don't be too shy to say hi. Type their name out. Say hello. It's like church. You could greet them. Put a blessing. Put a play. What's your favorite play? How about that? I want you to greet somebody. Say, what's up, Evan? What's up, Julian? What's up, Dark Ally? Say their name and then say, here's my favorite play. That's how we do it at this little stock church. You know what I'm saying? You can say, hey, how are you, brother? This is my favorite play. So it's kind of a little pumpy, but, just let's go. Source that info. Woo! I'll be right back. Y'all can still hear me. Shut up your coat. Ooh, I'm in the coat. Yeah. Oh, yeah, follow me on Instagram. Long term on the way. That's a good one. Hey, yo, for real, on behalf of Uncle, I had a talk with Uncle yesterday. And he said, man, Uncle was getting real, he's getting real emotional. Uncle loves y'all. You know that? Uncle says thank you to all of you, bro. Uncle is tripping. He said, man, Uncle, he's like, even with surgery, he wasn't even putting stuff out like that. He's like, some of y'all listen to Uncle more than you listen to Kanye and Drake. So Uncle was very humble last night. Very, very humble. Oh, you guys hear me, right? I hope. I'm still peeing. Man, that's crazy. I'm in the car. Yeah, but Uncle loves y'all, bro. Uncle was humbled. He was humbled. He's like, how are people playing him? Some people listen. Bro, are you ready? Are you guys ready for this? One person listened to Lemonade for 18 hours. I was like, what? How is that possible? They had 18 hours of playtime on Lemonade. Who was that? Which one of you was that? That's why I was like, what? There was that, and then somebody did 14 hours of pregame. I was excited because I told Uncle, I was trying to explain it to him. I was like, bro, that means they're going to the gym. That's why I posted that. I was like, bro, that means they're going to the gym. So Teslas came down, watched the SPY come down here. Because I was like, bro, they're just listening to it over and over again. That's what I do because I only have the same songs on repeat anyways. So I was like, wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Samuel Chung played strategy EDM 1,850 times. Ooh, I feel. Crazy. It's beautiful. That's why Uncle is very, very thankful, man. He loves all of y'all. He's excited. He has a lot of stuff. It's been an interesting year for Uncle. So you guys will not be disappointed though. You will not be disappointed. Uncle's still out there. That's crazy. So Tesla, those plays went up. I think I went up like $150. So I just take it before I lose, because Tesla have no mercy with me, man. No mercy. Thank God the Lord. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I only got $60. I thought it was more. Psst, those spreads. I go to help my portfolio long term because I'm not smart. Well, you don't need to be smart. I mean, I honestly, I think you just need to be you need to be able to stick to small steps. You need a little bit of dedication. I don't think you need any sort of education, more or less. Education does help, though. Don't get it twisted. But I would just take it slow, especially right now. I mean, again, we've been talking a lot about, the mental fortitude, and especially if you're investing right now, you have to, be careful. If you just started your long term, don't get discouraged by some of these moves. If you're trying to figure out the best move in the middle of crazy volatility, remember, this is just a blip. This is just going to be one moment. So how you set up your portfolio, it's going to be, there's a lot more steps to this, but right now this is both an opportunity and it is scary for a lot of people too. You're going to, you get the good and the bad grow at the same time. Have you noticed that? Have you ever seen like fruit grow? And sometimes the weeds grow with the fruit, but you can't just pull out the weeds because then you'll uproot the fruit. Oh, y'all feel me? So let the good and the, so you got good and bad growing at the same time right now. You let it grow, and then you separate it, and then that's how you carve out your position, my friend. Square on the low. Tesla's still going down. I can't believe Microsoft flipped. I think the preems are going to start getting dirty. Again, they wanted to jump. I was looking at them. Yeah, Microsoft down 10 now. They were waiting for it. I have XLF puts, but I'm looking at it just both ways. I want to see how it's going to. I think XLF is very interesting because now it's not at the September levels, and it never broke. Remember, that was a quick break, and it came back up. But I think the banks are in a very, we were talking a lot about bonds yesterday, and the banks are in a very precarious situation because that could give us an idea of the attitude. It's just like looking at transports in a way. So, financials and transports could give us idea. I mean, it's not a coincidence. Transports are also above the September sell-off. So that September, that's what I'm saying. Today and everything else, not only, I think it's all about Powell and the Fed. Obviously, the virus fears are in the mix right now, but there's also the debt ceiling and all of the issues we had in September. So just keep an eye on it, but I'm using these as kind of indicators. I already have a play on the put side that was old, and it came back to life. So the premium's coming back up. That's what made me say pay attention to XLF, because the premium shouldn't be this high. I should still be down on the XLF play. So the fact that it came to life yesterday with a higher price than where it's at, with so much more time decay, it's telling us something about the banks right now. Tesla keeps selling off. I still feel like I'm going to lose. I mean, I don't know. I need to claim faith. The Tesla I don't even trust it. We got 12% on that play, $100 on it. So we'll see. I still don't trust him. But again, I mean, this is the downside I wanted. I mean, if anything did freak out through the rest of the day, the way I'm looking at it, Tesla would move a lot. So that's why I wanted just some more exposure there. But a lot of things kind of flipped there. It kind of looks like yesterday we're at VWAP, but you got one more hour till European close. So this could say a lot. If we start slipping now and we don't get another push before 8:30, I mean, people might get ahead. But banks are still doing good. Watch TLT. That's kind of chilling out, but it's still positive. But that's going to be the key. TLT's coming up now. You're at VWAP. Still too early. TLT is not a matter of early. It's just saying when it breaks out through here, which it already has. But then TLT has a catalyst about 2 weeks away. So a lot of even bond traders are assuming that the rally is going to be capped. But the premiums are high. I think TLT is very, very important right now. But the premiums are high, and you have there might be an invisible barrier, but you never know what could happen. because I mean, it could still change from here. But right now, up until the Fed meeting on December 15th, the bonds and TLT, it can move above. It's breaking out now. That's the scary part. But it could very well be capped up until they hear from Powell. Then they're going to move their money. But there's something happening right now. Again, we're back to where we were at kind of middle of the day. You guys saw a lot of different things flip right there. So be on the lookout. Yeah, the Tesla premiums are starting to go now. That one went up 20% almost, 16.7. But TLT's moving. We're at VWAP. This is very key. Again, like yesterday, VWAP break was nasty, so this is why I'd be worried. But we still got I'm putting an hour on the clock. I think we still might hold up for another hour, and then after Euro close, that's going to be the final move, I think, for the market. But we'll see. Again, I was even wrong on my yesterday's assumption. I think I was wrong on us closing around here. It's we kind of opened around there, right? But that is going to be a key to watch. So anything could still happen here. Again, a lot of people are bringing in yesterday till today. It's going to be a mix of paying attention and not getting too overboard. How do you see this? Excuse me. The TLT is the catalyst. It's not only a catalyst for TLT, it ties into TLT, but it's for everybody. It's the Fed meeting. You have the Fed meeting, and you also have some of the debt ceiling stuff, but specifically you have the Fed meeting. LGVM broke 18 on the upside or downside? On the downside? Why do you tell me that? Like with the smirky face? I don't know. Like, is that like usually like you say that when you're like flirting with me? You know what I'm saying? That's like a flirty face. I don't know what you're trying to say to me. You know, like, is it like I get you off or what? I'm just trying to know. I'm just trying to figure it out. Bing bong. The Apple's still down 3%. I'm buying Longeveron. I'm not. Just not liking the happy. No, I didn't know what it means. I didn't know that. I'm genuinely asking. Don't worry. If I'm ever gonna beef with anybody, I already know. I'm gonna always pull up my hairline chart now. You know what I'm saying? So nah, Alex is cool. I'm just saying, it's just I already know how to get to the bottom. Like we ain't playing around. No, bro. Did you not notice every single time? Every single time I brought this up, all the beef dissipated. That's it. Nobody wanted to play. Like, did you not notice? We're 2 for 2. We're 2 for 2. I'm just saying, it really makes people think, because it makes me cool down for a little bit. You know, I stop and think, and you got to ask yourself if it's worth it. But I'm just telling you, bro, every single time they it's you don't know how to react to it. You're like, wow, that like hurts, and it's true, but like, is this a joke? And like, I don't know. And then everybody gets humbled, and then everybody goes back to their business. You see what I'm saying? It just humbles everybody. That's all. It's just like, come on, bro. Why are we talking shit on the internet? Okay, only person who could talk shit is number one. He's not even on this chart. And okay, that's it. Anything else is like, come on. You know what I'm saying? We all need to be humbled, because you look like one of these guys. Okay, so relax. I'm with you. CRM juicing. Microsoft's coming off the bottom. So look, there's the VWAP bounce. IBM went up a little. That was the other play. The Tesla's still holding up, but the premiums are quick to drop. LGVN going down. Euro close was good, and we continued sell-off. No, it wasn't. It's not about. I think Europe was a little bit down, but even then, it's part and part what that country does. But the minute Euro closes, the money from Euro, any of the influence, that's done. So it's part and part how does that country perform on their index. But then the other part is you just now have nobody influencing that race anymore. Now it's just all up to just whatever's happening exclusively in the States. IBM. HD. Euro's going to close at 11:30 Eastern time. So in literally 1 hour and 4 minutes. That's why I'm saying, you're watching this test here. I mean, TLT is a little deadly right now. It's a little scary, but just wait. We might have a little bit left. And then after the next hour at European close, I think we'll have a more final approach on what's going on. Foreign hedge funds could still trade. They could trade here, but that's what I'm saying. It's just, again, you have to realize there's a whole nother country with a whole nother set of bonds and money and all that. So depending on how those assets do, it could influence counterparts in the States. But people from Europe could still trade in the United States, but the market is closed. Their assets will not be moving and trading the same way. CVX on the high. They had a sick bounce today. CVX. The IBMs are slightly up. I guess they're still holding the ask. But CVX is looking nice. IBM. HD came up. I think the premiums might. Let's see if they get clobbered now. Premiums are still up on HD. That's the crazy part. So now today's move, even though we're up, since we didn't gap up and it's moved slow, the premiums are still holding. Very, very weird. How's Euro looking on the day? Let's find out. You see that hairline chart in the back? It's just going to stay there. Euro's clapped right now. So Euro's down 1.6, 0.5%. Euro stocks, and then FTSE, then Germany down 1.3, Canada, or the CAC. I don't know. The C, is that French? Which one is this? The French one? But they're down 1.23. China and Japan kind of mixed bag. France. It's Francais. Yeah, so they're clapped. That's about it. That is about it. So, kind of a mixed bag. We're gonna find out. I just want to. After yesterday, it was a clear-cut sign. So pretty much like when Euro close is gonna be a big effect. You see it. If not, we'll ignore it very quickly. But remember, even during September, a lot of the time there, Euro close, boom. Once it's all exclusively us, we really are gonna see the move. Schumer says deal reached with McConnell on stopgap bill. Bonds are dropping before the market. So look at bonds are moving up a little bit. Schumer saying they reached a deal with McConnell on the stopgap. He says speaks on Senate floor. So watch out. This could be a little bit bullish. That could get rid of some worries there, but we'll see. It's good for now. We'll see how it plays out. The stopgap bill. Stopgap. That's for the government shutdown. So again, if they don't have the debt ceiling stuff organized, they have to agree on a deal to keep the government funded in the meantime, or they could even parlay it all into one. 1111 Systems closes acquisition of Green Defense. EIA says natural gas stockpiles fell 59 BCF last week. Let's see, oil's still down on the day. Ford at pre-market highs. IBM's moving. A lot of things are starting to move up there now. Let's see. Is Apple? Wait till see if Apple just comes back to life. Microsoft's holding decent. TLT's coming back down. Let's see the virus names. See, so we're coming right back up. You got the bounce off of VWAP. It's looking nice. One more pop and then Euro. Well, we're gonna find out. Again, I'm just stay nimble. I mean, I thought I was gonna really be right yesterday on the close, but the fact is, it was wrong. Even though we opened up here, right? This was that level I said. I thought we were gonna close around here. We sold off, so anything could happen. I mean, I'm staying nimble with it. I think there's just a lot of things creeping in the background. So, I mean, I'm ready to move any way. The IBMs. The IBM slowly creeping up. Kept that one small. That's just the spread. Euro closes at 10:30. 10:30. I think 11 a.m. is fully their after hours is closed too. But for the most part, that's why I'm saying 10:30. If it's going to be a big Euro effect, you'll watch it. Literally 10:30, 10:31, 10:32. We will start to make a move, and if it's strong, I think we'll know the answer. TSM puts 10. Love your vibe. God bless you, baby. We love the positivity. So, that's I feel. Amen. 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 What was the other one? Where's Roblo's? Airbnb. Roblo's still holding up. Airbnb. See, this is what I was waiting for. But there was, again, Kalanovich call for the dip buy on travel stocks. I like this. I just don't want to get caught up in the premium jam. I'm going to actually look at the Airbnb prems. Keep up the work in the gym. It's Uncle, baby. Y'all keep it up too. I'm telling you, Uncle is good for the gym, man. Uncle is good for the gym, and I'm proud to see it. I'm proud to see it. You look good, man. No como. No como. I appreciate it. Yeah, Airbnb. So some of the contracts are still up on the day. Actually, what was that? Oh, no. Oof. You could get it like Brady. We get it a little cheaper, though. I'm going to wait. Because if it starts to sell off here, we'll be good. I mean, VWAP came up. We're coming up. I mean, TLT staying the same since we started to top out here. This is going to, again, I think TLT will tell us a lot. And also, we're just running the clock for now. The Thessalonians coming back down. BA puts, I forgot. Remember, BA was up on really good news. If they sell off, again, that'll be big. What's the market breadth looking like? Let's take a look. So you got 452 names up on the SPY. 53 names are red today. And again, we closed very red and didn't have a gap up. So, I mean, then 28 names in 2 on the Dow. And then NASDAQ, you have 1,700 up, 1,300 down. So it's kind of 50-50. NASDAQ actually just is already red, believe it or not. So watch out. We're getting another test of VWAP. VWAP climbed up, so you could break VWAP higher now. I know this one's going to be interesting. It's much better than yesterday, but yesterday was 90% up. Remember, yesterday was crazy. I'm telling you, yesterday you've only seen 13 other instances of that in history. So you've got to witness. You've probably, if you've been here, you've witnessed 2 out of the 13 times it's ever happened. For you to be able to gap up over 1% and then end down 1%, that doesn't happen. That's like a crazy move up. Like if you were up a quarter and then down a quarter, that's fine. Up 0.5%, down, that's fine. But to be up 1.5% and then to close down 1.8, it's just not, that doesn't happen. That means like, whoa, what could have really caused people to price things 1% higher at 6 in the morning, and then by the end of the day, it's not there. You say second case news? I haven't seen it yet. Coming down. We are coming down below VWAP. Nagaland reports second new COVID death, 3 fresh cases. No idea where that is. Where is that? It's from the Dimapur district. That's the only second case news I got right now. Oh, India? Or Texas? What? Like Nagaland, Texas? I've never heard that. I'm seeing second case in Minnesota. So hold on. Chad, yeah. Insider. That could be some of it. I mean, we're coming down now. I don't know. I'm not seeing it here. It's not coming up like breaking. It says 2 new COVID deaths, but it doesn't say Omicron. Cold like Minnesota. Omicron surfaces in Minnesota. That was at 9:29. So, yeah, we're coming down below VWAP. Watch out here. I mean, again, I think we still got a little bit of time, but just watch. That was a really weird move right there. Some people are attributing this to headlines. I'm not seeing it. I mean, I saw the case, but it's not coming through in like usually if there's something really breaking, we'll see. Let's see. Identified in Minnesota State Health Department. Dollar General says it's not walking. Yeah, there it is. Well, Minnesota confirms first Omicron. So his second case, there it is. Now it's starting to hit. But again, the question is, how is the market going to take it? That really will be the key. Because first one makes sense. We'll see the second move. But watch out. That's on the table now. It's on the table. I know, 2 whole cases. That's why but I got caught up in it yesterday. I really thought we would have bottomed out on the news. So we're getting this at a lower level. I mean, we got the Tesla puts. Boeing starting to slip now. That's 100% more cases. Wow. That's crazy. There it is. We're starting to come down. Feel me? Okay, I'm grabbing one small play again. I was telling you about XLF all morning. I just grabbed one just in case. I mean, that was like $250. And the reason why I like it, it's already at the high. So the premiums aren't down, but they're down enough. I'm just trying to be a little bit more flexible than I was yesterday so I don't get caught up without it. So again, you're reacting to the second news or the second case. So get ready. You're getting a little reaction, but watch out because if this sells off a little bit and then comes back up and then we don't move till European close, that could be a very strong indicator in a weird way. Yeah, second case. I just want to see if the volatility comes in. Do people get crazy? You went with puts. I went puts on the XLF for now. I got 2 of them because those are the things that are cheaper on it in a weird way. Well, both of them are actually up. Tesla's at the low there. Get time. Well, I got time, but I'll flip it if it goes good. You know what I'm saying? That's what I've been doing with it. Even if I wanted a quick flip it, I'm still gonna just get time on it. So that one, it's like if I could get 20, 30%, we'll flip out of it. If not, it's something that I kept it smaller where I think I could hold it. And then it has enough time where even if we get a bounce or two, it should be able to hold up. And that one that I got was at the money. Good evening. Good evening. Good morning. Good morning. There's Tesla. Watch, because Tesla breaks this low. I mean, it is a pretty important part here. You can see this is where they first started to break out and all that. So could get a little while. PVH on the low. USO on the high. So watch out here because, I mean, we're inching towards 830. We're not getting like full sell-off just yet, but we don't want to see this trend down. I would much prefer a bounce above VWAP, and then we wait for the final move because if this starts leading in, it could get a little awkward. PFE fat red. Pfizer is turning down. Good call. I think Myrna was going down before that. So did Merck. It looks maybe something's happening there with the virus stocks. Watch, because that looks like they're kind of, they flipped a little bit different here. You can see it on the chart. DraftKings is back down. Oh, man. That's crazy. So watch out. Again, TLT hasn't moved yet. That's something to watch us. Tesla's at the low. Roblo, I think Airbnb started to come down as well. Tuesday Summit, it's kind of looking like yesterday. Ugh. But it's still that. Now we're like an hour ahead, though. That's the problem. And we're about 15 minutes ahead. KR's on the high. Kroger. Why is Kroger up 10%? So new low on Tesla. Time would be beneficial. Well, yeah, I've been doing it with anything. I mean, lately, if I don't get time, I'm getting clapped just with the volatility. But even before we were, I've been just grabbing time, even if I don't plan to hold it for a long time, just so that if the play goes against me, I could have a little bit more safety with trying to hold it. Close my XLF calls. Well, be careful. Just because I grab puts, I mean, maybe keep a little on both ways. I mean, just be nimble about it. I mean, that's why, like, I have calls too that I've gotten. It's not as if I've only been grabbing puts in this. I'm just trying, again, in a weird way, playing both ways. I'm just trying to get exposure and use the timing to flip out when the premiums go up. Yeah, low ticker's blasting through again. Second case numbers here. That's where it correlates with, unfortunately. But bonds aren't moving yet. But then SPY would have a little bit. If bonds are going up today, stocks should be down. I mean, essentially, bonds are kind of pricing in market being down just under 0.1% because bonds are still up on the day. So if the correlation is going to come back and stocks perform bad when bonds are doing good, bonds are doing decent right now. So now while you're watching the gap close, TLT is not moving, but now the bonds are now the market's starting to move, but bonds are not. Amazon flip. That's weird. Again, let's see the premiums. If those premiums, I'm making money on the puts. It's starting to get a little fear. That shouldn't happen. So remember, this was an old play. I was down 70%. It's came back up, but the fact that I have a gain on this today, that's weird. They were just up 1%, so that's a big flip. Velocity is kind of picking up here. Omicron in France. In a couple places, people are going to react to the U.S. news, but again, this sucks. I don't know how to explain this to you, even if we play the event or even if you see the news correlate today, I really just want to make it clear. I do still think this is more of the virus is not what the market is reacting to as much. I mean, it'd be foolish to ignore it completely, but I do think at least 70% of what's happening is not related to the virus. I give it 30%. It's like a final. It could still have an effect, but hopefully you did your homework. So we're going down there again. That's weird. The Amazon's TLT starting to go up. So this is what makes it worse. If TLT starts to break out, because look at last time you were right here, TLT was right back up here. You see what I'm saying? The SPY's closing the gap between bonds. Think about the correlation. Because if this starts to go, if the higher bonds go, the more pressure it could add on the markets. That's what we've seen in the last couple of days. So just watch out here if TLT starts to break. Tesla kind of bottomed a little bit. It wants to. It's below now. Or Tesla, yeah, Tesla is below that level from 5 days ago. So Tesla's below Thursday level and Friday. And then now they're just at that Tuesday point. Tesla, we got 20% since we picked those up. TLT's still going, so watch out here. What a week for XLF's crazy. That's the XLF and IYT. The travel stocks got my attention too, because they have still yet to hit the levels there from September. But we'll see. So a little bounce there on the SPY. That's good. Tesla's bouncing as well. Amazon, again, Apple's still down. Was that Microsoft? Oh, Microsoft looked ugly right there. If it was virus pharma, wouldn't be shitting in the bed. Yes and no, but there's a lot of buy the news, buy the news, sell it type of stuff. There's a lot of volatility in bio, and that's what happens. Even after good news, biotechs could still sell off, especially if they've already ran 30-40% in a day or two. The banks, I think there's just a lot of stuff. The banks it's like a warm up to TLT in a weird way. So depending on how the banks play out, this is going to give me insight into TLT. But essentially, because the banks right now, they're going to react. The only thing that could really help the banks right now is higher interest rates or regulatory stuff from Lael Brainerd. So that's why I'm saying, like, a lot of the factors, and you watch them, they've held up very, very nice. So this is what I'm saying. If these start to go up, and the fact that you're starting to see them crack as of late, and then if it starts to get back to some of these other panic levels, that's not going to be good, but it will feed into the TLT. But it's going to show us a little bit about the rate environment and how people are pricing things in. Just realized I got this 6-month badge, baby. Amen. No more Elon. No more Elon. Big bounce right there. For the most part, it's not like crazy bounce, but I'm just getting excited because it's back to VWAP. So he's going to buy his time. Again, he's going to buy his time. We're watching all this. You see how we're holding up. Just watch 8:30 a.m., 11:30 a.m. if you're on the East Coast. But that's going to be the key. A-Bus ended up dropping. I like A-Bus. I mean, I already have the shares, and I think we're up on them now, or maybe they came down. I think the story behind that is going to be interesting. I just don't know how they're going to play it. Robo bouncing, nothing crazy. UK stocks, no. Well, UK stocks are down. So everything right now, Euro stocks 50 right now in real time is down 1.4. FTSE 100 down 0.5%. France is down 1%, and then Germany is down 1.2. The Hang Seng and the CSI 300 are the only ones that did good, and then the Nikkei dropped. So we're gonna wait till Euro. And again, it's not even though Europe's down. Let's just wait till once we get rid of the Euro influence on the market, we're gonna really see how things are gonna work out. Again, I'm bringing this up because yesterday. Look at you literally dumped right from 11:30 from European close. You never saw the market bounce. So that's why it's like if we get a repeat of that today, I mean, and remember during September, that's what you saw that happen a lot. That's why I made the Euro close video. So we'll see. I think we're in bear. Yeah, we are, and it's just going to be volatility. That's it. All it's gonna be is just remember, like I said on Monday, right? I said it doesn't matter what the fuck happened on Friday. Is that when you see where you're at here after this on Friday, the next 2 weeks is just going to be uncertainty. So as much as it is volatility, I mean, just understand it's just uncertain. It's like imagine yesterday, up 1%, down 1, up 1, down 1, up 1, down 1 in the same day. And then now this morning, you don't know what to think. Everyone's like, oh shit, I don't trust the bounce. And then you're like, okay, we're going to wait till Euro close. And you're like, I don't trust the bounce. Maybe it's going to go down. You're like, nah, this is the bounce by the dip. It just made it that much more uncertain. So that's what we need. In a weird way, but let's play the clock and we'll see the timing of it, and hopefully we get our answer. XLF bounced again. I kept the XLF small. I spent $200 or $300. Again, compare that to some of the other ones. Would you want to pick up long term? I do, but also again, this is what I'm saying is that the market it can move before. Please don't get it twisted. But one thing in my mind is that you have a catalyst 2 weeks away. So right here, we have end of this week. This week's already over, right? So you're gonna get all of next week, right? And pretty much by Wednesday, if things aren't bad, everyone's gonna start getting ready for the Fed. So that's what I'm saying is like we kind of have one buffer in the meantime. So it's like, yes, we could sell off a lot harder leading into it, but the fact is you have one of the biggest catalysts in the world. You have Jerome now after all of this and in the middle of the Omicron and at the end of the year, and we've been watching a lot of other countries. Again, the euro has been going insane, all of that. So that's why I'm saying it's like you do got a buffer in the next week or two where it could be an event. Now, granted, the market can move prior to that, and it can sell off before that. But I do know once December 15th comes around, you're going to have a catalyst that day and the days after, and then we see where the market is there, and then we're going to really get to hammer home, what's going to happen. So TLT's coming down. That's great. That's great. That's what we need. Shout out Snake Eyes, baby. God bless you, bro. We're getting into, I saw earlier, Turkey. They're getting clapped. This is like the first time. December 17th. I mean, you better be in the money by that time. That's all. Again, I've noticed the January contracts are sketchy. If you really, even in volatility, if you have March or April, even if those are holding up, those are the premiums staying up. But January's shaky. December, you just better be in the money. I just want to follow, but I don't like Instagram. Well, hit the subscribe button. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open, every single day. So we sell before Powell speaks and confirms. Powell will be that's what I'm saying. Just let Powell, we need to hear Powell. I think Powell is, I don't know. Powell may be having a midlife crisis. Maybe he is, he's mutating. I don't know, but it's, we got to listen to what he says. And again, depending on where the market is coming into Powell, and how he responds to it, that will be a big key to it. Jan calls are destroyed unless they're in the money, but they have the capability to. That's what I'm saying. Like the Marches, the Aprils, those are what you need. Powell's flexing is not, bro. I was talking about this with some of my friends yesterday, and I just realized that most of my friends, motherfucker, those were my friends who didn't want to trade back in the day. In 2018, in 2017, and even 2019, right? Like, think about it. How many of you only started trading because of COVID when it all went down? But like I'm trying to explain, a lot of people don't realize the first 2 or 3 years of Powell, he was very hawkish. Powell was not daddy printer. Like, he just, that wasn't him. Like, the only thing that caused that was COVID. He responded well. He was the man to do it, but essentially Powell was a pretty hawkish dude leading up before anything. So he wasn't it wasn't as if he was like that, like he is today, or that's what people assume. But that's why I'm saying, depending on how this plays out and what he starts to say, if he goes back to that, I mean, I think the market's in for a doozy. Omicron, yeah, second case. That news was here, and again, we're holding up a lot better than the first case news yesterday. But that's it. Hawkish means like aggressive towards monetary policy. A hawk is going to be like, and then, comes in for his prey. A hawk is aggressive, so that means he's aggressive with monetary policy, and he'll be more aggressive and less accommodative, more of a predator towards the rates, versus a dove who's like, every time I walk in the room, it's just like I pay someone to do it. I'm not lying. I'm, for real. Every time I walk in the room, it goes, you like, what the hell is that? And I'm like, God bless you, man. God is with you. And then people are like, dude, this guy's crazy. I'm like, join a cult. And they're like, okay, something's wrong with you. And I'm like, amen. And then, but a dove is more accommodative. So when you hear dovish, that's accommodative monetary policy. It's nicer. It's a comedy. You know, they'll allow flexibility, raise rates. You know, think doves. Think Josh walking into a room. Otherwise, hawkish is like, ah, you know what I'm saying? Honestly, I hate to do it to y'all, but like, quite frankly, this is a dovish hairline. You know, it's accommodative. It allows for the forehead. This, you know, they're fighting against the forehead still. You know what I'm saying? You got to do some stuff, but this is accommodative. This is a dovish hairline. You know what I'm saying? But don't underestimate Powell's like, yo, we got to taper. But you're like, you ain't tapering. You pushing my hairline back. And then he gets hawkish. You see that look like a hawk nest right there. You see that little circle? That's a hawk nest right there. That's where Powell is. I'm thinking Powell's right here. Y'all think Powell's not even on this chart. And that's what I'm saying. Before you know it, this is not an accommodative hairline. You see, it's not accommodative towards growth. You see what I'm, no hairline, no growth. That's a hawk. You see, more hairline, more growth. That's a dove. So that's how we're breaking it down here. But it should make a lot of sense at this point. But yeah, so just we'll see. I think Powell's a hawk. I think he's coming for the hairlines. That's it. Some fire technical analysis. I'm just, you know, it's like I'm trying to make sure we get comprehension in here. We just need comprehension. Okay, that's it. Because once it gets crazy, y'all need to know what's hawkish and dovish. So we're popping up here now. Tesla's coming up. Premiums are still high. I'm still up on the premiums, but barely. But you're getting to move here now. Up above VWAP, 30 minutes till the close. So watch out here. Because if 30 minutes in, I mean, watch out in a good way. This could end up being a little bit more dovish and good. Where am I from? I'm from Pallet Town. If you've ever heard. Nah, I just heard a weird name of a city today, so now I'm getting creative. But I do want to be the very best that nobody ever was. Because catching them has been my test, man. And training them has been my cause. So, I'll travel across the land, searching far and wide. And to catch them is really, it's my best test. And something that's inside. Pokemon, gotta catch them. It's you and me. I know that the stock's bouncing. You Powell all Janet yelling. What? Okay. The power that's inside. All right, we're going up here. So this is good. Again, very, very bullish. Yo, Tesla just ripped. I'm still up for a little bit. We'll see how the volatility plays out. IBM starting to go up here. I think Amazonian, not as much. Watch if Apple comes to life. If Apple starts to break above, we're going to be good. Because remember, Apple is following the market, but Apple's still negative. Let's see. WHO officials said there is not yet evidence of booster-prevented illness in hospitals and people with the variants. New York Times. That's good. That's good. This is good. The Teslas came down. Now I'm still up on it, but I'm just saying this is. I honestly, I'll sacrifice the Tesla if everything else comes up, and as long as TLT comes down, and then watch if Apple starts gaining and it starts to break out of this top before the market does. That will be very, very bullish because then that's people rushing back into it. Yeah, SPY's pumping. I mean, again, doesn't matter. I mean, we kind of expected this. Remember, I said just watch the clock, so nothing happened. We're literally at the same spot we've really been at. This was getting a little worrisome. You got the COVID news, and then now we're back up here. So we still got about 30 more minutes left, and we'll see how that plays out. Yeah, Ford is breaking out. Again, GM's already up 4%. Remember, they had the EBITDA guidance news yesterday, so they're behind, but they're up more on the day. So GM is the leader right now in the space. Why you like? I like A-Bus because of the Myrna. So they won a lawsuit. They own part of the patent for the Myrna vaccine. So either they're going to get a royalty or Myrna might even buy them out. Bradley Ketchum. Gotta catch him up. Bradley Frizz. God bless you, baby. God bless you. We need it. It's good vibes. Bradley Ketchum. See, but TLT's not. Everything's staying the same though. Bro, they're getting us. This is exhilarating. Do y'all feel me on this? Is like I'm telling you, Sarah, you're right in the middle. I will have a confirmation here in 30 minutes, but otherwise we're still at the same place. So let's see what happened. I feel like we are bullish. I feel like anything. I feel like anything could happen. I'm down with anything. I think premiums on both sides have held up this time today because you didn't get the gap down in yesterday. Like those HDs are still up. I don't know how. Yesterday, you see how fast they killed us on that? They brought us down so quick on that. And then to see it go up, the IBMs are up here from the day, and I still got percentage on a little bit on the thesis. You right across from Pokemon HQ. When Pokemon Go is hot, it's filled with phone zombies. Bro, I was thinking about that yesterday. Pokemon Go is kind of like the metaverse. Pokemon Go, remember when it first came out? It was actually dope. But then it just didn't last. Mara respecting it. It got me on the street. I did. That was fun. That was really, really fun. Do you use a Bloomberg terminal? I do. Augmented reality. It was augmented, not virtual. Not virtual reality. I augmented my reality. It's all part of the plan. You were feeling bad about the portfolio. You read the Bible. Amen. 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 I mean, even I thought about it yesterday because a lot of people, even then, I was at that 140 mark, and now we're back up to it today. But I was looking, I was like, damn, it dropped, right? Think about it. Some people are like, oh, I just got my account back up to the levels there. People were excited about that, and then it flipped. But I was just thinking about it. I was like, well, think about it. If we didn't have the last month or two, imagine how much uglier that drop would have been. You know what I'm saying? So, like, some people, again, I need you to be vigilant and defend your balance level. I'll promise, be wise about it. But a lot of people were tripping. They're like, oh, I just went positive and then it came back down on that. But I'm like, just think about it. You would have got clapped on the what's it called? You would have got clapped if it wasn't there. So it's very good. It's very, very good. Niantic. What amount of cash do you try to keep up? At least like half, honest. I think on all of the accounts, I'm keeping pretty much half cash. I have a little bit less on this because we got exercise, but I still think I got like 40K or something. It says, 25. But then I think that's messing with the margin. The margin requirement on the bigger shares messes it up. But then the other one, I'm usually keeping about half cash. Like even then, I started taking more cash right before this a little bit, even with like the Longeveron stuff. And that was just, but like I just want to make sure I got good cash on the account. That is the key. I did not get exercised on that NVIDIA, no. Playboy names Cardi as creative director for Playboy. I don't know if I'm gonna trade that news. It's I don't know. I guess she could bring some brand awareness, but I don't know I guess the stock is kind of moving there a little bit. But I don't know what her ideas as creative directors are gonna be. I sell NVIDIA. I haven't got a NVIDIA call in a while. So, there was that one time a couple weeks ago, or was it last week or 2 weeks ago? It was Friday. I ended in the money and we did the do not exercise. VIX up from open. The VIX itself is down. The UVXY is down as well, too. It's coming up, but it's still red on the overall day. It's kind of like the bonds. Has Walmart been weak? They did good. They've had earnings. Raisebo, what's the storylines I'm not seeing? I think it's just the what's it called? They still have a high valuation. It's still a big company, and people are still worried. I mean, the bigger companies, they have a lot of debt, they have a lot of everything else, but for the most part, I mean, it's gonna be good. Like I think they just people are more worried about their growth and competition with other stuff. I like how they're expanding and what they're doing, but it's still a big ship to move for the most part. Why haven't you talked about the possibility of a government shutdown tomorrow? Because I don't think that's a possibility. The government shutdown. I thought you were saying the other thing. I thought you were saying, never mind. I took that the wrong way. I was like, it's not. I thought you were saying lockdown. I was like, nah. But the government shutdown, they made an update on it today. We went over it. But that's part of what I'm saying here with the September levels. So don't forget, remember September, we freaked out, but look at where the SPY is. We're right there where the government shutdown and the debt ceiling stuff all played out again. So it's back into play. But that's why I'm saying I think it's more Powell, and I think it's more of those effects than Omicron that's affecting the virus. CEI. I just think it's a pump. I don't know if it seems like the play has more people talking about it, but there's not like a intrinsic value reason on it. That's what you call TLT snitching. To a degree, it's getting up there, but it did. I mean, remember, how many watch lists did you watch me say? I said, well, just wait till it breaks out of this range right here, right? How many times did I say there's no move until it breaks out of this range, right? And then what do you notice? Right when we're above that range, just even a little bit, the market starts going crazy. So it's like that's why that is a snitch right there. But now it doesn't mean you necessarily. That's why I'm tying it into the catalyst there. It doesn't mean it's immediate play, but it is giving us an idea of what's going on and what people are pricing in for everything else. Why is Saki live? It's early. Speaker Pelosi's live too. Weekly news. I'd rather watch Nancy. You know me, Nancy. But Nancy's not up yet. Nothing makes sense. Other countries are running the world as if they know natural disasters around the corner and don't care what happens. I mean, how old are you? I feel like you should have more wisdom in this, in the sense that like the world used to be crazy. You essentially you can't live a world or run a country in constant fear of what could happen. Up until recently, nobody ever priced in a pandemic to clap the market. You know what I'm saying? It's like it used to be. It still is crazy, but it was. I would arguably there was a lot more shit. Like back in 2015, 2016, 2014, it was wild. Like you were getting like a lot of things were going down. I mean, obviously the pandemic stuff is crazy, but like this isn't as crazy to me as some other stuff. But it's like again, there's always been a substantial amount of fear and potential risk on the table in the world, but it never really, COVID is the first time we actually responded to it in a weird way. That's because it's deeper than current reality. I just think it's media and people making it bigger. That's all. Again, the shit that was going on in 2014 and 2015 was way more savage. Like at the end of it, I would be more willing to say, oh my gosh, I was scared of the world more then than now, believe it or not. I mean, obviously the media and other stuff and how people have some other stuff like control of it, but something small could become big nowadays versus back then. Like Russia was destroying food in 2014. Like I don't think people didn't realize how close. Like Russian people were starving, and oil was down 70%. And they were destroying food to stop imports, and then we're doing sanctions. You had in 1 year, 2 years, a 2-year span, 4 commercial planes got shot out of the sky. Like it was wild. You were then coming 2-3 years off of the recovery from one of the greatest financial crises. So, yeah. 13,152.
Every country, including, of course, our
we're
friends
here
in
at the
Israel,
top,
is entitled
210.
to their own point of view. Our view is that a diplomatic path forward, continuing to pursue a diplomatic, an opportunity for diplomatic discussions to have greater access, to return to mutual full compliance with the JCPOA continues to be the right path forward. Go ahead, Jen.
Jen, the announcement today that the president is making includes requiring insurance companies to pay for at-home, over-the-counter tests.
Mm-hmm. Reimburse, yes.
To reimburse customers for those tests. Will the government reimburse the insurance companies, or do the insurance companies just need to cover that cost?
It's a very good question, Jeff. As you know, and I think may have seen in the background call last night, or if not, I'll provide additional information. We expect to have the final rules on this and have this implemented in mid-January. So I expect additional details about how it will work and the functioning of it will be out in that timeline.
So that question is just not answerable yet?
I will check and see with our COVID team if it is, but again, there's typically a rulemaking process that will be done through HHS that will answer and provide additional clarity on this, on the implementation of it.
Okay, and on a separate topic, do you have any updates on White House plans to arrange a call between President Putin and President Biden? Foreign Minister Lavrov today said that Moscow will take measures to ensure its own security if the U.S. and its allies refuse to discuss security guarantees.
Well, we're hardly refusing to have discussions with the Russians, considering our Secretary of State and the Foreign Minister of Russia had a discussion today, and we've had ongoing discussions at a high level with the Russians. The President continues to believe in the benefit of diplomacy at a high level, at a leader level, as you've seen over the course of the past 10 to 11 months. But I don't have anything to preview or announce as it relates to a call or engagement between President Biden and President Putin. Go ahead.
Hey, Jen. So just following up on this Minnesota news, given the fact that this individual began experiencing symptoms on November 22nd, tested positive on November 24th, that would suggest that there's been community spread of this variant for at least the last 10 days within the United States. Is that the White House's assessment, and to what extent does that change your understanding and your approach to combating this new variant?
Well, I think we need to be very careful from the government and of course from the media as well about how we assess and attribute community spread or what has happened here. There was information put out by the Minnesota Public Health Department. I would just reiterate a couple of the components of that. Many of you may have seen it, but in case you haven't, there's an individual, an adult male, a resident of Hennepin County. He had been vaccinated. The person developed mild symptoms, as you noted, on November 22nd and sought COVID-19 testing on November 24th. The person's symptoms have resolved. The person spoke with the Minnesota Public Health Department investigators and reported traveling to New York City and attending the Anime New York City 2021 convention at the Javits Center from the 19th through the 21st. Any contact tracing, which is imperative and important, would be done through the CDC and public health officials as well. But I would also note that the Minnesota Public Health Department will do a press conference at noon, and we would expect they'd have additional information. Important question about contact tracing and what we anticipate. I just want to really rely on the public health officials to speak to that.
And are you aware of any other cases of the Omicron variant in the United States at the moment, other than the Minnesota case and the California case?
We have been very transparent. Hopefully you would all agree about providing that information as it becomes available. It typically comes through public health departments. They often provide it themselves first, but we are in close touch every single day with state and local public health authorities. So not that I'm aware of, obviously, again, typically rises through public health officials. I would note, as this Dr. Fauci has said over the course of the last week, every single day, even the restrictions we put in place was not going to prevent this variant from coming here. It would just slow. That was the objective. So we do anticipate there will be more cases, and we know that will be the case, and that's why we're focused on doing everything we can to fight the virus and the variant.
This big picture here, President Biden has repeatedly promised to shut down this virus. He has talked about wanting to end the pandemic. Is that still possible? Does he still believe that that is possible, or are we starting to shift now, especially with the rise of this variant, to perhaps accepting that we need to live with COVID for years to come?
Well, first I would say there's a lot we don't know about the variant yet, and that is challenging and frustrating. I understand for Americans, for all of you, and we want to give the space and time for the public health officials who are working 24/7 to assess and provide guidance on it. There are a range of options, as Dr. Fauci has spoken to and our medical experts have spoken to. It could be less deadly. It could be more. We don't know. So I just want to say that that is the next step in this process. The president, and you'll hear him speak to this today, continues to believe that if we build on the bold steps that we've taken to date, if we continue to make the vaccines more accessible, to increase testing, increase masking, we can return to a version of normal in this country. That's what everybody wants and everybody would like to see. Go ahead.
Back on the question about these reimbursements for rapid testing, as anyone who's tried this knows, it can be kind of a cumbersome process. So why not just try and subsidize the price of these tests, as some of the other countries have done?
Well, first I would say that we're approaching it a little differently from some other countries. I know this isn't exactly what you asked, but we see the FDA process of reviewing and evaluating the efficacy and effectiveness of tests as the gold standard. That is a
Apple's
high bar,
breaking out. That's
in
a
our
good
view,
sign here. We
and
got
that's
15
important to
more
abide
minutes
by
till
that.
Euro close,
Our
but
medical
you're
team
getting
looked
led
at
by
a range
Apple
of
here.
options. We
That's a
want
very
to make
good sign.
testing more available and more accessible to people across the country. There are 4 times more tests available now than there were in the summer. We will continue to build on that. So this is a step that was our team agreed was implementable and possible to do now, and we will continue to build on it.
And on the issue of government funding, yesterday you said you were confident that we won't see a shutdown. You know, we know the House is acting today, but a small group of Senate Republicans are still objecting. Do you still have that same level of confidence today that we won't see a shutdown?
Well, the good news that I think you all saw today, and we just put out a SAP, or a Statement of Administration Policy, you know how we feel about acronyms around here, supporting the swift passage of H.R. 6119, which was basically a deal struck this morning. We still feel that there's time for lawmakers to set aside reckless and irresponsible political games and enact the short-term continuing resolution that would fund the government through early next year and allow for time for a full-year budget agreement, which is obviously our overarching objective. So there is still time to do that, and of course it's up to Congress to do that, but we are confident they will take steps to keep the government open.
There is still time, but not a lot of time. So have you started to take steps to prepare for a possible shutdown, even if it is, you know, just one that lasts through the weekend?
Sure. So there are steps that are taken by the OMB, our budget team, that are
Myrna's
standard,
getting
and
clapped.
they're not
Cheekley here at the
taken
bottom.
out of an assessment or evaluation of what's possible or the legislative possibilities. They typically start engaging with agencies about a week in advance of any scheduled timeline for government funding. They did that as of last Friday. They had another scheduled time to engage with agencies today. So that is standard operating procedure, and that's underway. But again, our objective is, of course, to prevent the government shutdown. We are, and of course, that's up to Congress to get done.
Just one quick immigration question. The administration announced today that the U.S. and Mexico have reached a deal to restart the Remain in Mexico program that was started under President Trump. This is something that your administration is fighting in court. The president, you know, has railed against this policy. He's called it dangerous, inhumane, saying it goes against everything we stand for as a nation. Just wondering if you can reflect on how he feels about having now to see this move forward now.
Well, as you noted, Mary, Secretary Mayorkas also and the president have repeatedly said that this program has endemic flaws. It has imposed unjustifiable human costs, pulled resources and personnel away from other priority efforts, and failed to address the root causes of irregular migration. Deeply flawed. That's why we stopped enrolling individuals in the program on day 1 and subsequently issued a memorandum in June terminating the program. And Secretary Mayorkas issued another memorandum announcing and explaining his decision to terminate the program once again in October. As you noted, though, we are in a situation where we're under a court, abiding by court ruling, and so that is what we are working to implement at this point in time. There are some key changes and exemptions the Department of Homeland Security announced this morning and can speak to, but our view of the program has not changed. We're working to implement under the court order. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Another testing question.
Sure.
So you said you want to make testing as affordable and available as possible. So in addition to requiring insurers to cover at-home tests, is the administration doing anything to make in-person PCR tests more widely available, more affordable? Because as anyone who has had to get a PCR test, let alone a rapid PCR test, knows it can be hard to find one and expensive, and especially getting that quick test is very, very hard.
Sure. Part of the plan the president is announcing is free tests, about 50 million tests that we're going to make available at places like rural clinics, community health centers, to ensure they're broadly available in a range of places where people can go and access them. And again, this is part of our effort to build on what we've already done to date. We made $3 billion worth of investments to accelerate the production of rapid tests and expand capacity. When President took office, there were 0 at-home tests available. Now there are 8. This supply will quadruple this month from where we were at in the summer, and we're going to continue to build on this. So this is a step to make it more affordable for people at home, but to also make them more widely available at a range of locations, community health centers, rural health clinics, so that people can go and find them.
And on abortion, based on what we heard at the Supreme Court yesterday, is the White House concerned that this Supreme Court is about to overturn Roe versus Wade? And what, if anything, are you doing to prepare for that possibility?
Well, I'm not going to make an assessment of how the Supreme Court will rule, but what I will say is that the president is committed to working with Congress to codify the constitutional right to safe and legal abortion as protected by Roe. He's announced his strong support for passage of the Women's Health Protection Act, urges Congress to pass it. And again, I would reiterate something I conveyed yesterday, that he believes that Mississippi's law blatantly violates women's constitutional rights to safe and legal abortion. Every American deserves access to health care, including reproductive health care. We're not going to predetermine how the Supreme Court will rule, but he supports codifying Roe through Congress. That's something that they can act to do.
You think that's a real possibility?
There is a bill currently, the Women's Health Protection Act, and he urges Congress to pass it.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. A handful of key aides have announced either that they are leaving the vice president's office or are reportedly going to be leaving the vice president's office soon. Is the vice president not satisfied
She's already
with
mad
the
at
staffing
Peter.
that she has
Fuck
had
you,
so
dude.
far, or do people just not want to work for her anymore?
Well, Peter, I would say that working on a presidential campaign, I may be covering one too, I would say, to be fair, and working in the first year of a White House is exciting and rewarding, but it's also grueling and exhausting. It's all of those things at once. And many of the team members you're referencing, and I would just note there has been an announcement about Simone Sanders departing, but there hasn't been official announcements about others. So I would leave it to them and the vice president's team to make any additional announcements. But in my experience, and if you look at past precedent, it's natural for staffers who have thrown their heart and soul into a job to be ready to move on to a new challenge after a few years. And that is applicable to many of these individuals. It's also an opportunity, as it is in any White House, to bring in new faces, new voices, and new perspectives. And I expect you'll hear more from the Vice President's office on that in due time.
So this is not a case of bad headlines about the vice president and a decision being made to shake up the staff to fix an image issue.
You know, Peter, I think I spoke to it, and I would note that, and I'll just speak to Simone since I knew her before, and she's been officially announced, and I knew her even before she joined the Biden campaign, sitting on many panels with her on CNN sets, and knowing someone like her, she joined the campaign early on, as many of you know. She's been a part of this for 2.5 or 3 years. She's somebody, and anybody who's spent time with her knows that she is whip smart, and she has charisma coming out of her eyeballs, and she's going to do plenty of interesting things in the world in the future. She'll always be a part of this Biden-Harris family, and it's only natural after a couple of years to be ready for something new. And that's what happens in my experience in the past in White Houses often.
Amen.
Does the vice president think that
Something
staff
new.
are to blame for her not making any kind of meaningful progress on the big things in her portfolio, like passing voting rights or addressing the root causes of migration?
I know the Vice President is grateful to all of the staff who have served her. She also understands the excitement and the grueling nature of working on a campaign and working in a White House. And again, as I noted earlier, it's also an opportunity to bring in new faces and perspectives, which is overall a very positive thing.
Okay, and then big cities are dealing with smash and grab robberies. A record
5
number
minutes
of
till
police
Euro
officers
close.
have been
Watch the
shot
market
and
here.
killed this year. What is President Biden going to do about all this lawlessness?
Well, Peter, I would say that, one, the president proposed additional funding in his budget over the funding that had been proposed by the prior president to increase and support local police departments, make sure we keep cops on the beat, and we ensure that local communities are working in partnership to crack down on crime and any dangers they see in their community. So that's one of the steps. We've also worked with a range of communities across the country on strike forces, as you know, something we've talked about in the past. We're continuing to implement that from the Department of Justice, but the president absolutely believes that community police forces can have an important instrumental effect in helping keep communities safe.
And does the president still think that crime is up because of the pandemic?
I think many people have conveyed that, and also one of the reasons that crime, one of the root causes of crime in communities is guns and gun violence, and we've seen that statistically around the country.
To your point, so when a huge group of criminals organizes themselves and they want to go loot a store, a CVS, a Nordstrom, a Home Depot, until the shelves are clean, you think that's because of the pandemic?
I think a root cause in a lot of communities is the pandemic, yes.
She's
Go
like,
ahead.
nah, guns.
I wanted to follow up on some of
Two.
Alice's questions about some of the travel restrictions
Sure.
on Southern Africa. You say that the White House will continue to reassess those, but I wonder, we heard from the UN Secretary General who called these travel restrictions a form of travel apartheid. Is there any diplomatic effort underway on the part of the administration to address the concerns that have been raised about this decision?
Yeah, Mike, it's a great question. I mean, we, of course, are in close touch with, at a diplomatic level, with leaders in these countries about the steps we're taking and why we're taking them. And it's not meant to be a punishment. It is steps recommended by our public health officials and medical experts in order to delay the spread of a variant. Not prevent it again, but delay, in order to give us more time to assess and evaluate what this variant means. But of course, we are in touch through diplomatic channels.
Part of the plan that the president is discussing today calls for accelerating the distribution, 200 million vaccines in the next
Yeah.
days to the international community. The president, though, indicated the other day that, at least as it relates to South Africa, the problem was not the supply of vaccine, but the implementation, the wariness
Yeah.
among some of the citizens. Can you discuss a little bit more about what is going into the decision about where to send these vaccines and how?
Yeah, another important issue that probably we don't talk about enough, because it's not just vaccine supply. It's know-how. It's the ability to get shots in arms. It's the ability for to have staffing. It's vaccine hesitance, which we've experienced in this country. We have a lot of lessons learned, and we're also working through programs through USAID, through the State Department and others, to ensure we are augmenting support in those areas as well. So we are prepared to provide additional vaccine doses to South Africa when they're prepared to receive them, and that is an open communication. We're having an open discussion about that as well.
And then lastly, this is a version of a question we ask you often, but given the fact that
The president had his doctor's appointment.
given the
More Fed nominees coming. What else you got?
Given the fact, though, that the president was just in Minnesota, obviously the latest case of Omicron was from there. I'm wondering, you had announced as part of the travel that this was a ramp up of a national travel campaign on the part of the president and the administration.
Yeah.
Are there any determinations being made about the president, where he travels, how often he travels, given concerns about this? We saw him as well, a long rope line when he was there after the event. Is that the kind of thing he might be discouraged from doing until we know more about just how transmissible this is?
That has not been advice given by our health and medical experts at this point in time. Obviously, we abide by CDC guidelines, but I would expect, and our plans are moving full speed ahead at this point, to have the president travel around the country, sell his infrastructure plan, make clear to the American people what he's doing to lower their costs. So you'll see him out on the trail, I would expect, next week. Go ahead.
Jen, can I
Thanks,
follow
Jen.
up on this question, please?
Oh, go ahead.
Given what you said about the first year of the White House being so grueling, are you expecting or preparing for turnover here at the White House among senior ranks?
I think I noted that because I've worked here before. And in my experience, especially in the first year or first 2 years, if you think about it, it's not just being in a White House for a year. A lot of people have also did the campaign prior to this. And that means 2 years, 3 years. I'm looking at some of the people who covered the campaign. So again, I'm sympathetic to you all as well. I don't have anything to anticipate or preview for you, just to note that in my experience, is a normal course of events, that people are ready to do something new. They're ready to spend time with their families. They're ready to sleep more, and that is to be expected in the first year, 18 months, 2 years of any White House.
Sorry, another topic. There's language in the Senate's NDAA amendment package that would create a nonpartisan commission looking into the war in Afghanistan. Does the president support a commission
All right,
like
it's
this?
game time.
I know
You got
I had seen that, and I
8:30,
had meant
30
to ask our
seconds so
team
far,
about
but
this.
just
Let
watch
me
what
get you
happens from
something
here.
right
Give it a
after the
couple
briefing
minutes,
on it.
but
I know that we have
any move from
spoken
here,
in the
rip up
past
or rip
about,
down, it'll have a little
our
bit more
openness
meaning.
to looking into the last 20-year war, mistakes made, what can be learned from that. But let me get you something more official from our team. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Jen. On the new requirements for all travelers getting tested 24 hours before arrival in the U.S.,
Yeah.
who's going to be responsible for covering the costs for tests for Americans? Will that be individuals or insurance companies?
For Americans who are coming back into the United States?
Correct.
Let me check. It's a good question, and I just want to make sure I give you accurate information.
Another on the testing requirements. In many countries, it's still very difficult to get COVID tests, particularly ones with less than 24-hour turnaround in a timely manner. So what considerations are being made on this given the new requirements?
Well, as we're implementing any of these policies, we obviously take into consideration, as you know,
Well, that was quick.
In our prior
So
announcement.
be careful.
about
It's
requirement
not just the down
vaccination,
move. It's
where
if we
in
break below
countries where that
VWAP.
wasn't available. I will check and see if there's any exemptions or anything that is going to be applicable in the same regard.
Can I ask you one on student debt as well? Is the administration at all considering continuing to defer student loan payments past January?
Bond auction coming
or
in
to at
too.
least keep
TLT is
interest
gonna
rates at 0% in order to provide relief for Americans who are still hurting? And if not,
I don't have anything to preview about a decision on that front. I'm not sure one's been made yet. Go ahead.
What's the administration's response to OPEC Plus saying they're going to go ahead with their planned output increase? And in light of that and the dropping oil prices, is the administration reconsidering its SPR plans?
On the second part, we have no plans to reconsider. On the first part, we appreciate the close coordination over the recent weeks with our partners, Saudi Arabia, the UAE and other OPEC Plus producers to help address price pressures. We welcome the decision today to continue the 400,000 barrels per day increase. Together with our recent coordinated release from the SPR, we believe this should help facilitate the global economic recovery. And the president is committed to doing everything in his power and work with other countries to bring down costs for the American people and continue our strong economic recovery. As you know, this is an issue not just happening in the United States, but around the world. And hence openness to close coordination on it.
To follow up on one of the questions that Mike asked.
Sure.
Right when the infrastructure bill passed, you said that one of the things the president would be doing is local TV interviews.
Yeah.
I think he's only done one so
Yes.
far. I know that the First Lady did one, I think, more about Christmas yesterday. So
Yeah.
is there a plan for him to do that in a real way in the next
She's
couple
like,
of weeks?
yeah.
I would very much like that to happen. We are always competing with time on the schedule. I'm going to be honest. His schedule has been quite packed, but he would like to do it. We're working to get it on the schedule.
How is it
so
packed?
I don't
What
have
the-
anything to predict or preview for you
Okay.
at this point in time, but hopefully we will be able to add some local interviews in the next couple of weeks. Go ahead.
Thank you. Is there anything beyond economic sanctions that the United States is willing to do if Russia takes more action against Ukraine?
Well, I'm not in a position to preview at this point in time anything we're considering. Obviously, our Secretary of State is still on the ground, I believe, having these conversations with our European partners, and anything we would do in close coordination with them. As you know, one of the areas of discussion has been providing additional assistance, security assistance to Ukraine. I don't know if you're asking about that, but I would point to that. We have provided a great deal of assistance over the course of the last several months. So that's another area, obviously, we would look at, but I don't have anything to preview on any of these fronts at this point in time, other than we are in close coordination, preparing a range of options, and have conveyed directly to the Russians that if they proceed as they did in 2014, that we have a range of options that we will consider taking.
One question on
2014.
COVID, and I know that you kind of get variations on this a lot, but
Yeah.
with the testing, public health people are saying, well, why not just ship these rapid tests to every American household? Or
Yeah.
why not require vaccine or a test to fly domestically? Why not go further in the direction of public health and mandates, given the potential risk and the fact that we're headed into winter?
Sure. Well, one, I would say that nothing is off the table. Including domestic travel.
Fed Bostic
but
is
we do
talking
have
right
some
now. He said
protections, some strong
uncertainty could
protections in
prolong
place already,
heightened
including
inflation.
Requirement of mask wearing, which was extended.
So you might get
doubling
headlines
of
and some
fines
movement.
if
Again, we're
people
coming
are
near
not in
VWAP.
compliance.
5 minutes here,
We
6
think
minutes
how we
after
look at
Euro
this,
close.
is, of course, we base our decisions on the advice of the health and medical experts. What's going to be most effective, and what is we can implement. What is most implementable. So we look at a range of factors as we make decisions about what steps we can put in place. So again, nothing's off the table, but the announcement we made today is building on steps we've taken to date, significant steps we've taken to date to continue to protect more people, put in place additional precautions that will save more lives.
Yeah, Bostic just said something pretty hawkish about rates. Watch out. But we'll see. He may have an effect, but not too crazy. But keep watching.
Well, I think we've taken a number of steps that are not intended to be controversial or divisive, but still may be perceived that way. But our most important factor is what is going to be most effective, and that's what we really base our decisions on. But as you've seen over the past several months, we build on our steps, right? We've continued to add and make vaccines and boosters more available and accessible. Today's a good example of that. We continue to put in place additional travel restrictions as we announcing today as well. So we will continue to evaluate and assess on a daily basis. If there are additional steps our health and medical team is recommending, we will consider those as well. Go ahead.
Thanks. On the Supreme Court yesterday, again showed how much the balance has shifted toward conservatives, particularly those justices appointed by Donald Trump. Has any of this changed the president's thinking on embracing any of the proposals to restructure, expand the Supreme Court, term limits, anything on that he might be rethinking given the nature of the court?
Sure. Well, as I think you know, there's a court reform commission that has been working on and putting together a report, something that he will be receiving and will take a look at and review. And that court commission looked at a range of questions. Court expansion is one of them. Term limits is another one. How cases are taken up and considered. This court commission has a range of viewpoints that is included, so he will take a look and assess that. I don't expect he will have anything to say in advance of that before he reviews it.
Is the plan that he will read that and then sort of make some sort of determination? What is kind of any deliverables from the president in response? There's been some criticism that the commission really lacks much authority, and from progressives say it's toothless. Is there anything that the president is expected to do upon receiving that report?
I don't want to get ahead of the president. I know he looks forward to reviewing it. And I think if you look at the history of the Supreme Court, it was important to the president to have a range of viewpoints that he could look at and assess and look at the historic nature of a lot of these issues. As the former chairman of the Judiciary Committee, he takes the role of the court, the role of institutions quite seriously. But I'm not going to get ahead of him reviewing it. We'll see what he thinks.
Just to clarify, because I know there's been a few different questions on this. On the free COVID testing, is the expectation that Americans will have to file the claim themselves with their insurance companies to get it back? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
The president said yesterday that he's optimistic that the new variant won't affect supply chains and sort of push things backward from the progress that has been made in recent weeks.
Mm-hmm.
But are you similarly optimistic as an administration about the overall economy in the face of the new variant, and in particular the effect that new government restrictions here and around the world might have on economic activity?
It's a great question, and I've talked to our economic team about this as well. And the fact is, this variant we've been aware of it for about a week now, right? And so our economic team will continue to assess, and we will provide updates if needed, if there are areas of concern. Now, what we don't know right now is a lot about the variant, where there's still a lot we need to learn, including how deadly the variant may be, the effectiveness of our vaccines. Those will all be factors as our team looks at the impact. I think what the president was speaking to is his view that there's a lot of progress we've made on the supply chain bottlenecks. We've unfrozen a lot of those issues, and a lot of the suppliers out there and retailers are pretty confident about their ability to get stock the shelves and make sure that people can go to stores and get what they need. So that's an encouraging sign. We've done a lot to prepare for this moment, but we will continue to assess. And at this point in time, I don't have any new economic projections from our team on it.
Just as a quick follow-up on it, are you all concerned at all that people afraid of catching the virus because of the variant will be less likely to return to work, and that might delay some of what your administration had hoped would be more of a surge back into the job market in January?
Again, really good question. I think right now, what our focus is on is encouraging companies and encouraging organizations out there and large entities to take steps to protect their workforce. And that includes, and that's why it's so important for us to continue to advocate for getting people vaccinated, getting people boosted, making sure people are abiding by mask guidance. We know these steps work and they can protect people, and our medical doctors think that they are still going to provide additional protection from this variant. We'll know more in a couple of weeks, which is good, but we've been very focused on that so that employers and companies can also ensure and convey to their workforce that they will be safe and they're abiding by these recommendations. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Much of the public booster campaign that you all just announced is targeted specifically at getting seniors access to the booster, but just given the early confusion around boosters in the broader public, is there any more campaign that you can think of to target, say, young people, for instance?
Our campaign is actually focused at getting everybody who's eligible boosted, which is anybody over 18 at this point in time. And that's one of the reasons that we have one of the announcements, or one of the steps the president's going to talk about today, is these mobile clinics, or the opportunity for generations of a family to bring their kids, bring their grandparents, and all get vaccinated and boosted at the same time. So our objective is to get every eligible adult boosted, get every eligible adult vaccinated, and we're continuing to build on steps we've taken to increase access, and that's a big part of the president's speech and announcement today.
That only about 59% of the public are vaccinated, though, and the U.S. is falling behind some of our peer countries in this regard. Are you all considering any strategies, maybe from adopting from abroad, or considering what public messaging has been successful or not in shifting strategy on this thing?
Well, more than 82% of the public has received at least one dose. So that's a good step forward. Obviously, we're going to continue to build on that. But the United States has one of the most effective efforts in the world to get people vaccinated, and we'll continue to build on where we've seen success. Go ahead, Karen.
Two questions on boosters, and one's a follow-up to what he was just asking. We've heard the White House say there's 100 million Americans who are eligible for boosters who haven't gotten that shot, and only 44% right now of eligible seniors have gotten their booster. Why does the White House think that the pace of boosters is sluggish at this point? Like, what's not being done to convince Americans who got their shots to get this extra shot? Why is it slower?
Well, it's hard to get into the minds of every American and why they are or aren't getting boosted. So that's a hard question for me to answer effectively from here. What we do know, obviously we don't want to be, we would prefer not to be in a situation where we are dealing with an unknown variant. I think everybody can understand that. But the fact that there are unknowns, and we are out there encouraging people to get boosted at the time where we're still learning more about a variant. We've seen numbers go up. We hope that more people will take this seriously and get boosted. I can't assess, though, why people psychologically are or are not getting boosted.
And the plan that the president's going to talk about today calls for expanding capacity at pharmacies for boosters. What exactly would that look like? Is that a focus on supply? What are pharmacies, what do they need to do to speed things up or get more robust efforts going there?
Yeah, it's about making sure we're reaching more pharmacies, that we are making sure they have the supply needed to ensure that boosters are available in pharmacies across the country and in communities that are harder to reach. So it's just expanding access, it's expanding supply, getting to more communities, and building on the steps we've already taken to date. Go ahead.
A question on shipping vaccines overseas. As part of the announcement today, the administration wants to accelerate shipments overseas, 200 doses in 100 days. What is enabling that acceleration? Is it higher production? Is it shifting from domestic use to international use? Can you explain a little bit more about that?
Well, we've always committed to doing both domestic and international use. I don't believe it's taking away from our domestic supply. Yeah, it's expediting our plans to provide vaccines to the global community. We've also been able to move more quickly as it relates to giving vaccines to a lot of countries because we've done this before. There's a blueprint, and in the initial stages, I think many of you may remember, there were sometimes logistical or other hurdles we had to get through with countries. Now we have a blueprint and ability to do that, so it can move a little more quickly. But I can check and see if there's more detail on how we expedited it logistically.
And China says they're contributing as many, if not even more, doses than the United States is. Obviously, the administration said that they're the biggest provider of vaccines overseas. How do you compare what the U.S. is doing and what China is doing? How do you compare those two vaccination efforts?
Well, I don't have their numbers in front of me, but what I can convey is that we are providing doses to the global community with no strings attached. I don't think that's the case for every dose from China.
Shouldn't have an assessment of how effective the Chinese vaccine is?
I don't have any from here. You should ask the public health experts that. Go ahead.
I just wanted to follow up on the issue of domestic air travel that came up a second ago. You said nothing is off the table. Does that mean there are active discussions about a vaccine requirement or some other change when it comes to domestic air travel? Can you clarify how active that conversation is, whether we could see something before Christmas?
I don't have anything to predict on that front. There are active discussions about a range of things that will never see the light of day every single day. And our COVID team is going to continue to bring ideas forward, continue to make recommendations. We'll see what they come up with and what's discussed. And the president takes their advice and counsel very seriously. But I would say there's discussions about a range of options every day. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I have two questions about the upcoming Democracy Summit.
Sure.
So there's been concern among some Asian countries that the summit is putting them in an uncomfortable position because they feel like they have to choose between the U.S. and China. What is your response to that? And Russia's foreign ministry and the Chinese embassy also raised concerns recently about the summit. So what is your response to their criticism that the summit is dividing countries?
Well, our objective with this summit is to bring together 110 governments representing diverse democratic experiences around the world, as well as civil society and private sector leaders, to discuss how we can work together to protect democracy around the world, to stand up for democracy around the world. That's nothing we're going to apologize for, no matter what the criticism is from any country around the world. And it's an opportunity to also be clear that we should always be, no democracy is perfect. No democracy is ever final. And we should continue to build on that, discuss, engage, encourage
democracy
positive
final.
change. So that's our objective, and hopefully countries who participate will feel this is an opportunity to be a part of that positive change moving forward. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I appreciate it. So on these new COVID guidelines, only the new transportation mask mandate or the extension has a date attached to it. That is extended to March 18th. The rest of the measures are in place for the duration of the public health emergency. How long does the administration anticipate the public health emergency portion of this will last?
Well, I can't give an end date on that because we're still in the middle of fighting the pandemic. I will note that there are a couple of pieces that we have dates on in terms of when they will start. I'm not suggesting that was your question, but that is the determination that will be made by the CDC, by our public health experts, not a political determination. So we will wait for their guidance on that.
The 212F restrictions, though, were in place for 20 months, nearly 2 years. Is it your anticipation that we could see some of these measures in place for that long, or is it more a matter of weeks in this case?
I can't give you an assessment of that because we're going to base it on the public health guidelines, what steps we need to take to protect the American people. Go ahead.
Why doesn't she like that girl?
Can I just ask on the funding really quickly? Most of these programs, if they require funding, are being funded by previous congressional packages and anything that's left over. Is there anything left over from the CARES Act and the American Rescue Plan, or does the administration need to go back to Congress to ask for more money if it were to, say, reimburse insurance companies for some of these tests?
Well, there's also funding that was in the American Rescue Plan. There's funding that's been proposed in Build Back Better. I'm not aware of additional funding being requested beyond that at this point. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Just follow up on international travel restrictions. Sure. Just to get an idea of what the general direction here is. You said the administration is going to assess day to day. And for example, today we learned that Norway is suspecting a large cluster of cases linked to the new variant. variant. So what's the idea? Is it to multiply restrictions, or is it to lift those already in place because the variant has spread already and nothing can be done to delay the spread?
Well, we're going to assess both, and it will be assessed by the CDC, by our health and medical experts, and we'll rely on their guidance. So I wouldn't expect the lifting of restrictions before we know more about the variant. We will continue to evaluate if additional restrictions need to be put in place. None of these are meant to be permanent. None of them are meant to be a punishment. They're all put in place to protect the American people, to hopefully save more lives. Go ahead in the back. Go ahead in the back.
I wanted to ask about the second Omicron case from today.
Sure.
The CDC is saying that it was the individual who tested positive was at a convention in New York. Is there concern at all about super spreader events like that, where this individual was there, or with what happened in California?
So the CDC is the best entity to speak to contract tracing, which they will do extensive contact tracing on. And I would also point to the fact that the Minnesota Public Health Department also has a press conference coming up at noon. So I will let them speak to how they're approaching that.
Jen, on the travel
If I could also ask you about the at-home COVID test.
Sure.
The test, when can Americans expect to be able to use their private insurance to cover this? I know that there's going to have to be a rulemaking process out of HHS and Treasury, might be one more agency, labor in there. When can Americans expect to be able to actually use this coverage?
That rulemaking, we expect to get clear guidance by mid-January. So that's really the next step. Beyond that, I can't predict at this point. But we are going to get free tests in places at like rural health clinics and community health centers. That's something we're going to start to do this month. Go ahead.
Travel restriction. You keep pushing this narrative.
Go ahead. Okay, let her finish. 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 Sir, she was asking a question. Go ahead. Go ahead. We will expect to learn more about that process in mid-January. They'll give an update by then. Go ahead.
Two questions on the winter COVID plan. One question, one clarification. So the administration in that plan is releasing a safe school checklist, and it says to give schools a clear game plan on how to get as many staff and students vaccinated as possible. So is the president pushing for vaccine mandates for kids, or would they support, or would he support a vaccine mandate for school boards to impose that?
Well, I think we gave more description of this, but let me give you an example. And as somebody who has kids in elementary school, other people may relate to this. Most elementary schools, or a lot of them out there, if there's somebody who tests positive for COVID, that often means that people with close contact also have to quarantine for a set number of days. That's the process in a lot of different schools. These decisions are made school district to school district. One of the pieces you'll hear him talk about that has been implemented in other places is looking into this question of whether there can be additional testing that can be administered in schools so that you can keep kids in school. The objective is to keep kids in school. So that's kind of the most vibrant example I would give you of what we're really talking about here.
And the clarification, so the winter plan, the administration is pushing pharmacies, or is the administration pushing pharmacies to make more robocalls and robo-text to people? It says millions in this.
Yeah.
Because I can't get CVS to stop calling me.
They say they buy robocalls?
Well, look, I think what our objective is here is to make sure people know where they can get a vaccine and get a booster. And a lot of people are still confused about that. And access, we know, is a huge barrier. So I'm sorry about all the calls. That means CVS is just, I guess, doing a very effective job, but that's what our objective is. I have to wrap this up in a minute, but Patsy, go ahead. Patsy, go ahead. Go ahead.
So just following up Chris's question.
Let Patsy, I just answered it. Simon, I answered a question on this. Let Patsy.
Simon,
I answered a question on this. Let's let Patsy ask a question. It's not effective to scream over your colleagues in here. Let's let Patsy ask a question.
Question on sending vaccine doses abroad. Can you specifically talk about the plan to send directly to humanitarian settings and conflict zones? Do you have any idea?
That just reminded me of my dad.
Who will be
That's
working
it.
with?
Can you say the beginning part of your question again, Patsy? Sorry.
Well, part of the administration's plan is to send out 200 million doses in the next 100 days, including humanitarian settings and conflict zones.
Yeah.
Can you talk specifically about that, please?
Yeah, Patsy, and I'll get you more details on this, but what we typically do is we work through trusted global health partners like the United Nations, other NGOs that are trusted who can get humanitarian assistance and aid, including vaccine doses, into communities. So that's typically how we would approach it.
Just another follow-up on a question that my colleague asked, and you said you'll give more specifics on the Democracy Summit.
Yeah.
Which is, what are the criteria in determining who gets invited? Why are you, for example, leaving out Sri Lanka and Bangladesh and inviting Pakistan? Why are you inviting Kosovo and Serbia but not Bosnia?
Well, our objective here was to invite a range of countries, a range of civil society leaders and other private sector leaders to have a discussion about democracy. It does not mean that we are that everyone we're inviting we're giving a stamp of approval on. Every democracy is a work in progress, and it doesn't mean that we are giving the opposite of a stamp of approval or a negative stamp to people who are not invited. This is just meant to be include and invite a diverse set of voices, countries who can speak to our global effort to protect democracy. George, I'll have to be the last one.
Beijing Olympics, if you don't mind, if you have any more updates on whether the president has made his decision on the Beijing Olympic, and whether the decision-making process include considerations on human and women rights in light of the treatment of the Chinese
Simon get a technical?
player, Peng Shuai, after she disclosed that she was sexually mistreated by a Chinese official.
I don't have an update today. I will say, broadly speaking, as I've conveyed before, that of course any decision takes into account a range of issues, including human rights, our concerns about them, issues we have been quite outspoken on. George, let's do George and Amish, and then we got to wrap it up. Go ahead, George.
I wanted to see if you could clarify the situation on the continued steel tariffs on the UK. There was a report in the FT that said that was because of concern that the British were going to harden the border with Ireland. The UK trade minister said that's a false narrative. Is there a link?
I'd have to check on that with our team. I haven't delved into that deeply today, so let me do that, George, and we'll get back to you. Go ahead, Jamish.
Hi, I have two quick questions. The first is just because the Omicron variant is in several states, I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit about why the travel ban still makes sense. And I know you talked about the timeline still being iffy, but could you just maybe explain a little bit more why those travel bans make sense right now?
Well, again, this is all based on, it's not a decision made out of the White House. Ultimately, it's based on the recommendation always of our public health and medical experts. They have advised several days ago the president to put in place restrictions on a set of countries where we are seeing the variant, specifically in South Africa, spread to hundreds, if not thousands of cases, and neighboring countries because of the concern about spread. We will evaluate every day if those restrictions, any of these restrictions should be expanded upon. But again, there's more at this point. We're still learning about the variant that our team is working 24/7 to assess. And I don't have any prediction of an end to any restrictions or additional ones at this point in time.
Part of the administration's ramp up is requiring insurers to cover the cost of rapid tests. But there are obviously millions of Americans who don't have insurance. So I'm just wondering why not just subsidize the tests directly and give them and give them out freely like they do in Europe, given the fact that there are so many Americans that are uninsured?
Well, I answered a version of this a little bit earlier, but let me repeat some of the I think most important points here. One, we believe that our process for evaluating tests is the gold standard that other countries and parts of the world don't meet. We have 8 approved by the FDA. I believe I'm correct in that. We also assess a range of options for making tests available. So in addition to people being able to be reimbursed, we're providing 50 million tests to community health centers, rural clinics, something we're going to do this month to make them available to people who are uninsured and people who need access to these tests. So that is a step we're taking in addition to the ability of people to get reimbursement from their insurers.
Just on remain in Mexico, I know that there's a deal that's been struck. I know the lawsuit has forced President Biden to sort of have to deal with reinstating it. What's the next phase of this? Because obviously advocates are saying making asylum seekers stay in Mexico and remain in Mexico is dangerous and also a violation of their rights. Is there sort of a plan for that?
Well, I would say first the Department of Homeland Security, and just to reiterate some of the points I made earlier, but just in response to your important question, the president continues to believe that MPP has endemic flaws, imposed unjustifiable human costs, pulled resources and personnel away from other priority efforts. That's why we ended the program. That's why the Secretary of Homeland Security has repeatedly issued memos expressing the point of view of the administration. As you noted, this is a court order issue that we are implementing. The Department of Homeland Security can speak to the specific aspects of this, but they did announce some key changes to the program being announced to address some humanitarian concerns. It's in the courts currently, so that's where it is. But even as we are in a position where we have to implement it, we made some changes that they can detail in more further detail. Okay, thanks everyone.
Simon, it's your chance, bro. Did they mute the sound? They're like, they didn't even watch Simon, bro. They muted it. They're like, nah, cut the audio. Cut the audio. We don't want to hear none of this Simon talk. Bro, Simon, nah, he was there. They're like, fade him out. Fade him out. Bro, I kind of felt bad for the guy, but, I mean, he just, literally, he sounded like my dad and like, hello, hey, hold on, I have a question. I was like, damn, bro. His question was something about Africa. Something about South Africa. He was trying to say something, but I don't know. But other than that, you got the European close. You got a little bit of a drop here. The bonds have been selling off since European close, so that's a good thing. We're going up. Haven't seen too many reactions. We barely just broke above there on that candle, but some things are slipping. Amazon was just at a low. Again, watch Apple, but bonds are the key right now, I would say. And somebody asked about TLT. They said, is TLT good right now? It's not good. I mean, the point is, TLT is still in a danger spot. The fact that it's red now can justify some of the gains here. At least it won't get in the way as far as the correlation is concerned. But if you do look, I mean, we rallied up there on TLT, so you're actually just still pinned right here at the high. So it's not done just yet, and that's what we're kind of waiting for. So we will see what happens here. But been pretty decent so far. I mean, I like how it's looking. I mean, I didn't want it to be that confusion. I mean, 1% up here, everything with tech stocks is still having it. So as long as it's holding up, I think it's chill. But we're not really out of the woods just yet. I mean, if we confirm and it starts to rally from here post-European close, things will start looking good. But if it does start to come, I mean, VWAP is your key. You just want VWAP to keep rising. You want the market to stay above that. Everything will be good. But other than that, it's chill. The premiums on the Tesla, I think it's break even or give or take. Right, I'm down 2%, so those didn't even move. So think about it. I bottom ticked the Tesla in the worst way possible, and it shot up. You know, I told you I got your back. But then the premiums, I'm only down $20 after all of that. So this time I didn't play a weekly. So that's why it's not too bad. That's why I am gonna average on it. That's why I'm using it. If we did start to go down, I mean, I want to see. I think Tesla will be decent for the volatility along with those HDs, but even then, a lot of the puts from yesterday are still holding up. Like HD, we still got 10% profit. It's starting to slip now because of the decay, but for the most part, it's still. I mean, the volatility, the premiums are holding a lot better than they were yesterday, but we didn't have the gap up. You've actually got a lot of movement here today. So how we play out from here, that would be key. What do you mean by sit if they close red? Well, it doesn't. It's one thing like. Europe closed red, but the point is, right when Europe closes, you see bonds started to sell off. It's going to free up some of the activity there in the market. So literally, bonds could be selling off right now simply because Europe is closed, and now there's a portion of money that's missing now from the market. So usually after Europe closed, our market is able to it'll really set the tone for how we're feeling here. Otherwise, we had a little bit of the broader global influence there in the morning. But we're coming up now. Things are looking good. Again, this is why. We're going to track really where do we end up from European close. You want to see if it keeps going up or if it ends up down. Now it's starting to go up. So things are decent there. Watch Apple. That's the breakout leader. So they're holding up. If Apple goes positive, this is going to be crazy. Again, the Apple plays from the other day, they've held up the whole time. They're still up 10%, so they're not going up as much on here. But again, they're still holding premium. So watch if that starts to lead. Playboy had the Cardi B news. Microsoft started to tick up right there. PayPal is at the top. PayPal, little mini pop right there. PayPal's actually getting some volume. Yeah, CNBC Chicle. So it could be because of CNBC. HD, yeah, HD's up a lot. It's crazy. HD didn't move that much yesterday. The puts got killed. So they're holding up now, but that's why, I mean, the market is still a little jittery. You could see it now with how the puts and calls are holding. But even then, calls aren't doing too bad as well. I mean, those Microsoft plays, where are they? The IBMs from this morning, 7%. Microsoft's down 1% from yesterday. So remember, we bought Microsoft yesterday. So are we higher or lower? Oh, yeah, we bought Microsoft here, and the contracts are only down 1%. So it is holding Playboy again. PayPal just got the CNBC hype. Nigerian's pumping Playboy. They also had the Cardi B news. Square coming off the block. Remember, Square had the name. They changed their name to Block yesterday. Ticker is going to stay the same, but they're more crypto-focused. PayPal, 2 big candles is going. Oh, Nigerian was on PayPal, not Playboy. I feel you. The P's could get you. All right. PayPal should change their name to Chain. That's cute. Like, what's your name? We're Block. What's your name? We're Chain. Blockchain. Bro. Yeah, I like it. I'll be down. NFTZ. Not. Is it an NFT stock? Fed barking inflation will make the December FOMC task difficult. Yeah, barking, he was getting really, really shady. South Africa records 11,000 COVID infections, up from 8,000 Wednesday. But that's not just Omicron, that's just total. Africa's COVID positivity test rate is 22% from 16% on Wednesday. That news is coming across now. I don't know if it'll affect the market here. I mean, you're getting a Chicle. It may just be a coincidence, but we'll see. That sounds like a lot in South Africa. Snow is continuing up. Remember, that's an earnings continuation right there. PayPal is still rocketing. Again, the CNBC pump, it's working. You already had steam today, and it's coming up off the bottom. NFT, it's an NFTZ ETF. Could we look into this? I will a little later. Not anything immediate, but the first thing I would check is what makes up the portfolio, just like we did with the Meta ETF. Yeah, PayPal's still going. That's top right. It's ripping. Bonds are dropping even more, so this is a good sign so far. We're slightly above the euro close, so things are looking decent for now. What time is it? 9:03? 9:06? Apple, there you go. Amazon bounce. Dude, PayPal is still going. PayPal's really ripping it right there. That is an aggressive Nigerian pump. DraftKings, is Roblo back in the game? Roblo's back to new highs too. Airbnb looks decent. Pfizer on the lows. XLF running, yeah. So again, where's that play? Because I kept that one small. That one's down 13%, $39. First rate on PayPal. So why are we up? I mean, this is just the bounce from, we're not even that up. I mean, we're barely above the close of the other day. You're like literally right at the close of Tuesday, which was ugly. That was the Powell put. So we're up today. It's kind of a relief rally. It's just you're not seeing full risk off like yesterday. The panic did not carry over into the morning, which is a good sign, even though we got a couple datas in the second case. But it's not, I mean, you're still right back up to the level. I mean, up is a very relative word. I mean, we're up today, but in the scope of the week and everything else, we're not quite there. It's our birthday, Lee. Happy birthday, baby. And you get to spend your birthday in volatility. Volatile birthdays, those are the best. You know what I'm saying? You're never going to forget this. You're never going to, I was turning 20. Let me tell you a story. I remember when I was turning 40, I was 50. This was about like 90 years ago. But I remember there was a volatility in the market there. What was his name? The guys for the World War II came on the Wall Street floor, and they said to us about the volatility. They said, no, we lost the war. I said, who? And he started telling me the story. I'll save you time today. But then he started telling me, come on, hold on. No, but we found out about the war. And then they started coming in, and we made a lot of money off the volatility, which is a long time ago. But the point is, we built back better from that concept point in time. It's not, I kept thinking about it for this day. I said those people on the you know what I'm saying, the ones working. So it paid for itself at the end of the day. But it's not, the market's going up. Pay attention. Stop it. Come on, go. Get back to there. Build back. Look, it's an all-time high. Yeah, so we're right at Tuesday's close. We're right at Tuesday's close. Bro, PayPal is nuts. That one's good. I like that. I don't want to play it, but that's good to see something move. You know what I'm saying? Like to actually get like follow through and to get a movement. It's good. LGVN did make an offering. They did a private offering at $18 a share, or $17.50. That was yesterday and announced, I think. My birthday's everything tanked from Corona. Never forget. We drank Coronas for Corona. There you go, baby. And you made it through. That's the key point. They don't feel me. Still very, very early. 9:10. We're slowly edging up. Bonds are down. I mean, things are looking good. I mean, essentially, it's not looking like imminent sell-off here like yesterday. You're looking a little bit better than what you like yesterday. By this time, you see we had the gap up. Today you started low, you moved up. So the move was more natural. You did test a little bit, but it's better. I mean, again, by 11:30 here, this is yesterday where we would have been. So all day yesterday we were up and killing it, kind of like today, but then things started to crack around here. So you're still continuing. I think 11:30 is right here. You have an extra hour. So by last time when the market was down below VWAP, now we are up. It's looking like an opposite of yesterday. It may turn into the end of the Euro rally here, so pay attention. Things are starting to get gassed up. If people start feeling a little better, they might start. Honestly, I think the real gauge is Apple. I think you might have a good if Apple still has a little way to go, 1.3, but if they recover from there, people are going to be feeling better. I still have my 500 shares. I think we cashed out total like 35,000 net profit on Longeveron, and then I still have 15,000, which is not worth 15,000 now. I've not looked at what it's worth yet. What's it worth? What was it worth? I got 9,000 now, so we lost $5,000 on it yesterday from the thing. Santa almost here. It depends. We'll see. We will see. Day trade PayPal don't commit. It's good. I'm just glad to see a move. It's good to see a shooting star when it looked like there was only darkness. That sounded so deep, but. It's good to see this. It's really good to see volume come in. Even though PayPal's at the bottom, I want to see if it could continue and not if it comes straight down, that'll be bad. But if it could actually hold up, I mean, that's just something you want to see. That's like momentum again, Christmas, all of that. That's what I'm waiting for, because if this shit could hold up and you get these moves, that's what you want. Like yesterday on the Zscaler, like I got clapped on that one, but that was ridiculous considering. Bro, they got upgraded. They beat on everything, but you didn't even get a shooting star yesterday. Yesterday was just death. So it's good to see this, even if there's no play on it. I mean, now we could factor this in for other stuff, but let's, keep your head on a swivel here. We're climbing up, though. Again, like I'm saying, most signs are pointing green, or it's at least, you don't have any, there's no warning lights just yet. So even if we start to test, VWAP's going to start climbing a little bit, but it's doing it nice and steady. Puts are slowly declining, but the puts are still going to be expensive. Again, we're still up on some of those plays. The Amazons came down a little bit, so there you go. That put premium declined. Apple is still up. Tesla, I'm down 8% now, $70. The XLF, 15%, $44. Microsoft is only down 1%, and then IBM is up 5%, and then everything else is just stuff climbing back up like Roblo. Strange seeing how the sentiment could change at 24. Well, I am only talking about today. Again, everything volatility is still lurking. Don't get it twisted. Even if I'm saying today's looking good and there's no warning sign, I'm simply talking about right here, right now. So, because again, we're going to get more uncertainty. I could confidently say that for the next 2 weeks or next week now at this point, but we have a catalyst. But these are, we're just talking about today. It's not as if sentiment's changing. Again, this is the point I'm trying to get across here is that we are literally slightly above where we closed on Tuesday. It's not as if sentiment is changing. It's just not getting worse from yesterday. Do you see the difference? How it's like you could say, oh, well, everyone's fine. No, not everyone's not chill again, but it's at least not as worse as yesterday. It's not escalating from yesterday. So it's good to see, but again, we got the euro close. We're on edge a little bit, just because. I mean, if it does turn around here, but everything for now today is looking like a good sign. Yeah, you have not lost any more blood. The bleeding has stopped to a degree, but it does not mean that there is still we'll see if the market or Powell gets infected. I want to double dip on the Arab B&Bs. I'm waiting for those. I'm waiting. And you have a jobs report tomorrow too. So, I mean, again, people may be willing to wait for that to see. If the market sneezes, it could open up the wound. See there, you look at y'all. Your analogy game is getting on point. Y'all feel me. As long as you just understand that. I mean, that's why we're really monitoring this close. When SPY's hitting a new high, things are coming back up. Again, PayPal, just watch that one. Keep your eye. Watch if bonds keep going lower. I think that's a bullish indicator. Apple is going up. Again, if Apple goes positive, then people will start getting excited because Apple going positive is still a big gain. Don't forget that. And the premiums are up from before. Long term is 1 year old this month. Wow. Amen. December. Isn't that crazy? Y'all know there's 4 weeks till Christmas. Y'all got four Fridays till Christmas. This one and then 3 more. They don't feel me. Holy emoji. I feel you. Let's go, man. Rohit does that. I've banned this guy like 15 times. And I unbanned him. And then he just gets unbanned to just spam emojis. He does it. A lot of people do. It's so weird. You know what I'm saying? But I guess it's probably tradition. It's probably tradition. That one I don't understand too much. But I'm just okay, I think maybe I'm not culturally aware of something. So I'm cool, man, that's cool. Came for the Spotify links. Well, that's my uncle. It's Uncle Answers on Spotify. He's on YouTube too. It's free 99. Probably 8 years old. I don't know, but he randomly throws in a spy put comment every now and then. I don't know, maybe some 8-year-olds nowadays. Shit. So, red candle. Again, we got a little cushion. We're not home just yet. XLF rocketed. That was a bad put, but thankfully we kept it small. GM's still up. SPY puts are cheap. I don't know. If my HD puts are still expensive, I do not know. My face is still on my Instagram. Really? That's crazy. Someone plug Josh's Spotify name. This guy's just not even listening. He has no idea what's going on. We already answered that. He's like, what? I don't even know. I think you have dual personality because Uncle Answers is you. I think you have a smoking and substance problem. Okay? Because that's the first time you said anything not related to weed in the chat. And now I'm concerned. Are you okay? Is somebody after you? If someone's after you, let me know, man. I know Marcelo. I've read all of his comments. I'm telling you, he's always so I got to make sure. Because he never said anything not related to weed. Yeah. But yeah, Uncle Answers. That's the profile you're looking for. Weed helps. I got you, bro. I love you. I'm just making sure. You say stop the Delta hate? Oh, the Delta 9. Got it. How come you don't like bros for the long term? I've never been to Dutch Bros. So I don't know about it. I mean, I'm honestly just still waiting to get Starbucks in the long term. That's one that I've not gotten to pick up, and I'm surprised considering how much I've gone to Starbucks in my life. They kind of trade like Walmart. If you haven't seen it, they trade like, they move very, very slow, and then all of a sudden they'll start chilling out. So, but I like Starbucks a little bit more. Keys and Dollar Tree. High ticker's ripping right now. Keys, Dollar Tree, CDW. It says dollar. It's not, my chart's not updating. Dollar Tree starting to go. Ford's hitting a high right now, so watch out. Apple's still going, so not every name is moving with it, but we're probably about to see another high right now. Amazon, epic bounce right there. Amazon's bounce is good. It's looking decent so far. It is looking decent. You went to Dutch Bros. They got some wild Red Bull drinks. Say less. Say less. I like Red Bull. Uncle is on Apple Music and YouTube. You can find him anywhere, man. That's it. Especially in the gym. Especially in the gym. NVAX is dropping. NVAX and Myrna got clapped. And then I think Pfizer, again, it's just some days they just go down, and that says a little bit. Starbucks, say no more. I got you. Thank you for your time. God bless you, Jimmy. Jimmy's gotten me a lot of Starbucks over the years. So God bless you, my friend. And thank you. Orna! Dutch Bros makes you feel awkward when you order. I just want my drink. I get awkward. I don't know how to react. I was at Chick-fil-A the other day, and the chick taking my order, she was like, "Cool car," and I just didn't know what to say for some reason. I was thinking about the market, and then I was just like, "Yeah," I was like, "I like it because it's shiny." And then that's it. It was weird, and then it was kind of awkward for a second because I just didn't know what to say. I just said, "No," I said, "I like it because it's shiny." I just didn't know what to. I just got caught off guard totally. So I feel you. Sometimes I'm not fully conversational ready when I want food. Never sure they weren't suppliers to hit growth targets. Again, some people said the Apple rumor. They said the Apple thing was a rumor. They said any supplier releasing that data, is probably not going to be a supplier anymore. But it was a little bit, they've done this every year. I could remember so many times that Apple right in Christmas season or right after would lower guidance. So it's good. Apple's leading the way. Only down 1% now. SPY's hitting the high. A lot of things are bouncing here right now. You're going to start getting some gas. Let's see if it keeps going up. If it keeps going a little crazy here, watch for the put premiums to really start decay. If you have any puts that are positive, when they go negative, that'll say a little bit about there. We're already negative on the ones we got today, but I'm really talking like the HDs. HDs are 5% now. Those might come down here. The Amazon's already lost premium. The Apples are now starting to tick up. So things are starting to move a little bit. Down 10% on the thesis. XLF still. Microsoft needs to come up. We'll see there. And the IBMs as well. It's looking decent, just moving slow. It's like slow, but it's slow but constant. So it's at least the fear is not, imminent fear is not there just yet, but if it does flip-flop, we'll see. IBM came down. IBM, you should have held, Habibi. We did not, I don't think we got that Intel news, honestly, and it may just be right around the corner. They were supposed to announce a $30 billion plant in Europe or something. Any more news events? I think we already got Yellen. We already got the Fed people. I think we already heard from OPEC. I think that's it. You're going to give Biden, he has a couple remarks, and then I think that's it. I forgot about the Chewies. So Apple's still going. Apple only down 0.8 now. Again, it's starting to lead the market here. You could kind of see it. Market's like right here relative on the Apple chart. Apple's leading the way. People are coming right back to the safe haven. Again, it was up a lot. I think the debt ceiling problem can cause a lot of volatility. It kind of ties into the government shutdown, but debt ceiling is more important than shutdown. However, that's still on the cusp. That was one of the big factors that I think is at play here in the market, because last time you had debt ceiling fears, it was September, and ironically enough, we are right at the September level. So we're either going to bounce off that or not, but I think that's still in play. But pretty much in the next 2 weeks, you got two big catalysts. And they're going to be around the same day. It's going to be Jerome Powell on December 15th, and I believe that one of the cutoff dates for the debt ceiling is the 15th or the 31st. So those right there are going to be very, very key moments. Any good plays? I like the IBM. I think I only made IBM. I got a Tesla, the XLF. That one got a little clap, but I kept that one small. I think all of them. I did 400, 300, and then the Tesla was a little bit more expensive, but I'm trying to keep them a little bit smaller than some of the flip plays I've been making, but those are the only ones I made. Tesla, I may average down if there's volatility, but this time I didn't get a weekly, so I'm glad that I didn't get completely destroyed in 2 minutes, so I'm proud of myself, but we'll see. Other than that, those are the only plays. I got a couple things I'm looking at, but I just want to see how we finalize. I think probably middle of the day here or a little bit later, probably like 11, 12, I may want to make some other plays. Appreciate the rundown. We appreciate you, baby. Like the video. Say something positive to a Chad. Brighten someone's day. Stretch a little bit. How far out the money on what? On Tesla? Far out the money? Like just far out the money? HD is again, HD has a lot of meat on the bone. It's done very, very well, and this is one. They also have X dividend, which I don't know why anybody is buying this right now. But during volatility, this thing can move a lot. So that's why I like it. It's a hard one to play because it could still be a behemoth, and it could lead the market in a weird way. But that's why I like it, and the plays could really get cheap. So when they get expensive, they get expensive. When they get guttered, they get guttered. I mean, that's why I'm still positive on that HD play, which is a complete total opposite from yesterday. But I think that's making sense because I think every single time we're playing this, everybody is I think people end up holding some of these puts, and I think that's what's kind of holding some of the premiums. A little bit CRM. Watch Snowflake again, too. That's a post-earnings runner. Yeah, the Tesla put premium still holding. I mean, if it dies, I'm going to get a bigger one. But I think if it dies, it'll take some time. OPEC news, they announced that they're actually increasing supply. So kind of negative for oil and pretty opposite to what some people expected. God bless Chatadonia. God bless Chatadonia. My home sweet horn. Happy Friday, Junior. Come on, just wait till tomorrow. It's going to get crazy, too. Tomorrow going to get crazy. Ooh, I love it. Pretty big resistance here. Let's see. Again, it's just slightly above the close. At least we're higher than there. And I think, this is a key range to watch. The next one is literally right where we are, which is, what's it called? It's close. Friday's close. Friday's close. Tuesday close. Those are your down days, and those are pretty much going to be key points to either break or go below. So we'll see. And then, yeah, CPI is in a week or so, I believe, right? That'll make things even better. Anyone speaking tomorrow? I think, you ain't got nobody. You might get some Biden stuff, and Biden with some plans again with Omicron, but you might get a couple of health officials or even some CEOs of these companies, but I don't think anybody else. You will be getting, there should be a little bit more data. I think the big key for tomorrow is going to be the jobs report. Non-farm payrolls are tomorrow. So you got that, and then the ISM, and then factory orders. So you're going to get some economic data tomorrow. So that's still, I think that's still a little bit of a catalyst. Apple's leading. Apple's only down 0.6 now. Dude, that's crazy. That is crazy. They bought up, bro. Apple was down 3 today, especially after yesterday. PayPal, the star. The star is born. I'm excited. I have no play on this, but it's good to see. It's good to see. That means, you got people are getting some confidence here. So you want to see that because then that way the options will keep juicing. If people otherwise, when people get scared, they're like, nah, man, I ain't trying to play them options right now. And then the spreads widen. It's kind of good. There's kind of a benefit to all the people in the options market. Is it better buying the money? It just depends on the type of play and what you expect. And then obviously your budget comes into play. I mean, I've been buying some in the money, some near the money, out the money. I mean, what it all comes down to is how much you're going to pay, though, right? Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you're in the money or out the money. What's the cost of that play? But whatever you put down is what you're going to risk. You know, if you lose 50%, it's that amount versus, you know, if you put $1,000 versus 500, those are two different amounts. Biden live at 1:40 Eastern today. NVAX getting demolished. Apple top a little bit. It outpaced. Notice the market's not moving the same way. Apple was outpacing the market here. Like I said, relatively speaking, the market's like right here, and then Apple, they move like another dollar above. Yeah, Novax is, I think, getting destroyed more than Myrna. Yeah, Myrna's not even that bad. And then Pfizer's going down too. Microsoftian, yalla, habibi. Microsofts are positive now. IBM's came down, but they're still green. You ever sell calls against your option? Yeah, we do it. We do the, what's it called? The ghetto spread. Novax rumor EU denied. That was yesterday too, or 2 days ago. You listen to RMIB 62 times this year. I was excited. Somebody listened to Uncle more than Taylor Swift. I was shocked because I know Taylor, like Uncle beat Kanye and Drake on some, but then there was one person who sent me one, and literally they had Uncle more than Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift was second. I was like, wow. That's amazing. I said, that's amazing. That's amazing. Space Coop is on Spotify, bro. Come on. Uncle was number 2. We'll take it. We'll take it. Uncle was very grateful. He was very excited. Very excited to show you what he's working on, too. Uncle's still working, man. Uncle's still working. Is lockdown good for home sales? Yes, sadly. It will. If there was another lockdown, the only thing I would like about it would be that it would hook up real estate to another degree. I would argue even a whole nother 15% from where you're at now. But people are still pricing in about 6 to 10% for next year on real estate. The lack of reaction on the second Omicron shows you're probably right. Yesterday was more about the Fed. Appreciate the work. And this, please, thank you. I love you. God bless you. But yeah, I still stand by it. I mean, even if it wasn't, I mean, I'm like, I just see it in a way where it just feels a lot like 2018. And I said this, I thought this year was going to be a mix of like 2015, 2016. But it's still like, I think the Fed cannot be ignored, not to mention some of the debt ceiling stuff as well, too. So it's just not really, the Omicron stuff, it's like I said, I think it's about 30% of the move we're seeing if I was going to try to quantify it. But that's not based off of anything. I'm just seeing what I'm looking at. It just seems like more of the moves are caused by something at the end. Yeah, 2018 got nasty, but it was because of Powell. They called 2018 the Powell put. So if you go find Uncle has a song called Powell Put. It was around that time because Powell, like the markets, it was disgusting. 2018 was nasty. And it was all because of it was a reverse repo issue. And then Powell and what he was saying with rates and all of that, he was very, very hawkish. This is again, we were all-time highs 2018, and then you had your volatility. This was one of the hardest things to trade, and then you did that for a month. So imagine going through this for a month, and then pretty much start of the year, that's what happened. But this was all because of the Fed. This was the reverse repo issue, but at the same time, it was a lot about Powell and what he was saying. I mean, nobody. I will tell you this still to this day. And if you were around this time, please, I mean, weigh in on the situation. But I'm 99% confident that to this day, we do not know why 2018 happened. Beyond Powell. Powell was a big contributor towards it. He was very hawkish, his approach and everything else. But as far as the repo crisis, we never really knew why the money disappeared that day. It disappeared for like a week or two, and there was a crazy liquidity crunch in the world. It was honestly wild, but we don't really we never knew what happened. Honestly, that's what I'm saying. It was and the trade war. This was before the trade war. This was before any of that. It was very, very wild. People just didn't show up. Yeah, but it was very rare. It caused, literally in the United States, like I think the repo rate shot up. It was like 20-something%. It was something nutty. I think it was global money getting trapped, and I think it was Fed policy. The yield curve was almost flat around then, and I think China was already slow, and then it started to affect us, and then the global currencies were going crazy again. 2018, 2019, I believe, or no, that was 2017. They made a China accord low key, but I think it was more just. I think the economy was bad. The underlying, the liquidity, the money, I think things in China weren't going good, and it was just finally hitting some big money. And again, this is what the Treasury market or the Fed acknowledged even a couple weeks ago, that the bond market was broken. Even in March, the bond market broke. Do you realize when we hit TLT, we broke the bonds? It was already broken, but our plays and people getting into it did not help at all. But the bond was. The bonds were messed up. The Treasury market was gone. That's why this is why they have to taper. This is why they're doing what they did, because if they didn't support the Treasury market, the whole financial system would have melted down because people wouldn't have been able to access money. And then you would have had defaults. You would have had a nasty domino effect. So I think it's just the nature of the Treasury market. I think the first breaking was in 2018, and then at the first sign of any issue, it could mess up a lot. I just don't think the real liquidity is there in times of panic. You need a backstop from the Fed. So I think they've learned that by now, but that's what I'm tying into all of it. It's again, though, that's the weirdest thing is that we could talk about it for days, but nobody really knows what happened on 2018 and why that happened. But there was a hawkish Powell, and there was a craziness. Yeah, SPY just crazy wick to VWAP. Let's see again. We're barely up at 11:30, so we're going to see again. We got a lot of time left. Oh, no. Our bonds. It's broken. FDA proposes to require farms to conduct assessments to help them identify and mitigate hazards in water. Their FDA proposes change to Food Safety Modernization Act. Yeah, are we going lower? I think next 2 weeks we're going to know. I think we have two catalysts. You got debt ceiling, but mainly you got Powell. And I think once Powell, we need to see what sort of attitude Powell comes with. Oh! Bradley Frizzle in the peach. You see, I said catalyst, I said Powell, and then boom! Bradley Frizzle in the peach, baby. Hard. Oh, the bonds are broken. Yeah, get a pony. Okay, bye. Omicron threefold rise in reinfection risk. The Omra news is hitting. The Mr. Hits, he's taking it over, baby. He might have some. I'm not seeing it, so Hits is probably early on that. Get ready for it. Get ready for, we'll see. How you choose which strikes. I usually look at the price or even where do I think the stock could go or even the type of stock it is. I mean, lower floats could move a lot more. I could go a little further out, but I've really been eyeing contract prices and trying to get closer to the money. But a big thing is what's it called? A big thing is the just the price of the contract in general. So I know I've always said that, and some of you would see me go for like the $50, $60 ones, and that's because I liked further out the money ones. But now I'm just looking at all the premiums, and I'm going for the price of the contract more or less. And I'm looking to see where the deals are, what makes more sense, comparing it to everything else as well. U.S. grains, Omicron news hitting now. Dropbox launches shop. Dropbox looks good. The spreads on the contract is important because that's telling me about the price. So sometimes if there's a big spread, you might be able to snag a deal. But then other times too, that right now in this marketplace, when you start seeing the wider spreads, you got to be careful because I've noticed it. Like I went for plays. I would go and buy a play. Nobody would be trading it, and I would get filled, and then I'd call it out. And then once there would be volume on that chain, I would instantly go down 20%. So the wide spreads are dangerous right now. You just got to kind of, do it. Josh, stop spreading FUD because your Tesla play is burnt. Man, do you really think I care? You know what I'm saying? It's a good day, bro. I'm giving what I got to do. This is game time, baby. That's good though. I'm glad you only have Tesla in your portfolio. You won't have much to focus on in the middle of all of it, but we good, bro. We good. I'm glad as long as somebody hit. You know what I'm saying? I did it for the people, but I like it. Open interest is how many contracts are held. So the open interest is how many contracts are held being open right now. So if you buy a contract and hold it overnight, you're considered open interest. Your every contract will count as one. But then if you buy a contract on the day and then you sell out of it before the day closes, that contract is not open. It wouldn't go there. Roblo, watch even the bonds. They're coming down now. SPY wants to make another move. NVIDIA conference is today. People should stop really coming for you. Quick on the comeback. The point, I don't even want to, man. Like, you realize, like, honestly, man, I just got love. I wish it was peaceful. I genuinely, like, if everybody was just, like, super nice, I would love it, just because I'd rather just be on good vibes, like, because, I believe in the Lord, my friend, and, it's a personal dilemma because he gave me this ability to clap him. But, like, you're not supposed to do it. I got love for people, bro. I got love for people. That's all. And then, honestly, I forgot to bring up the great equalizer. You know what I'm saying? So, if you hating on anything, I mean, again, we got to come to this chart here to see if we could justify any beef. So, before you try to beef with me, just please let me know what number you stand on. I mean, I'm like in between like a 3 and a 4 maybe, but then I got like way, way bigger, crazier hair and stuff. And again, like I went to the gym too, but anyways, it's still like, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's all just humble ourselves. Let's look at our hairlines and stop fighting each other. You know what I'm saying? We're all stock traders. Our hairlines are going to go way faster than everybody. So it's just like we all got these jacked up hairlines. I don't know why we are fighting each other. We should be going after these fucking Channing Tatum motherfuckers with the full-ass hairlines. You know what I'm saying? Or these little kids in the chat, they got full-ass hairlines. Like, that's fine, but we should be easy on them anyways too, So, like, I don't get it. It's just all love, baby. We just got to all humble ourselves, myself and you, Yeah, bro, we need to fight against male pattern baldness. Like, why are we fighting each other? There's a bigger problem. Man, I'm a 2, but you got grays? No, that's a blessing, bro. That's a blessing. You probably killing it, man. Trust me. That's it. I don't want to beef with you, man, okay? If you sitting at a 2, just don't beef with me, please. Please. Stop body shaming. Bro, this is my body. I'm just saying, even at the end of the day, I'm letting you know y'all picking on a motherfucker who got a hairline that's pushed back. So why are you coming at me? And that's what I'm saying. This is for everybody. This is the great equalizer. It's not even like that. So, just let's just keep the peace. Let's just keep the peace. As simple as that. Man, it's coming. The Omicron news Hits posted it, but I'm not seeing it come up here throughout. Like, it's not like getting crazy, but we did slow a little bit from there. So wait, we'll see. Sarcastic deadpan delivery is killing me. I'm glad you could appreciate that. You know, because sometimes I do, you know, I'll get in that voice and people don't really, like, they don't get it sometimes. That's why they, like, half the time people think I'm, like, super serious. So God bless you in your soul, man. God bless. I'm not even meaning to be in this voice, too. I'm like, fuck, okay. You know what I'm saying, man. I love you. I love you. You say the homicon? Yo, Omicron, my home. Bro, I saw one. It was a Omicron Omarion remix. If your girl come close to me, then she gonna be in that quarantine. I was like, damn, that's pretty funny. The Omarion variant, bro. He'll get you. He'll get you. Be safe. Be safe. DraftKings cheek lay. Bro, haven't you had enough? Like, how is this thing, like, come on, DraftKings? It's good though. I'm gonna buy some more of you, but I'm like, dude, just chill for a second. Chano's comments on DraftKings. DraftKings CNBC. Denver Broncos interviewed Banks about potential sale. What? Yo, who is that? Have a potential sale of the franchise. Break down the clearest indication. And if Broncos may hit the market, somebody could buy that. Again, David Tepper, he owns the Panthers. That would actually be, remember, we saw some news on some shit related to even just stadium stuff, so. The estate of Pat Bolin. Josh, buy the Broncos. I mean, I need Roblox at like $900 before we can. I need a little bit. You gotta give me a couple years, man. Y'all think I got it? Like, that's a Bronco. I could buy a Ford Bronco. I don't know about the Denver Broncos. Like, man, like Bronco. I don't know. What do we? Depends how much. I don't know. I could get creative with financing and all. I'll be like, y'all take a payment plan. Can y'all do a payment plan? I'll give you 0.5% down today, and we could do like 787 equal installments. We could figure this out. I'm sure y'all got stimulus package at all. No, Build Back Better. No, we can't build the Broncos. Build Broncos better. Come on. No, okay, that's fine. It was worth a shot. Can you wholesale the Broncos? Nah, that is like, it's an organized business, unfortunately. You can wholesale businesses, you know that? So I'm pretty sure that's what young Buffett's Wall Street Stocks dad does. You could sell businesses, you could like wholesale them, and you could literally go buy a successful company, a private equity, or you could even go buy a mom and pop store. You would be surprised how many of these companies exist. And you could buy a company and you could wholesale it to somebody else, or you could even do it like you could buy a company, clean it up a little bit, get some of the financing in place for the buyer to make it work, and then you could flip it, and then you could even take a stake or just pull out cash. But in the NFL's case, it's more of a cartel. So like you can they won't let an outsider come in. I mean, I've tried to get in some negotiations way back in the day, not with the NFL but the NBA, but like they don't like little Middle Eastern kids. So they only like China. But that's an NBA joke. But no, I tried. We did back in like 2015, 2016 with the Lakers, but they're really, really like political there. They like close it off. They ain't gonna let you. They won't let you be able to do that. So you can't make a bid, accept it, and then sell it to someone else. How do you find good business to buy? It's just pure fundamental analysis. That's it. You like go find a company. You go on Craigslist. Have you ever seen businesses for people will sell businesses on Craigslist? That, or you would go through more official channels, and if you have connections, you could go to a business broker. Again, I think that's what Young Buffett's pops does. He's a broker with it, so you could find someone who specializes in this, and what you do, You get leads on businesses ready to sell. Usually it's old people. It's people who've ran a company for a long time and they're just ready to just offload the company. They'll even show you how to run it for a year or two, or you could just you don't even need to keep it. It's whatever you want to do with it. But you just look at their businesses, like the fundamentals, assets, revenue, income, net income, and you're able to get an idea of, okay, this produce cash or not. Or sometimes people will buy companies just to use their assets to leverage it and take out credit lines. So because you could probably buy a company cheaper than how much you could leverage it for. DraftKings still selling off. You had the Chanos comment. SPY still at the high. Yeah, Trump tried to buy the Bills. If he couldn't do it, I don't know what chance we have. Yeah, they're very strict. They to become an NFL owner, you have to join a different cult. Little baby Chad has entered the world. Congratulations, Battleborn. Orn. Amen. South Africa NICD says Omicron variant evades immunity. There was some bad headlines. Again, his posted it, but we're not reacting to Omicron today. It looks like we've gotten off of it. We had second case news. We are now well above Tuesday's close. I think we're above Friday's close now, almost. So that's the next level. I think we might top here unless it gets super bullish. The top for today will probably be 460, 459 and some change. Let's see. Because that's going to be otherwise. Again, VWAP's going up. Look at European close. We had the little bit of a shakeup, but you're coming up from there. Again, we've had green light for about an hour yet. No yellow yet. Walmart broke. Walmart was killing it. Oh man, it's still positive, but that's crazy. HD, I'm still up 4%. The Apple's 15. Tesla, I'm only down 1%. See, that's why I'm never buying a weekly ever again. Because last time that move cost me 100%. This time, the play's at down 1%. I'm sad about Airbnb. You're sad about the wrong thing. So I'll tell you this. Are you ready? I got my November numbers. I got my November profits on the Airbnb. It's looking hot again. I mean, that's usually how I base some of my estimates. The more I start to make on Airbnb, again, that whole 6 months leading up into this, it was killer, but the numbers are coming in good. But the thing about Airbnb is, I'm really looking into, they're going to have a hot season, which is this season pretty much. Summer and Christmas is pretty good for them, but let me see. But yeah, I'm thinking ahead with it. So it's unfortunate. I mean, I had like 20K on that leap, and now I'm only up like 3K on it. But I still a big fan, and I'm not really I think Airbnb is, you got something there with it. I work vacation. Demand is red hot. Lots of families Airbnb. I know it's coming in very, very good. I'm impressed. Again. So, we'll just take a look here on the quarter so you could see. I mean, total revenue, though. But that was this quarter. I guess this quarter is going to come in. It's lower than this last season, but still higher than any other point this year. Again, $1.4 billion is expected. Remember, last time they did 2.2. You guys, there's not too many. That's a lot of money. Again, when we started looking, they bring in more revenue than Snapchat. They're bringing in more revenue than they're bringing more revenue than Roblox. Any company you could think of that you like for growth, the question is how much revenue are they bringing in? Because Airbnb, the revenue is still high. Even this quarter, it's going to be good. There's revenue. I think gross booking values, those are going to go up. So they should do good. And I think I think nights are going to get. Nights should be higher, but there's one more thing that we're going to do. I think there's operating income. Yeah, operating income is going to even be positive too. Again, so last time was the first time. So if they continue with that, it'll be good. People are worried a little bit after that, but if they surprise and keep it going, I mean, Airbnb, that's why like it's one thing to play the momentum and right here, but I'm also I'm thinking about Airbnb coming into January in their earnings or February, March in their earnings and what we're going to get there. That's where I think, you know, I'm trying to string together two of these moves. I still think after what we got with Airbnb, it's crazy. Even then, even at this price. I mean, for Airbnb to be priced at the same price when this thing was how much in revenue? People when they were at the same at 1.3 billion in revenue. So we didn't know about the numbers that made this thing go up. So if you're telling me the stock is trading at a lower price and then we have more information, I'm taking that any day. Honestly, if DraftKings wasn't down so much and Uber wasn't, I would probably pick it again here with the long-term deposit. Otherwise, I'm eyeing Uber and DraftKings, but Uber went up a lot today. When you get I'm looking at revenue. I'm looking at revenue, not the income. Again, this is a growth company. So their net income is going to be negative still. Let's see. Total revenue, non-GAAP. The EBITDA is very good, you see. Earnings before interest, tax. That's a way to even look at the overall business growth itself. And again, look at the EBITDA expectation. I mean, that's just analyzing the company, but I think their net is negative. Gross profit, operating, net income. Yeah. Net income was net income was 838 million. Damn, so it was positive. The only time they had negative, again, I think on that quarter, they were at negative net income. Well, yeah, again, their last quarter was even better. I just keep forgetting. I thought it was still negative. So, yeah, but even then, the guidance is going to be positive net income, positive EBITDA growth. I mean, things are looking good. And if they do better than expected, that's it. I mean, expectations are kind of high, but that's it. That's last quarter. And then so this is last quarter. The one that made the stock go crazy, and then this is the expectations for next quarter, which I'm talking about. Main quarter, they're going to get positive net income until they improve margins. Well, yes and no. If that was the case, then that's what next quarter will be so important, because then you're going to have 2 quarters. So it's not just one where they're making it up. You're going to have 3. And again, these were outliers because of the pandemic. And the biggest takeaway for Airbnb is that their bookings are higher than pre-pandemic and their revenue. I think the revenue is too. But I know that they're just doing more business and they're making more money than pre-pandemic. And this is a travel company. Nobody else is doing that. Not one travel company in the game right now is making more money than 2019. Roll blow. AERC pop in. The earnings are going to be in a couple months from here now. But that's what I'm saying. You know, we have a couple of plays. We still are holding it, but we're getting ready for that. They're growing when they aren't supposed to grow. Yes, February 24th. And that's what I like. I mean, if you haven't noticed, the companies, why do you think I like Roblox, Airbnb? These were the value. This is like their growth, but we found value when people didn't see it. Because simply, these companies are growing when every financial expert would have told you they're not going to grow. They're supposed to do this and be at this. That's why people would say they were overvalued or this and that. But it turns out that really wasn't the case now. Now, you got people scrambling, and that's why every single quarter of Airbnb, people are going to start changing their expectations as it starts to grow, because now it will keep growing, and you're saying, wait, this thing's growing. We have to factor that growth. And if it keeps going higher and higher, then there it is. PPSI, ARC halt. Didn't this go crazy the other day? Aero clean? Aerotine? Oh, wow. What the hell was this? I feel like I reacted the same exact way. Matterport, Roblo at the high. TLT's chilling at the bottom. Oh, Matterport's down 9. Ardex bussin'. Yeah, it's a crazy one. Same way, yeah. I was like, why do I feel like this is deja vu? Jim Chanos is betting against DoorDash, CNBC. Chanos, DoorDash, but I think he's always hated DoorDash. Saw your first Polestar in Montreal yesterday, truly on the street. Yeah, they're cool. It's the gangster Volvo. The Elon Volvo. He hated Grubhub. Ardex still going up. Wasn't this the one that got the price target of like $13 from Citi? Longevity Ron. Amazon's coming back down. Amazon's moving really volatile. Even Google or Apple's slipping a little bit. UWMC. Look at this little guy. Again, they've had a lot of things go in their favor. I mean, essentially, bond rates have been going, the rally here. If rates end up going lower, UWMC will benefit off of it. That's what I think saved them. Hopefully, Matt doesn't do anything stupid. Matt. Regulators move step closer to delisting China companies. So there it is. China news, delisting China companies. So watch out, though. This news might pump fake some people. Oh, shit. Wait, what? Did I get the wrong one? How come that's not updating? Yo, wait. This is showing me 2 different prints. What? Yo, my E-Trade is giving me a different print than TD Ameritrade. Am I on the right one? I am. It could be a pump fake. I'm down with it, though. It just gives me downside exposure. Nah, hold on. I went with the play, but the premiums are different on E-Trade and TD. Yeah, because I was looking into the screen. That's why the mic... I made a play on it. It's short term. They're not moving up just yet. Baba's going to be slower. JD's moving. All of them. We have that. Oh, no, the K-Webs are on the upside. Let's see. JD's getting clapped, bro. That was weird. So be careful on that. Yeah, JD has a lot more room on the bone, too. It kind of went up. That's weird, though. That was a weird-ass print. Let it bounce. Spy might bounce off it. It could be a dud. No, it could be a dud. Hold on. We'll see. I don't think the premiums will move too crazy, but watch out. Because the market got the candle, but then it's chilling out in the 3rd minute. Give it some time. It's not fake. It was an update there, but it's not. The market's taking it kind of in stride. I don't think the premiums, they didn't have too much of a premium. I don't think those will get clapped. They are shorter terms, but I think they were going for 42 cents yesterday. So let's see. That's Square on the high? Or Southern, SO. AERC. Yeah, news was U.S. regulators move 1 step closer to delisting China companies. Yeah, the JDs are expensive. You could go for Yang. That one could be decent. We'll just see how the premium comes in. How many steps are there? And like what? Oh, to delist them? A lot. There's a lot. You like block for the long term? I do, but they're going to need to get to a good price. They won't do that. Let's see. It hasn't hit CNBC yet. That could be, but we'll see. I mean, it's one that's causing reaction, but we'll see if they remember. Sometimes when we're too early and it's kind of like, again, we don't know how they're going to take it. You saw the reaction for now. I like the play I got though. I don't think the premiums are they're gonna hold decently. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Again, that one's shorter term though. Shorter term, but this is where I'm saying like even then. It was negative. Like they were only going for 47, so I paid about 10 cents more. So the contract is still pretty much down, but they were already up on the day. That's the thing. So there's a decent amount of risk, but I don't think like even if it kind of chills out, I don't think it'll get completely destroyed. E-inputs could still be in play, 100%. The question, this is probably, I think this is just going to be a news move, and then it chills out, and then you'll probably hear from this in a little later, and then you can make a play on it. You know, I don't know, a swing trade I would see, you know, just don't get caught up in the premium, but I'm looking for a flip here. Or just something based off of it. SOPA halted. JD's coming back up. Sorry, they might have the bounce there. Let's see. Again, they were already in the gutter. That was the thing. Yeah, BABA, there was news of delisting, or that they said U.S. regulators got one step closer to delisting China companies. Tesla breaking VWAP. Is it? It's holding up decent, though. The premium's there. EV, Neo, XPEV. It could be, actually. Those could be in the mix. How likely is that delisting companies in the past? It depends. I mean, I don't like, it's not like we haven't ever done it, but there's just a lot of big China ties. And again, Baba's a really big company and other stuff, but they have done a lot of crazy things. You know, again, like the DD fiasco, if it is a threat to U.S. investors and they're not playing fair, I mean, it's well within a government. They'll do that. I mean, again, we don't trade in China. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like it's too far off the realm of crazy politics. It really depends on what sort of beef they want to have or not have. That's the win. Microsoft dancing. Everything is. Apple even chilled out. Amazon coming back down. This would be good for, any of the China bank put stuff. But that's more related to default. This would just be bad for all the China stuff. So it's going there. Another leg. Premiums are still holding. Again, for a news thing to kind of not develop immediately, the premiums are holding decent. But I think that's just part of the volatility. Only a 1 cent spread. Why is the market? It's not really selling off now. That China headline hurt a little bit. There was a couple of Omicron cases or news on that right before. Otherwise, we were looking good. I wouldn't say this is even a yellow light just yet. If we come back here, it'll start to turn yellow light. Be on watch. Was it actual news or an opinion piece? I believe, no, it wasn't an opinion piece. It was came across the wire. MU insider trading. Again, there's an article on December 1st with Baba about it. Let me see. Where is it? I'm looking for, it's hitting CNBC. I'm looking for the other one because it just went across the screen real quick. But I'm trying to backtrack it. But it's hitting CNBC right now. Let's see if it causes the move. Again, there was one on December 1st. Yesterday, they were talking about it. Riot Hut. K-Web could be in play as well, too. Oh, soon. I mean, it would be a process. I'm sure it'd be something 6 months, 12 months away. But that's what they say every time, and they keep talking about it. So it's just and again, it would be the news. They'd give you a warning date, but even then, if it really did become official, you would watch it play out. So kind of coming down here. Again, I don't know if the premiums are moving. Let me know when the premiums jump. They haven't gone up yet. They have not gone up yet. Neo's starting to drop now. So they're already selling off. They're down 6. Again, Baba's holding up. JD might go down. We'll see. Again, this is current news right now. It's reacting, but we'll see how it plays out. Market, still want to keep an eye out for it. Yeah, it hasn't gone down too much. Neo premiums are jumping. Any plays for the vaccine stock? No, the vaccine stocks are down. Maybe during it if you start to see them tick up. But for now, today was kind of one of the sell days on all of them. There's news that they're just a couple steps closer towards, what's it called? A couple steps closer towards delisting China companies. ABUS positive article. They're popping. K-Web. K-Web is going down, yeah, so it's not just Baba's not moving, but K-Web is actually moving with it, the index. Interesting. I have old Neo put leaps, yeah. I'm sure they will come back if anything really got crazy. Lucid, Yang. Yang's like the UVXY. Trill XPav. All of them are starting to go now. Even K-Web's getting hit by it. Premiums are now, spreads are widening, but they're barely going up. But you're seeing the effect on the stocks here right now. Yeah, there it is. So here it is. So I'm waiting. This just came through Bloomberg's Newswire. But this is the news. U.S. regulators move step closer to delisting Chinese companies. So it's not an opinion piece, but there will be a follow-up. I think it's still developing, yeah. Because, again, it just hit CNBC. We got it before CNBC. Now it's hitting. The majority of names in the China ETF are leading down. Now our play is starting to move a little bit. We'll see. It's only 5%. Yeah, K-Web's getting plummeted, though. It's on CNBC right now. Yeah, K-Web is literally clapping. Yeah, so here it is. This is by, all right, I have this source now. So here's the report. So whatever even they're reacting to. U.S. regulators move step closer. SEC announces final rule requiring firms to open their books. Agency outlines criteria for delisting. U.S. government inching further on efforts to boot China companies off American stock exchanges for not complying with Washington's disclosure. The SEC on Thursday announced the final plan for putting in place a new law that would mandate foreign companies open their books to U.S. scrutiny of risks of being kicked off the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ within 3 years. So it would be a 3-year timetable. China and Hong Kong are the only 2 jurisdictions that refuse to allow inspections despite Washington requiring them since 2002. SEC law lays out how regulators will identify companies subject to delisting and the procedure for kicking out non-compliant firms off exchanges, and lays this development, a tussle between financial officials in the world's 2 biggest economies. So yeah, that's it. So the SEC they put in a new rule. So the final step. So they said literally, here's the final rule. You have 3 years, and then they're outlining the process. That means no, they have 3 years to do it. So if they don't do it in the next 3 years, then they're gonna clap. So SPY's coming up, and now watch, you might see money come out of Baba and China names into other stuff because we're moving up. The ones that passed. It's been like passed and they've talked about it, but they've never, they've put in place the final plan and rules. So now you know how it's going to play out, but it looks like again, it took a step forward. Good books. Richest Man in Babylon, bro. Richest Man in Babylon. One of my favorites. Lucan got me. Yeah, Lucan was wild. I'll never. That one was one of the wild. Even Didi. Didi's even crazier. Are you guys playing with me? Didi is insane. That thing IPO'd for billions and then just got clapped. Yes, and Proverbs. Amen. But I was like Didi, I think, is a shock. Like, Lucan was like, huh, all right. But Didi was brash, bro. I don't think, I would be offended. Like, bro, if Didi came to my house and was like, yo, man, I'm trying to IPO, let's raise the money. And I'm like, word, and I raised the money. And then 2 days later, after they took the money, they're like, yo, China's shutting down our whole business. I'll be like, Didi, let me talk to your dad. Let me talk to China. What do you mean? That's not acceptable. Didi was bad. Didi was bad. Y'all don't remember. That's good. That's beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Y'all have good hearts. Y'all forget easily. Amen. Grab extends decline to 20% from SPAC's close. Didi, do you love me? Are you delisting? Are you gonna go tell Xi Jinping? Cause we are trading. All of your stocks making money, but it's social prosperity. Okay, I could, yeah. How big is the mouse pad on the merch site? Hold on. I need to put it next to my... It's bigger than my head. It's like the same size as my head, kind of. So I don't know how big it is, but it's bigger than my head. It could, cover my head. But, I don't know. It's good. I feel like it's kind of big, though. It's like when I first saw it, I was like, damn, this is big. But now I have so much space to, mouse around. I don't know. There it is. Now we got 15% on the Babas. It's still barely moving and the spread's widening. It's going to get volatile, but now Baba's starting to slip. Wait, is this it? Yep, there it is. See, now, look, here's the Dow Jones news. This is the real info coming in now. The SEC put out a statement. SEC adopted amendments to finalize rules implementing submission disclosures and requirements in holding foreign companies. Yeah, there's 4 other statements, but Dow Jones Newswire SEC is coming in. Rules to apply registrants. SEC identifies filing annual report with audit issued by registered public accounting firm. Final amendments require commission identified users to submit documentation to the SEC, establishing that if true, it's a big one. It's just breaking up. And then if true, it will identify issuers for fiscal beginning year after December 8th, 2020. So from December 8th, 2020 till 2023. So it's really only like a year and a half. It's only like a year and a half of the thing. So that's actually pretty bad. So a lot of you were thinking they would have like 3 years. Really, it's backdated to December 2020. So December 2020 to 2023. SEC has just released the final amendment or the annual report there outlining how they're going to do the China stock ban. And it looks like they're solidifying the rule. So let's see. Remember, Baba's already been in the gutter. I don't even know if it'll even go lower. I'm sure a lot of people said that. Holy shit, dude. Yo, am I gonna do it? I think I might start losing money soon. The fuck? I was laughing up here. I'm like, hold up. Xi Jinping? Yo, hold up. What you mean 120? Yo, this thing getting dangerously low. That was really Kathy Woods quick. You know what I'm saying? Like, dang. Hold up, Baba. I don't want these puts anymore, man. Hold on. I'm going to just... That's crazy. Yeah, Baba that's not looking good. That was like JD's going down, K-Web. Again, Baba's just catching up to K-Web. You got 20% on that play, 22%. I bet they brought the market down so I've heard that for a long time on Baba. I heard that all year with this. So that's why I said, I was like, damn, I wonder how much lower I was like, it can't go any lower, but every time I look, it's $20 lower. That's why I'm like, yeah, Win could follow along. Win will play along, but they're not a Chinese company, right? They just benefit off of Macau. So Win might be a little bit more insulated realistically. I mean, watch if it tests 120. Again, you're at 121 right now. Dude, this is a multi-year low. You're about to test the 5-year low. Honestly, I think 120, it just starts to get nuts from here. Again, you've seen Baba at these levels. It's probably going to break, flush through, bounce, stay up there, and then kind of doing this. But this is wild. Again, the plays are now up. We got 26% on that. Pretty decent considering how weird it was at first. Yeah, it's the China ADRs you need to worry about. Exactly. Not the ones that do business in China. Said beautifully. Said beautifully. Okay, it's still really printed now. It's an HD Chicle. A little bit. So Bob is going now. We got 30% just under on that. So it broke a quarter below 120. It's either going to flush or it's going to dance and bounce at this level for a long, long time. Lee is getting, all the China stocks are getting clapped. We might start to see an effect here on the SPY, but watch out. So again, watch. You're either going to do the full dollar down to 120 or it's gonna find support, but it is selling off. Yeah, we just picked up Baba Put, so we got that news early. We got the news before the SEC released it. We got the initial report. We were about like 5-10 minutes, and then now the second leg, once the SEC confirmed the news, this thing's it just went down the drain. So it's just 35%. It's nothing crazy, but I mean, not too bad. The premium's not moving fast, no. But wait till it even bounces a little bit. We'll see. So watch at 120 flat. If it flushes, it's gonna get nuts. Nah, it has it. It has velocity. It's just the premiums are. This is, if you've played Baba, you know what I'm talking about. It just gets like this. Whoa. All right. I sold out of them all. They were next week. I got 40% off that. $200. Not bad. It was a small investment comparatively. So that's all I wanted. I wanted to flip on it, and I'll wait to come back into it or forget anything else. How much did I sell those at? $75. Tesla, K-Web got really clapped. Microsoft big red. Somebody said Walmart big red as well. Walmart just getting drilled into the bottom. And then there's also, how do you always pick the bottom? Technical. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Honestly, I'm just looking. I've said 40% is enough. I'm looking at the premium. That premium moved slow. We caught it early. It didn't move that much. That premium's dangerous. So I wanted to flip. That was my initial plan. It came there. That's it. We did our thing. You say that like technicals don't work. Listen, man, I'm not trying to argue about the God you believe in. Okay? Jesus is the answer. Everybody has their own thing. I mean, a lot of people ask me. I don't use them. So it's just simple as that. I like support and resistance, in key levels. I mean, like a 5-year low. And again, we know how Baba is traded. That's why I said at 120, it's either going to flush through. If it starts slowing down, then it's going to do its thing. How'd you sell? Is the premiums. Think about it. You held that premium that whole time. It didn't move. We caught how many dollars? We caught $2. Stock didn't move. And then it caught another $1. And then it went up 10%. And then it finally started getting juiced here. So that's why I said, I was like, the premiums, that's probably going to be the height of the premium in the short term. And we've traded Baba many times. You know what I'm saying? We've seen if it's going to come back, like I said, at 121, it's going to bounce right back at this level. It buttered through, but it didn't break. It's going to stay there and then do its thing. He uses moving average. I don't use anything. I mean, again, we have VWAP on. I mean, you just saw it. So, I mean, y'all could attribute it to whatever you want, but I made the technical joke because you don't need, I mean, I say it, but people, they get mad about it. So, but a lot of the trades we've done over the last 2 months, you guys have seen some entries and exits. I just watch the premium, and sometimes I get clapped. The premium, I'll go down on it, but I know my range is with it and kind of how to ride it through. Yeah, man, make a trade off of it's a trade off the spirit, baby. You just got, you feel it, bro. You just got to be in the game. I don't know. I've been trading my whole life with it, and I haven't done it for, I just don't use that stuff. Sometimes I like VWAP, and VWAP makes sense. I like support and resistance. Just show me the volume and show me the price. That's really all I need is really the price. As long as you have pricing, I mean, the charts make it look pretty for the options, but that was the key. The premium speaks. It really does. Make 1.5 on those dailies. God bless you. Thank you for the news. Good work, baby. Good work. How do you monitor premiums moving? I have a good memory, but usually I monitor what I'm in. Or if I want it, I'll look at it. And that's why, too, that's why it's funny because, again, a lot of people will comment on plays just to be assholes sometimes. But I use these all as place markers. So there's a reason all throughout the day I'm telling you, I'm like, hey, HD puts are still up. The Amazon puts finally went down, but they had a premium because I'm keeping an eye on all of these. And again, Apple puts are up. It's telling me what the market is willing to pay. You see what I'm saying? So that's it. May 51. It was good. We got a good hit. We were early. That's going to probably be your premium drop. It may still come lower. You'll find out. Here's the deal. I may have bottom ticked it right there, but what you're going to find out, it could still go lower, but watch the premium, see if the premiums go higher. And even if it does, it's like we made a lot already, 50% in 20 minutes. You see what I'm saying? That's pretty good. So we don't have any risk now on the table, but it's like the stock could still go lower. I'm not trying to time this perfect. So when I make this play, I'm happy. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not trying to say, oh, like if it went lower, I'm not going to be like, there you go. You see, that doesn't work. And shabba then we got to time the, it's not. It's like if I happen to be perfect, God bless. You know, God is good, but it's not about that. It's just, it's more or less, I watched the premium. It went to a range. It went within a reasonable, adequate profit above average where okay, 50% that quick. I could take it. My risk was small. My gain was larger comparative to that. So that's it. And then you just move off of it. It could still go lower. You know what I'm saying? But I'm assuming that the premiums were pretty hyped on that price. So, yee! They're still holding up. Look, they're still holding up. I sold them at what, 75? So they only went down like 3 cents on the bid. But there was a little bit higher there. So it's still holding up. I mean, that's it. And again, that's how it's going to play. Neo getting clobbered. Yeah, because what happened? Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense. Oh, shit. Y'all don't get it? Holy shit. Yo. I have the Neo puts. I know I'm the biggest Neo hater in the world. Yo, those puts are coming back. No way. Yeah, those puts are coming back. They're only down 20% now. Nah, y'all don't realize it? I don't know. I could be making a big claim right here. What happens if you audit Neo? It's not if they're 3 years old, but are they audited under the standards? Nah. Think about what I'm telling you right now. I think I have one more Neo. Yeah, this one's clapped because it's January, but the average down is up. Yeah, what if their numbers aren't real? Has anybody ever considered that for a second? Like, what if they didn't sell that many electric vehicles? That could be crazy. Which is the ones I got? I got these old, the spreads are high. Ah, those might come back. No way they get audited, their government back, then they'll get delisted. What if they were providing revenues in dollars and everyone thought it was renminbi? Yo, that would be the funniest thing in the world, but that could happen. They're like, yo, we made 20 billion. We made 200 billion renminbi dollars. Wait, what? Even then, that'd be good, but even then, that'd be crazy. Because usually renminbi's a lot higher. So if you saw, or it's actually in renminbi. No, I think the conversion, I don't know. I just think if they don't have any cars, or if they just didn't, that's a weird one. But that makes, they're definitely down a lot more. If they get delisted, it doesn't necessarily mean the stock goes to zero. They would have to do it. You know what I'm saying? They would have to do it. So it's like, it's, no, I'm trying to, it's like, it all depends on what they agree to. Because they, everybody would have to get delisted if they don't comply, but it wouldn't be like, it's not like you would lose your money. There would have to be an agreement of some sort. It's either you wouldn't be able to trade it, the shares would go OTC, they would give you a buyout price, or they would list it in another place. But then China yesterday, they banned the Hong Kong listings. They said, nah, we ain't down with that. So, yeah. Are there U.S. companies on the Chinese stock exchange? I mean, sadly, you would think like that's how the world works nowadays, but nah. There ain't no U.S. stocks in China, bro. If you get puts and delisted, do you lose? No. Because then somebody agreed to buy something from you. That's where the specifics comes into play. You would have to, as long as you provide the shares, they have to pay you. So you would probably be able to find a way to get it, but essentially if the shares don't exist, I mean, they said they're willing to buy something from you at a certain price. So if you have a put, you would actually, that's the beauty of a contractual obligation. However, fulfilling it may be difficult in that instance. So you may have a put, but again, more often than not, you'll be good. But if the situation is extreme and a little different, I mean, you just need to provide the collateral. The hard part, if it's delisted, you may have trouble accessing the collateral. Again, OTC markets or just however, again, who knows what they would do. Look at the premiums are still holding on the bounce. This is what I was kind of worried about too. Because watch, even if it bounces, the premiums might stay up. This is just the fear effect from the last couple days. Could they give you stocks? They could, but China said they're not against. They're kind of against that. China's not down with it. But yes, that would be a way to do it. So let's take the preem check. The Teslas, I'm up 15% on the Teslas now, huh? I thought I got clapped because of a conspiracy or some shit. No way. That's crazy. So the premiums on the Tesla puts are going. I don't know why I'm up 15% on that. The Apple's still up. HDs are still up. Coin clap. Microsoft down. IBM still up 1. SQQ is the most actively traded security. Bear flag on Baba. Can we be homies? Bless Matthew 7. Man, you gonna hit me with Matthew 7 and say be homies? Let's go, baby. Or not. Amen. Amen. Earnings today: Docu, Marvel, Ulta, SWBI, SMAR, ASAN, Zoomies, Oli, Damo, TLYS, VRNT, Cool, GWRE, Yext, Uma, and Joanne. We crashing. We're chill for now. Yellow light is like this. You had a brief yellow light with the China news, kind of. But it's still green light for now. I'm not. It's chilling out. I mean, again, this is when we're gonna slow. It's already late. I can't believe it's. Why do I have the hiccups? 10:30. I need a carbo. We out here, baby. We out here. That's all I needed. All I want, bro. I don't want to skip PHILO, but we're gonna see. We're already a little behind. I thought I was gonna hit PHILO, and then that Baba thing happened. So let me get my carbo. We'll see what happens. I could give you a quick one. Either way, it's still gonna. I mean, I'm still on the edge of my seat. So I hope you are too, because, I mean, you're really close to a yellow light, red light situation. It's kind of like we're playing stock market Squid Games. So just get ready. Just get ready. A carbo, a carbonated beverage. He's like, Josh, what's a carbo? Price target? Biden live. I'm here. We just we made that play on Baba. 2 Thessalonians. GGP ain't lawless. She's safe, right? SD Life. GGP. I just like the Polestar, but I mean, again, if it's spacky and related to EV, I mean, you have both good and bad tied within that. So I would wait a little bit, me personally, but I'm more of a I'm very conservative when it comes to some of those plays in that industry. I'm just not, I know my strengths and know my weaknesses, but I do like Polestar. The only thing I can say about Polestar is, like, I just fuck with the car. That's it. I just like the car. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's a cool car. It's a real car. It's already out in public. They already, I'm sure they have production better than some other competitors. But, you can't go wrong with something that exists, that's real, that's out there, that's backed by a legacy automaker, so that's what I like about it. But I'm still not, nobody sold me yet on anything related to this industry. I mean, it hasn't been something where
circumstance.
I went harder on Roblox than EV, and I'm happy about that too. But like, I just haven't been sold on that space yet. But again, I'm just the old boomer or something, whatever it is. What do you mean I sound like I have coffee? So listen, this is what we're going to do, okay? Listen, I'm hungry and tired, and I like ice cream and people. So what's going to happen? We're going to have an ice cream party, and everyone's going to get vaccinated. Huh? Come on. I'm going to give you ice cream. It's free. Oh, wait, hold on here. I got something else.
Available in thousands of locations and available at community health centers and other sites for the uninsured.
He sounds different today.
4, increasing our surge response teams that our doctors, our nurses, I know people
is he
in the
high?
science know incredibly well.
He sounds so different today.
Medical staff and the
Yeah,
communities
man, what's up? He like,
cases and
he like a 12-year-old on Xbox Live right now.
Personnel.
He's like, what's up, man? My name's Joe Biden.
The governors, Republican governors,
where the governor
as well as
at?
Democratic governors, contact me when I go into their states, talk about thank you for these surge teams, because it really makes a difference in some communities are hit so much harder than others. They just, they just can't make it without. And what we're going to do, I'll speak to this in more detail in a second. The 5th thing we're doing, we're going to accelerate efforts to vaccinate the rest of the world. And strengthen the international.
He sounds like 15 years younger.
People coming to the United States.
He sounds like old Biden. If you've ever listened to old Biden, for real.
I'm announcing today pulls no punches in the fight against COVID-19, and it's a plan that I think should unite us. I know COVID-19 has been very divisive in this country. It's become a political issue, which is a sad, sad commentary. It shouldn't be, but it has been. Now, as we move into the winter and face the challenges of this new variant, this is a moment we can put the divisiveness behind us, I hope. This is a moment we can do what we haven't been able to do enough of through this whole pandemic. Get the nation to come together, unite the nation in a common purpose, to fight this virus, to protect one another, to protect our economic recovery, and to think of it in terms of literally a patriotic responsibility rather than somehow you're denying people their basic rights. The plan I'm announcing today is a plan our scientists and COVID teams have recommended. And while my existing federal vaccination requirements are being reviewed,
bro, this is tripping me out.
This plan does not expand.
He's speaking perfect. I'm stuttering. He's not.
A plan that all Americans hopefully can rally around, and it should be and should get bipartisan support, in my humble opinion. And it should unite us, not continue to separate us. Parenthetically, you all know that there are literally, as it relates to whether or not we're going to pay the federal debt, whether we're going to, in fact, have a continuing resolution, et cetera, some of my friends on the other team are arguing that if I don't commit that there'll never be any more mandates, they're going to let us default. In the neighborhood I come from in Claymont, they'd look at me and say, go figure, go figure. But before I explain each new action in more detail, I want to.
There he is.
I'm not going to embarrass you.
Wait.
Doc, but I want to thank Francis Collins.
Still weird.
Done
Still
an
weird, bro.
incredible job, Doc, here at NIH, one of the most important scientists of our time, in my view. No, I'm not being solicitous. I think I'm not exaggerating a bit. After I was elected president, Dr. Collins was one of the first calls. I think you're the second call I made to ask you if you'd stay on. The second call I made. It's because when I was vice president, I got to know Dr. Collins really well when I was given the opportunity to manage the Cancer Moonshot Initiative. And Dr. Collins is an incredible resource for our nation. And I'm grateful, and I mean this sincerely, I'm grateful for everything he's done for this pandemic and advancing all kinds of medical breakthroughs, including mapping the human genome. He recently announced he's going to step down as director of the NIH this month after a truly consequential tenure. But the good news really is Dr. Collins is going to return to the lab, the National Human Genome Research Institute. And we look forward to his unmatched ability to unlock possibilities that are within our reach. And Doc, the bad news for you is you ain't getting rid of me, man. I'm going to keep calling you all the time because there's a lot of other things we can do. You can do and help me to get done. You just tell me, point me in the direction, and I'll follow. I just received a briefing from Dr. Collins and Fauci and Dr. Lawrence Tyback, as well as Dr. Julie Ledgerwood, and I appreciate it very much. My only regret was it was a short meeting, because I was to come and speak. I think we would all benefit more if we had made my speech short and spent more time with these docs. But as they study the Omicron variant, that we have just 2 cases reported here in the United States. But as I explained on Monday, this new variant is cause for concern, but not panic. We knew there'd be cases of this of Omicron here in the United States, and it's here. But we have the best tools, the best vaccines in the world, and the best medicine, and the best scientists in the world. We're going to fight this variant with science and speed, not chaos and confusion. Just like we beat back COVID-19 in the spring and more powerful variant, Delta variant, in the summer and fall. As a result, we entered this winter from a position of strength compared to where America was last winter. Last Christmas, fewer than 1% of American adults were fully vaccinated. This Christmas, that number will be 72%, including more than 86% of seniors, the most vulnerable population. Last Christmas, our children were at risk without a COVID-19 vaccine. This Christmas, we have safe, effective vaccines for children aged 5 and older, with 20 million children and counting now vaccinated. Last year, a majority of our schools were closed at Christmas time in that area. Now, over 99% of our schools are open. But I pledge to always be straight and give it just straight from the shoulder as President of the United States and tell the American people exactly where we are. So here it is. Experts say the COVID-19 cases will continue to rise in the weeks ahead in this winter. So we need to be ready. You can read the whole plan we're talking about here at whitehouse.gov. Go to whitehouse.gov and it's all laid out in detail. For now, here are the 5 key points I want to expand on slightly. We're expanding our national booster campaign to provide booster shots to all eligible adults. Our docs and the scientists believe that people who get a booster shot are more protected than ever from COVID-19. I was just told, which is a question I got to ask, I've been meaning to ask for a long time, whether or not just it increases the resistance to the variant that is being dealt with, but it also is it is stronger. It not only just raises the total, but it's a stronger. It makes things more powerful in terms of resisting. And the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, and our top public officials recommend all adults get a booster shot when it's time. But here's the deal. More than about 100 million are eligible for boosters, but haven't gotten the booster shot yet. Folks, if you're over the age of 18 and you got vaccinated before June the 2nd, 6 months has gone by. Go get your booster now. Go get it now. Booster shots continue to be free. We've already made available 80,000 locations, coast to coast in the United States of America, 80,000 locations to get the booster. And if you want to know exactly where to go, text your zip code to 438829 to find where you can get your booster shot now. And starting today, we're making it easier than ever to get a booster shot. I'm calling on pharmacies, and they've been cooperative, big and small, to offer more appointments, more walk-in hours, including on weeknights and weekends, so you can get vaccinated at a time that works best for you and your family. Pharmacies will send millions of texts and emails to remind their customers to return for the booster shots, because you know who got the booster shot at CVC. They've agreed they're going to send text to that particular person when their time is up, when they've met if it's Pfizer or Moderna, 6 months. If it's J&J, 2 months. And to reach our seniors, we're also collaborating with the American Association of Retired Persons, AARP, who will be reaching out to their 38 million members. They're going to make an aggressive effort. They're going to be hosting virtual town halls to answer questions and even arrange rides for seniors to get their booster shots. And so that will all be coming. My administration also contacted the 64 million people on Medicare to remind them to get their booster shots. We have the ability to do that from the federal level. And just like I did to make it easier for folks to get their first and second shots, I'm providing paid off time for any federal employee who goes to get their booster. If they're the only time they can get the booster where they are, if it's at such and such a day in the middle of the day, they can go.
Yo, so I'll explain it when he's done, but again, Baba's going lower, so is Neo. I went for the Neo Fear play. I grabbed 100 far out the money January puts. I'm playing it like it was Roblox. If you guys remember, the only chain that goes deep enough is January. The rest of the other ones are there. So I'm looking for a quick flip, but I'm playing it. If there's a bunch of market fear and volatility, I'm going to go for a crazy flip on that one. So they're all selling off, though, so keep watch. Don't trade it. Not a recommendation.
Excuse me. We don't yet believe, excuse me, that additional measures will be needed. But so that we're prepared, if needed, my team is already working with officials at Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson to develop contingency plans for other vaccines or boosters. And I'll also direct the FDA and the CDC to use the fastest process available without cutting corners for safety to get such vaccines reviewed and approved if they're needed. Second, we're expanding our efforts to vaccinate children ages 5 and up. For any parent worried about Omicron variant or the Delta variant, get your child vaccinated at one of the 35,000 locations in the country, including doctors' offices, pharmacies, children's hospitals.
All right, I just made half of them free
pop-up clinics
because they just went up, so now it's free. Gonna ride the rest.
Where to go, again, visit vaccines.com. And today I'm announcing that we're going to launch hundreds of new family vaccination clinics across the country. These sites are going to offer vaccinations for the whole family, one stop. Children can get vaccinated, parents can get vaccinated to get their first or second shots, or their booster shots. Family vaccination clinics will be held in community health centers and other trusted locations. Some will be mobile to reach further into hard-to-reach communities. If it's booster shots for adults, vaccinations for kids, all the same place at the same time. Now, when we first announced, I said the logistical problem, it wasn't just we didn't have enough vaccines when we got into office, but once we got the vaccine, the logistical effort to get all communities and all areas vaccinated was a gigantic logistical undertaking that would make any military proud of being able to do it. But because of the incredible talent, including our military, we got that done. And we're going to do the same thing now as we continue to expand. We know parents of children under the age of 5 are wondering when the vaccine will be available for their little ones. That's the question I most get often asked now at functions. We had a function celebrating Hanukkah and the Christmas and various things at the White House. The parents coming up to me are saying, I have a 3-year-old. Is there going to be a time am I going to be okay? Is she going to be okay? Or he going to be okay? And let me say this, I strongly support the independent scientific review of vaccine usage for children under 5. We can't take shortcuts with that scientific work, but I'll do everything in my power to support the FDA to do this safely and quickly as possible when we get to that around that point. Vaccinating our children is also critical to keeping our schools open. But while over 99% of our schools are open now, we need to make sure that we keep that throughout the winter, this winter. The CDC is now reviewing pioneering approaches like we call test to stay policies, which could allow students to stay in the classroom and be tested frequently when a positive case in that classroom popped up that wasn't them. Up to now, you go home and you quarantine. But rather than being sent home in quarantine, they'd be able to stay because the test would be available and regularly. The CDC will be releasing the latest science and other findings in the coming weeks so that other schools can learn from the impediment, if there's any impediments in this practice, they can learn to implement exactly what the best way to do this is. It's a process. We want our children in school, and we're going to take new steps to make sure they stays that way. But again, the best step is to vaccinate your children. Get them vaccinated. The third, this winter we're going to make free at-home tests more available to Americans than ever before. To better detect and control the Delta variant, I made testing more available, affordable, and convenient. I used the Defense Production Act to increase production of rapid tests, including at-home tests. When I came into office, none of these tests were on the market. Thanks to our actions and the work of all of you, we now have at least 8 at-home testing options, and prices for those tests are coming down. But it still isn't good enough in my view. That's why I'm announcing that health insurers must cover the cost of at-home testing, so that if you're one of the 150 million Americans with private health insurance, next month your plan will cover at-home tests. Private insurers already cover the expensive PCR test and that you get at the doctor's office. And now they will cover at-home tests as well. Now, for those not covered by private insurance, we're going to make available free tests at thousands of convenient locations for folks to pick them up and take a test kit home. The bottom line, this winter, you'll be able to test for free in the comfort of your home and have some peace of mind. This is on top of the 20,000 sites already around the country, like pharmacies, where you can go in and get tested for free. We have to keep this going. Fourth, we're going to continue to help communities that experience rising cases this winter and improve the care for those who get COVID-19. Since this summer, we've worked with Republican and Democratic governors, as many Republican governors as Democratic governors, to deploy what we call surge response teams. These teams work. They provide needed staff for staff overruns, badly needed staff, where overrun hospitals are handling more patients than they can handle, for their emergency rooms and intensive care units who don't have the personnel available. They help provide life-saving treatments in communities in need, like monoclonal and antibody treatments. We have over 20 teams deployed now. Today I'm announcing that we're going to triple that, more than double it. We're going to get to 60 teams ready to deploy in states experience a surge in cases over the course of this winter. I was just with a governor in Minnesota who was raving about the positive impact it's had on his state. But there's other states in the same circumstance. Additionally, we're increasing the availability of new medications recommended by real doctors, not conspiracy theorists, okay? For example, monoclonal antibody treatments have been shown
who is going to a guy?
Hospitalization.
I did not go
up to
see a guy
70%.
who's stacking gold to handle
For
I'm just
unvaccinated
saying,
people at risk of developing
what conspiracy
severe
doctors
disease.
do we got out there?
We've already distributed over 3 million courses of this treatment to save lives and reduce the strain on hospitals. And we have promising new arrival pills.
My doctor said, stay hydrated, buy gold, and learn how to grow my own food.
Death for people infected by COVID-19. We've secured enough supply of these pills already, and early indications are that these treatments will remain effective in the face of Omicron. We don't know that for sure yet, but that's the hope and expectation. And like with the distribution of the vaccines, we will ensure that these medicines will be available to the hardest hit communities in America as well. Fifth and finally, as we've seen with COVID-19 and the Delta variant, and now with Omicron variant, all that emerged elsewhere, it all came from somewhere else. And ultimately, to beat this pandemic, we need to go to where it came from in the rest of the world. We also need to vaccinate the rest of the world. America has, in my view, continues to lead in that effort. We've shipped for free more vaccines around the world than all other countries in the world combined. Every other country combined. Over 280 million vaccines so far to 110 countries, including South Africa, where we delivered all the doses they requested. Now, today I'm announcing that we'll accelerate the delivery of more vaccines to countries that need it, pledging to deliver 200 million more doses within the next 100 days, on our way to delivering more than 1,200,000,000 doses for the rest of the world. Let me be clear. There's not a single vaccine dose America ever sends to the rest of the world will ever come at the expense of any American. I'll always make sure that our people are protected first, but vaccinating the world is not just a moral tool, a moral obligation that we have, in my view. It's how we protect Americans, as we're seeing with this new variant. America's doing our part, and we'll do more. But this is a global pandemic, and everyone needs to fight it together. And that includes countries we're helping that aren't particularly friendly toward us.
Exxon plans below inflation pay raise.
To their credit, the scientific community, particularly in South Africa,
AOC's going to get pissed.
the world of the emergence of this new variant. This kind of transparency is to be encouraged and applauded because it increases our ability to respond quickly to any new threats. And that's what we did. On the very day the World Health Organization identified the new variant, I took an immediate step to restrict travel from the countries in Southern Africa. But while we know that travel restrictions can slow the spread of Omicron, they cannot prevent it. But it does give us a little more time to take more precautions at home to prepare. A month ago, we announced requirements that foreign travelers must be vaccinated if entering the United States. This week, I announced an additional action to strengthen international travel rules to give us more time to stop the spread and study a new variant. It used to be that international travelers flying to the United States had to test negatively 3 days before their departure from that country. Well, I'm announcing today that all inbound international travelers must test within 1 day of departure, regardless of their vaccination status or nationality. This tighter testing timetable provides an added degree of protection as scientists continue to study the Omicron variant. And we are extending the requirement, both internationally and domestically, to wear masks for travel on aircraft, trains, public transportation through the winter months. I'll close with this. Again, the actions I'm announcing are ones that all Americans can rally behind and should unite us in the fight against COVID-19. And they come from a position of strength. We are better positioned than we were a year ago to fight COVID-19. Since day one of my administration, we've been doing everything we can to beat this virus. And that's what we have to keep doing. That's how we keep our country and our businesses and our schools open. And that's how, even with the pandemic, we've generated record job creation, 5.6 million new jobs since January 20th, more than any president in American history. We're on the track to the fastest economic growth in 4 decades. In 4 decades. We move forward in the face of COVID-19 and the Delta variant. And we'll move forward in the face of Omicron variant as well. And we'll do it by keeping the faith and doing it together as the United States of America. Let me close again by saying God bless our doctors, our scientists, and
He
all
thanked
of
the
you here
doctor
tonight
first. You know why? Because
for
you
what you're doing for the country and, quite frankly, for the world. You're the best. You're the very, very best. And God bless you all. Thank you for your patience in listening to me. Thank you.
Oh, he didn't thank anybody else. He was just like, yo, shout out my doctor. Yo, that was fire, JB. Yo, I don't even agree with all of it, but no, that was fire. Yo, he came in. He came to play today.
How would you do it? How could you ask such a silly question?
Yeah, what the fuck you say?
Look, I don't believe that will happen. We have everything in place to be able to make sure there is not a shutdown unless some individual, I spoke with Ms. McConnell.
He's losing it. Hold on, now keep it going, man. Fuck, you should have walked out.
Unless somebody decides to be totally erratic, and I don't think
He's getting greedy. Just go. Just walk away. Just don't get greedy. You're doing good. There you go, baby.
I guess we don't have to worry about closing down.
Are they laughing? Yeah, they're laughing. Yep, they're laughing. Why? He did good. I see. I'm not the only one laughing. They're all laughing. Come on. No, but that was good. Bro, he did not sound like JB, but that play was crazy on Neo. Did you guys see that one? I made a quick flip on Neo, but notice even after the stock bounced, the premiums are still up over 100%. You know why? Because this is the only chain that's deep enough. So look it, I'm just playing the volatility. That's all. The fact that the market makers aren't slashing this, I think it's because think about what's going on. I don't think they want to lower the price on out of the money puts. They want the spreads to be wide, and they don't want to give them to you cheap. But look, we found the floor on that one. I bought them at 5 cents. I bought 100 of them. I flipped out 50 at 12, but it's still holding the same price I flipped at. So, but keep this in mind because look it, if you wanted to play the weeklies, the weekly has a chain that's deep, right? That's the only chain that's deep if you go to the weeklies. But if you want a play with literally a month of time that's super far out the money and pennies on the dollar, nothing exists. Because when you start going to February, notice the chain doesn't go down to $10. None of the chains go that deep. So this is all about volatility and hype if people try to play it. That's why I went for it. So I went for it, made it free, but that's the only cheap option. I'm pretty much flipping the cheap options on there as people, and again, as people are going to go for it and Neo's going to be in this position. But do you see what I'm saying? That this is still holding. I literally just bought, I mean, you saw that. It literally took me 2 minutes. I bought 100 of them at 5 cents, sold out 50, and we're still holding it. It's like a $700 gain already on that, but it's there, and it's holding. So I think this is saying something, and I'm going to be riding that one out there. But we'll see. We made it free already with the extra 100 of profit. But that play, I'm just liking the Baba Neo stuff. But that one surprisingly made us more money than even the top tick on Baba. So keep that. But the Baba, that's what I also noticed. The Babas are still expensive. The Babas went up another 50%. I could have made 100% on them. So Baba had a little drop and it's at the same price, but the Baba premium is up. Do you see what I'm saying? Baba premium is holding up even when the stock is moving. Neo premium, anything super far out the money, once it runs, they're not going to let it get cheap again. So I'm going to hold. I mean, that's a hype play. I'm going to hold that as a hype play because, again, regardless of what happens, I already made them free, but people are going to react to it, and it's clear the option chain, they don't want that cheaper right now. Again, that's a shitty option I bought, and it's still holding up 100% because it got that little flush, but more so, I just don't think they want any contracts that deep for pennies on the dollar. Yeah, that's it, because everything else is still very low, but anything kind of at a decent price, I mean, what, $10 is like 60% lower, more, 70? But it's still like it's holding. So I'll hold that. I'm going to hold it beyond today. I mean, I could sell it out and take another $500-600 net profit off of it, but I cashed out $100. I have no risk on the table. I'm going to ride it out here for at least tomorrow. I'm hyped off of what's his name? Joseph. Bro, you telling me that wasn't the best? Like, he was at his bro, he sounded like Joseph Biden from like 15 years ago. I was tripping out. Wow. It was hype. I was crazy. I don't even know what he said. I got lulled. I didn't know what he was saying, and then like I was focusing on the plays and the Neo, but that was like he was just talking. I just think just keep shooting him with whatever it is. That's fine. That's a good representation decently, because at least it sounded different. Oh, man. Amen. Smike telling everyone to buy into NEO. I mean, everybody has their favorite like China EV stock. I feel like we'll see. Just NEO is cheap. It's at risk. There's a lot of retail money in it. This is kind of like a piggy bank, and like I said, that was the only chain that's deep. Again, look at how the stock has moved, and those premiums are holding up 100%. Do you realize how wild that is? It's holding up 130% after a small drop and then a bigger pop. That's simply, they don't want that cheaper. They would have clapped that easy. So I'm very excited on that one. I think that one's going to be decent. So we'll see if it comes in and you see those premiums go up. That'll be a key. Airbnb move during that. Apple, SPY hit a high. I mean, we got 2 hours left. So why don't you want to hold on to NEO? I'm going to hold it. I am going to hold it. I already made it free, though. So it was a risky play. I put in $500, and then I think I found the floor on that contract. That's why it won't go down. So I flipped it real quick for 12 cents, got all my money back plus 100 profit, and now I have $575 worth for free. So it's pure profit. It's still my money, but I'm going to be holding this over the next few days, just considering the news, because I want it. Made it free after you guys bought it. That's the thing. I mean, look at the premium, my friend. Everybody could have made it free. I did that play right in front of all of you. This isn't a pump and dump or anything. This was a cheap option, but I could sell out now after selling and still get a 1 cent lower than what I sold for. This is a unique play. This isn't it's pretty good. At the end, like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, if you saw it, I mean, I think a lot of you probably got it 5 or 6 cents, but it's that's it. Like, it's still chilling at 12. Like, watch, even if the stock keeps going up, I have a feeling that's going to hold probably 10 cents minimum. Oil stocks have been bouncing nicely. They have, but the companies have, at the very least. Like PSX and XOM. No need to defend yourself. Well, I appreciate you, but I want to highlight that because that one is unique. The way I'm going after that for volatility for a reason, but like you can see why that play is a little bit special there, because it's the way it's holding up is very, very key. You could still ghetto spread it too, but that's the thing I really, really like about it. So we will see. And in general, I have been doing a lot of flips here. I mean, I'm pretty clear on them. I mean, be prepared for me to flip a lot of stuff. I mean, I'm letting you guys know what my plan is, but with us trading a lot more, I mean, I want it to be clear. Again, hopefully you guys could learn from this. The best part is you saw me do this on Roblox. Do you guys remember when Roblox started getting hype? Did you see what I did on Roblox? We did the same thing. Remember during this or like one of these? And remember, we did the same exact thing. We would buy the super far out the money weeklies on the deepest chain because once it started going crazy, we're anticipating activity coming into the next couple days. So again, the stock is ripping higher than when we bought the put, and that play is still up 100%. You didn't say it. I did. I muted. I mean, I did the trade right in front of. So you guys should have saw my screen when I executed it. So if you go watch the recap, you'll watch me put in the 100 order. But then I said it. I muted Biden, and then I waited, and then we did all of that. It was really quick. Got it. Let's go, baby. Amen. Amen. When looking at the volatility, is looking at the other ones and what was, again, I was going for the cheap options. That's what I'm saying. They don't want cheap options. So literally, ever since we attacked that option, take note, the next strike price for 5 cents or around there is literally 50% lower on the strike. You see, I went for the cheapest one that was closest to getting juice, and then I went from there. So, but like, that's why I don't think they want cheap options existing on that chain. They want bigger spreads, or they want it to be wide. If they're going to offer anything cheap, they want it Way, way further out the money. India won't ban them. Just going to regulate. The China news, we did good, man. So shout out to Chad. We were very, very early on all the news. We got to source it. We hit the first one with Baba, 50%. It was the news. We got the initial report that the United States is running towards, or that they're going towards banning the China companies, delisting them. And then the SEC confirmed it. The premiums went crazy. We flipped out. They went a little bit lower. That's when I double dipped on the NEO. And then we made that play, and then now they're chilling. So we did very, very good. The Baba Weeklies acted the same way. Yeah, they did. That's why. And I was looking at, I don't know if you look before I made the play, I went to the one. Remember, this play's up 100%. I sold out for 50, but this is up now, even though the stock is bouncing. All of the premiums, they don't want cheap options here, but Baba already did it. You see what I'm saying? The only way you could get a cheap option, the chain isn't deep enough. And when you do, it's just, they're all still expensive now. They're not, bro, to be able to scoop a 5-cent option that is still within like 60% of the money, 70%. I mean, it's a large amount, but you could see these are all like the stock has to drop to get that cheap. So it was just it was the only cheap option available there. I just think a lot of, because I had my old NEOs. I was looking at my old NEOs because I was like, well, wait a minute. These are pretty much up. I don't know how. And then that's why I started to see the only option chain that was deep enough was January. And then they were really, really cheap. It was quick because right when we got it, right when we called it out and it got exposed, it went away. Do you see what I'm saying? Nobody was buying that option. The market maker was cool with letting that sit. And then right when we exposed it, it was just too cheap. So right when it was there, that's it. They said, nah, that's why they won't. Again, the stock just bounced a whole damn $1, and you're 70% out the money and the contract's still up 100%. Like that's telling you something. So that was a snake midday. It was just people weren't looking for, or they were kind of doubting. But again, I'm thinking ahead for some of the other news. That's why I was like, all right, if there's any more news, it still has 50 days of time. If people get a little bit crazy or jumpy, anything with the market, I said 5 cents. We'll see what happens. We already got half of the amount from Baba. Chevy Bolt production resumed last week of January. Baba, the builder. Baba's coming up. The premiums even went up. That's the craziest. Shiba Inu. Shiba's been getting hype lately. Everybody's been hype. Baba might, I think it's going to be like a swing trade, but the key, I just watch the premiums. Watch the premiums on any of the Babas and the Babas and Neo all in general. I just think premium is the real story here. The Baba puts are going up. I'm surprised. I thought, so you guys thought we top ticked it there, but nah. That was it still kept going up, and that's just the volatility of today. It's still settling in. So again, I got in at 75, and like I said, it could still keep going, even though the stock bounced. Do you guys see that? We got a good tick on it, but this is why I watch premium. Do you see what I'm saying? Because look, I sold out right here. The option's up 50%, even though it should have decayed and everything else. So sometimes the premium can move without the stock, and that's why it's communicating to you. This is why I'm saying that's what I'm looking at. Just want to stop by, say we're all blessed, and never stop believing in yourself. Hey, man, stay blessed, Colt and Josh. Tell them, Ord. Amen, amen. All the airlines, they did very, very good today. Very, very good today. Okay, so the bid on the Neos finally dropped 1% more to 10 cents. Ask is still 12. The ones above it are 14, 17. Roblo, Mini Pop. Baba is getting it surging up there. SPY's going through a high right now. The put premium's going up. I know, I think, again, people are just going to get ready for the next couple days. Well, this one finally dropped, but it's still kind of high. Airlines, I don't know. Airlines are going to be, I mean, they're just going to be susceptible to a lot of different headlines. Hey, Josh, we would love some PHILO. No cap. Let's say less. Say less, my friend. Say less. What kind of PHILO you looking for, huh? I could give you cover. I mean, listen, I'm gonna tell you now. The PHILOs, they're based in the text. You know, they're just based on the text. Which one you want? Which one you want? I got something for you. Xijin Frizzle. Hard. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. You need motivation? All right, I got you. I got something for you. It's gonna be kind of mini. I don't know. I don't know if you're gonna feel like this one is just a deep one. It's like deep, but it's kind of like small. But maybe it might help you. I don't know. This one's a little bit weird, kind of, honestly. This one's going to be a little bit interesting. I don't know if you guys are going to handle it. It's going to be interesting. Neo is in compliance with the SEC. Is that the news? I don't think so. Again, I don't know. Neo. I hope so. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gas, how you feeling, man? How you feeling? You feeling good? Matthew 7. You like Matthew 7, huh? That's good. That's not what we're going to read. I'm going to read something from the book, man. We got to read it from the good. I got to give you a good word. So this one's going to be a little bit of a weird philo, but I hope you guys are doing good, man. Above all else, I had a little crazy I had a crazy rant there yesterday at close, and I'm saying with the markets, I mean, yesterday was hard for a lot of people. I mean, you see today there's a lot of confusion, but I just really hope all of you just guard your minds and guard your heart and understand that, you know, how you think in these moments and the things you tell yourself when the market's not on, even when the market's on, everything. That is going to be the most key to all of this. So I do want to give you a philo. It does relate to business and opportunity. So hopefully you may like it. But above all else, man, I'm just trying to start this off with like solid advice that anybody could apply. I hope you know we love all of you. I know some of you don't feel it when I'm on the Jesus grind all the time. I get it. But like I'm saying, just like literally, bro, protect your mind right now and focus and understand, you know, nothing right now that's happening. It's, you know, if you are focused, it's very easy to brush it off. I'm telling you, and you got to keep focusing and looking ahead and don't let one move when we are going to be all about stringing moves together, don't let one move knock you off of your balance, and don't underestimate how far a piece and some mental fortitude could take you right now. Okay? So that's it. You know, maybe some of you don't like all the philo, but I really hope everybody can vibe with that on every level. And it's something I know that we provide here, in the sense that a lot of people, you know, listening at the right moment in the market. I mean, some of y'all just need to cool down and you will be able to see things more clearly. And that piece goes a long way. So I hope you take advantage of it. I mean, I believe a lot of you guys got some skills, and that's what I'm saying. Don't let your skills be discounted because you're in a fucked up mental place, or you're getting too emotional about how the market's playing out, okay? Fair enough? All right? We love all of you, man, so keep it up. Keep them eyes open and let that opportunity come to you. But now, this philo gets a little bit weird because I'll share it with you. Honestly, I'm going to read it from the book, and there's two things. The first thing, it did unlock something about me. I read it. I'm going to read 2 Corinthians to you. But there's one thing, I in a weird way, I kind of figured out what I want in life in a weird way. I kind of figured out something that I really, really like. That's what this verse is about. I think Paul said something to the church of Corinth, and what he said was, go and do good so that people can see the good that you provide and so that they will go and thank God for the blessings. Not the people, but God. And I read that. You'll hear it too, but I realized, I was like, man, that really helped me figure out. That's one thing I realized. I couldn't really put a word on it. That's one of my main goals. You guys know that? That's one thing I hope I could really, if you ever want to know something I'm aiming for, it's that. I hope that whatever you get blessed with, I don't know whatever you've learned here or however it's affected you. Maybe it's just a conversation, but I hope above all else, I mean, it gives you a reason to praise the big man. And I hope all of you are gracious too in that sense. So people interact with you and that's the vibe they get too. It's like, man, it's blessed to be a blessing. Okay. So that's the first part. But now here's the main part. I'm giving you the recap before I read it and I love it. And if you understand this, I think you're going to understand a lot of opportunity. Okay? It's very, very simple. This is the same verse. Remember I read it to you the other day? I said, remember this? A farmer who plants only a few seeds will get a small crop, but the one who plants generously will get a generous crop. It says you must each decide in your own heart how much to give, and don't give reluctantly or in response to pressure. Think about that. Apply that to your plays, honestly, low key. Just think about the actions you're making out of reluctancy or pressure. Oh, you see what I'm trying to speak peace to y'all. You see what I'm saying? Come on. I feel like I'm getting embarrassed, honestly, because I feel like most of my mistakes have happened in that context. Ooh, yeah, it's okay. We don't have to talk about it. I know I guess I'll get too personal about it. I know some of you don't want to admit it. I feel you, but I'm just saying, I feel like when I did something reluctantly, I should have just not done it instead of being reluctant and ended up doing it because I got into a problem or usually pressure. A lot of that's what I'm saying. Do you know how many people fuck up what they're doing because of outside pressure? I don't think you guys realize it, where I'm saying people in different positions, like you will fuck up your job because of what happened at home. You know what I'm saying? Or like you will fuck up your relationship based on what happened at work. Oh, come on. You know what woo. So this is why I'm saying it's very, very key with all of this. So, but again, he goes on and says, God will generously provide all you need. Then you will always have everything you need and plenty left over to share with others, as the scripture says. So it says they share freely and give generously to the poor. Their good deeds will be remembered forever. That's not the kicker. Here it is. For God is the one who provides seed for the farmer and then bread to eat. In the same way, he will provide and increase your resources and then produce a great harvest of generosity in you. Woo! Yo. I may have to read it from the beginning so you could get it. Because remember, he said, I want you to be generous so that other people will see you're generous and then they'll have a reason to praise God off it. But do you realize why that caught my attention? I'm sorry. I'm greedy, I guess. I'm just too into business and all that. Because when I read that, that sounded very specific for somebody in business and doing stuff. Because it says God gives the seed. He gives you the seed and he gives you the bread. He gives you the opportunity and he sustained you while you're going through the opportunity. He said, improve resources. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. And then a great harvest of generosity. That's the funny part, because a lot of you are like, oh, I thought he was going to say a great harvest of money. Remember, it starts off by saying if you do good and people see your generosity, you see what I'm saying? He's tying the result to generosity. Oh, I don't know if y'all don't lose me on it. It's tied to, you see, it's all a big process and it connects. But this is what I realized I think the wisdom is for me. It opened up my eyes a little bit. When I was reading the first part of the verse, remember I told you on the other PHILO, when I read the other part, and I was like, remember the farmer who plants, right? And I was thinking about that. I was like, okay, good. I got to keep planting. I got to keep playing. I was thinking about what I can do. I was thinking about, okay, well, I plant. Okay, I got to think this. Yes, I'm going to be on my discipline. I'm going to get mature. I'm going to focus. And that verse helped me out a lot, and I really liked it in the context of the other one. But then when I reread this here, and I read to that part, it just kind of hit me in the face. where I think if you understand the real key to opportunity, again, it boils down to amor fati. It really boils down to, okay, God's plan. Do you really trust it? Do you really believe? Even if you don't believe in God, again, amor fati, do you love fate? And think about that. Because the real wisdom is understanding that the seed has to be provided. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel. I don't think they feel. Do you feel me on this? Because this this gave me another prayer. Because then that's what me and God, I said, God, yo, my bad. I see some things, but I said, let me ask you this. I said, yo, thank you for all the seeds. And I said, man, it's on you to put the seed in front of me. It don't matter what I do. It don't matter how I act. That's part of it. I got to do my job. I know that. But obviously there's going to be something left unknown, right? Isn't that funny? Because we were talking about knowledge. What does knowledge mean, right? Knowledge is like when you have information on something without fully experiencing it. That's why they call it divine knowledge. Because so you'll see it sometimes. People divinely, you would be like, where did you learn that from? And you're like, I don't know, but I just kind of felt it, you know? But the whole point is knowledge you don't know. And that's why I realized, well, shit, that means you have to not know something to get knowledge. You see what I'm saying? So then it kind of starts to eliminate this egotistical idea like, oh, I'm going to learn this. I'm going to figure this out. I'm going to do that. Because if you do figure it out, all of it, there's no unknown left. See what I'm saying? But then that's what reminded me of the seed. Because I was thinking about what work I could do. I could think of how to handle myself, the discipline. But then something really did calm me down. And it gave me a lot of peace to realize, yo, God is the one who provides the seed. I shouldn't forget all the other bread that I got, the other stuff he's given to sustain me in the meantime, right? But it's saying that the seed is responsible for the growth and resources. So my question is, because this is the prayer, I feel like we've asked for a lot of things sometime, but I mean, when was the last time you asked for a seed? Because for me, I felt like I kept focusing on the same things. And then I got to really take a step back yesterday. And really, I just said, God, like, I'm chill with it. And I got even more peace. I know, I mean, it's not even that trippy anymore. And I just said, man, I want seed. I said, show me the seed and lead me to it. And now I understand that there is no opportunity that's going to present itself unless that seed is given to me. So, again, like I said, this might get a little deep. Some of you may feel me. Some of you may not. But this is what I'm saying with opportunity. You know what I'm saying? Because, again, I hope you're not stressing. Do you see why? If you're seeking out for the good seed and you're seeking out for the seed in general, you're knowing it's the opportunity. Stop tripping about, oh, this is right in front of me. What do I do? What do I do? And panicking and, oh, I don't know if I didn't do this, I didn't do that. Nah. Because when you get the seed, you're going to get the growth. It's very, very simple. It's very, very simple. So I'm a Josh seed. I think, well, all of us, everybody has different seeds, and that's what I'm trying to tell some people here. I don't think some of us, we haven't even got the seed yet, and that's good. It's exciting in a way, because now you can realize there's still that opportunity where I think some people are stressing about how to work without realizing that a seed is going to come your way, and if you focus on the right seed to plant, that's where the opportunity is going to come. But at the same time, there is no opportunity without the seed. So quite frankly, when I'm talking about this kind of starts to sound a lot like nature. There's nothing without the seed. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's really important. And it got me really excited. And I hope it gives you that same excitement and peace, because it's simple in a weird way. Because I think a lot of us we're missing the seed, and we're getting too caught up with what we're seeing. It's very easy to fall into it, myself included. Like I said, up until I really got to reread it, I felt like I've been looking like at the same thing in different angles, and I've been asking God on stuff in my life, and I've been trying to move, and I've been trying to get better, and I feel like I have been growing, and you know, it's amazing, but it's like I got to take out that certain element that there's only so much I could do. And a lot is dependent upon the seed. And now I got to ask myself, I got the plug, I'm asking for the seed. And I say, wait, you're the responsible for that. So, and then again, and now it's very easy to accept it when you understand that. Because maybe a lot of things you're working with, you might have a little bit of these seeds right now, and that's you building up to the right one. and learning how to handle it and all that. But I just realized the source is important of the opportunity, and now it could keep you a little bit more leveled. So I'm excited about it. Chad, I hope all of you are too. That verse is 2 Corinthians 9. And I think it gives me a lot to think about. And I just overall love it. So I hope you guys do this. And like I said in the beginning, man, with all of this, I don't know who vibes with the PHILO or not. I really hope, especially if you're new, like for real, it's not that deep. This is the only thing we do a little bit different here. I'm probably the only stock trader out there who's going to actually talk about your mentality and your mental and handling that shit, because it's so important. And especially I've been through a lot of volatility and watching even yesterday, the last couple days. I love to see my people on the PHILO and people be encouraged and excited, and you can see it. Next day, you're going to get right back to the opportunity. But I just want to make sure, I don't care who you are, just like for real, guard your mind right now, guard your heart. You have opportunity. Like, let the seed come to you. I mean, you'll see it. But again, if you're all frantic and you're freaking out, you're not able to ride with it and shift and accept what's happening, and if you're fighting yourself, it's really hard to fight the market. So that's just something I want to make clear, because, again, we've gotten some cool trades and you're seeing what's happening. But above all else, it's meaningless. It is meaningless, and you'll see. And I say it's meaningless, one, in a spiritual sense, but also in the fact I've been in this game long enough. You're going to forget about this in a long, not too long, you're going to forget about. We've hit a lot of different things. It goes right away. You're going to be in this game for a long time. That's why, especially if you're newer, you need to do something to get control now so we could keep you going for a very, very long time and stay alive. So I hope you're ready, baby. I hope you're ready, and I hope you're excited. And above all else, man, I hope you keep the peace. But take that to the bank. That is your philosophy. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. We post all the long-term portfolios there. Well, y'all gotta hit it. Y'all gotta hit the long-term portfolio. It's good. It's good. It's good. All right, here's Uncle. Uncle answers. I'll stream it platform. Uncle loves you. I love you, baby. Keep the pace, baby. Are you ready? I know you're ready. Honestly, that's it. I'm not even gonna ask you anymore. I'm just gonna claim it on you. You know that you have no choice. That's it. You're ready. I'm sorry. I'm gonna keep saying it's game time. I know my code is ready. Yeah, I said it yesterday. I'm sorry. I'm not done yet. I'm supposed to play Uncle, but listen, just don't get offended. That's what I said yesterday. Okay. And don't get offended by the stock market. I'm not talking social justice. Okay, I said this yesterday. Some of y'all social justice stock traders. I'm not talking about fucking civil rights and shit like that. No. I'm talking about how people get offended because it says it. If you get involved in something and you don't let your roots grow deep, what happens? The first sign of trouble, you're going to get offended and turn away. So tell me that's what's going to happen in the market to a lot of people. If you get all excited, oh, I'm expecting this, right? You're excited, you love it, you get the roots, you're barely growing, right? And then guess what ends up happening? It flips on you, and then you get offended, and then you turn back away from the opportunity, okay? So just don't get offended. That's it. No matter what happens, you're going to be ready. Oh, man. Tell him, Uncle.
That's in bed. Lester. Shut me your mind. I got options, bitch. Talking like Honda, right to got some shit. I'ma get pushing cars on all my stocks. I has my shit vested in everything from value tested dividends. Living in houses in the hills, my life is different. Businesses I've been doing that since I was little, yeah. Bigger than that, I'm doing the same thing on the biggest scale. Listen here, I can make $1 million anywhere. This ain't fair, I don't show my face cause I am everywhere. Let me in, you don't gotta like me, but the message ill. This is real, never make investments based on how you feel. Pick a field, but you cannot quit it till you get a deal. Need a will, otherwise you'll waste your time just spinning wheels. I do this opposite shit. They thought it was easy, like I got here without reading, like I didn't give up sleeping. Tell me what the fuck's a weekend. Tell me what the fuck's your reason for this dream. You keep on dreaming, it's gonna leave if you don't lead it, huh? Got $1 in a dream, I need a couple cents. I'ma go and sell some preem, pay my mama's rent. But I bought that shit, watch me call the top and shit. I'm confident the cycle ends, and when it does, I'll buy the dip, and then I get a nicer whip. The guy that's liking all my vids will probably be a lot more pissed, but I'm just gonna pray he blessed. Wish I had time to hate this shit. I'm busy chasing greatness. I'm trading when the fade begins and selling when they don't kick it. I be talking options, I got lots of those in life. I could get you started, but I can't teach you to drive. I turn on my monitors and swear I come alive. Cash is always liquid, always dripping, never dry. I got options, bitch, talking like Honda, right there, got some shit. I'ma get pushing cars on all my stocks, I hedge my shit. Vested in everything from value tech to dividends. Living in houses in the hills, my life is different. Businesses, I've been doing that since I was little, yeah. Bigger than that, I'm doing the same thing on the bigger scale. Listen here, I could make $1 million anywhere. This ain't fair, I don't show my face cause I am everywhere. Let me in, you don't gotta like me but the message ill. This is real, never make investments based on how you feel. Pick a field, but you gotta get it till you get a deal. This is real. Yeah. Pray for all of y'all, I hope you never lose your goals. The mock is valid, don't be afraid to take it slow. It's as it possible to make the money if you broke. And mine's the obstacle, the strangest secret that you know. Adaptable, I had to go DiCaprio, playing as the wolf, subtract the host, but add some dough. The rooster didn't come to roast, about to cope, but back with folks, it's rapid growth. I have a coat, I have a rose, I have some homes, I have to go contractual. Selling those, but not my soul, I sell the clothes to buy some more. I'm with my bros, divide the dough, my high and low, my favorite hoe. I hit it when she drop it low, I'm never at the cop it close. Only buy options, it's homes, you don't got those, leave me alone.
I only buy options and homes. You don't got those. Leave me alone. Oh, Uncle, baby. That was Options Trading Anthem by Uncle Answer. So shout out my uncle, man. He been going hard out there. We love him. We love him. God bless, but we back. See, but did you hear what he said? He said, I pray for all of y'all. I hope you never lose your goals. Because what did he say? The market's volatile. Don't be afraid to take it slow. Because how's it possible to make the money if you broke? The mind's the obstacle. The strangest secret that you know. Oh, that's that you become what you... So let's go, baby. Oh, man. The world is yours, my friend. It's all what you think. I'm just saying, in this moment right now, when I just hope you think in the right way. I just hope, listen, you need self-control. Don't get it, because again, that's what he said, because how's it possible to make the money if you broke? You know, you can't lose it all. But I'm just saying, now's a good time for imagination. That's all. You know what I'm saying? If you wanted to be a little bit, that's fine. And guess what's going to happen? You're going to be imaginative a month or two, worst case scenario. And then you're going to get another moment like this maybe in another 12 months. That's it. Some of you will be here through all 12 months. Some of you will take 10 months off. Either way, it's understandable. But, I mean, it is what it is. So, but now is your time. I mean, I'd rather you be imagination and positive now than not. Ari, I think I got faith in that, Ari, you know? You never know, because, you know, like Peter was like, yo, I got you, Jesus, and then he dipped out real quick, you know what I'm saying? You had an 11-11 guy like that, too, but I'm just, you know, I believe. I got faith. That's it. I could only claim blessings. I think you're ready. I think everybody, that's it. Even if you're not ready, you're going to hear it enough. You might trick yourself into being ready, and boom, you're more ready than the next guy who thought he knew everything. Oh, come on. So game time, baby. Glad to have you. Airbnb. Things chilled out, though. Can we take a second, though? Can we breathe? Can we get... Rocking that coat march. Fly is heaven. Oh. I want to go to heaven. I like living with a view. But breathe in. Relax. You know why? Because, like, look at today. Bro. Whew. Today could have been crazy. Today was nothing like yesterday. We were low-key on edge up until like 10, 11. I mean, the China news kept us busy, and that was fun and all. And, yeah, we're still watching that. But, man, today could have turned out, after seeing yesterday's movie, the day is not over, I will say. But at this point, like yesterday was a lot different. So it's good to see where we're at. I mean, 100% right. This is not in the bag just yet. I'm still a little cautious. I got, yesterday has me on edge, or at least just I'm looking both ways before crossing for sure. But this is where it's it's different than yesterday. So it's good to see, but I mean, you want to know what the problem is? The Dow Jones is up 2%. Is that 2? Yeah, fuck that. So you're still volatile as hell. Do you see what I'm saying? You surprisingly, everything will calm down when the market stops moving more than 0.5% in a day. I hope you feel me. That's kind of a low-key indicator right now. So pretty much, right, you see how, like, as long as we're, even though today's positive, even if we close green right now, the Dow is still up 2% and then 2.7 on the small cap. So if indexes are moving that large, you are still getting volatility. We need it to calm down like you saw earlier in the year. Remember when we spent weeks, it was like, what, 30 or 40 days without like a 1% move on the market? It was dead. It was Biden. It was slow. It was just not like, it felt like, I think it epitomized what we were going through, everything from the politics to all of that, but it wasn't moving. So, who doesn't like roller coasters? It's fun. It is, but it's also, I mean, it's just different. I mean, you just gotta, literally just look both ways. You know what I'm saying? It missed both ways. ITI, Mr. Super, bro. I did my, when was it? Was it during Biden? My bad, G. I love you. Matthew 7. My Matthew 7 brother. I'm over here. I'll look at, how about that? I think I can make it up to you. Iteris, is it a biotech? I mean, anything small cap too. I mean, you're gonna have a good opportunity for upside, but like you're the first on the chopping block. That's the thing. So it's like if you want to buy the dip on any like smaller cap stocks, like you are gonna have a good reward if it does bounce. But if it doesn't, that's the first on the chopping block. If we get volatility, a little chicle. Square puts, nah. See, that's the thing. Square, I wouldn't buy it and I wouldn't really short it. And maybe that's a good indicator. I don't think I would, I would play it with volatility because it could move a lot. But that's not one I'm going to, that. Everyone keeps asking me if I could buy it, but it's not like I'm like, oh yeah, I don't know the valuation of it. You know what I'm saying? Like with Square, I believe in its future, but I think there's such a wide range of how this stock could be valued that I'd rather keep an eye on it than kind of commit to it. I don't know if she crazy, bro. What if she crazy? You know what I'm saying? What if we find out Square has daddy issues from Jack? You know what dude, you never know. That's why it's like, so before you commit, I'm going to observe. We'll see. We got time. I could get to know Square and it could figure out a lot of the things. Amazon negative. That's surprising. The premiums though. So again, since a lot of people we piqued your interest with some premium action today. I mean, those Amazons, they're still down on the day. So notice that. Remember, I kept coming back to these because these have been a graveyard. Remember this play from last month? I was down 60%. It came down. I was only down like 19% earlier. It's not much, but you see I'm losing money on a put today. So even though the stock is at a low, the price of the put is coming down. At one point this morning, I was making money on it. Remember, I called it out because I'm saying, okay, that means premiums are juicing. So now the stock is the same, the puts are lower. That means the premium's still chilling out, even on the downside. So even with Amazon, it's not as if pretty much people are less scared right here than they were right here. And even if it's not people, the damn computer, he's smarter than me, but he's less scared right here, right now than early this morning. Early in the morning, the computer was like, ding, ding, I don't know. No, ding, that's how is that how it sounds? I don't know how algorithms sound, but still. So that's where that's interesting, but good call out on it. But that's where you guys see on some of these, this is where I'm coming to look at the premiums. And this is why, that's why we keep them open. You see Apple, I'm getting an idea. We compared these to yesterday. So even Apple is coming up. Premiums are still down compared to yesterday. They were more bullish yesterday, but they're not completely bearish just yet. So you'll see pretty close. Okay, we good. The Tesla's up 13%. That I'm shocked. I should have got clapped. So you see the Tesla with time. So do you see the difference now? So compare Tesla right here. You see right here? You see right here? This shit right here? Sorry. That's the ADD. I get excited. It's volatility and we cover it a lot. So, just bear with me. But this is where I bought it, I'm pretty sure. When did I buy it? Let's get a real picture of it. 707. 707. Vallejo? They're like, Josh, you know about the Bay Area? I got it that early? Oh, so I got it high. Wait, no way. I got it that early? No shit. Why did that feel so late? Yeah, area. Like that? Okay. Tell the people that Tesla puts are back. Okay. I'm sorry. But I didn't think I got it. So I guess I didn't get too bad of a price. But pretty much this is what I'm trying to show you is that compare, like, look at here's 707. And with the stock slightly lower, they're a little bit more, they're 13% more. So the premiums, the market makers are a little bit more scared of Tesla right now because I'm surprised. I thought this wouldn't be up like that. Oh, you like that E40? I just got really into it. It was it's a vibe. You may never hear that again. You know what I'm saying? I bought it at 707, and then we start looking at the stock. Then I got hit with the Bay Area, and then it just brought me back, and then that's it. I was rare. I forgot. But I was just trying to show y'all the premium. I hope you never forget it now. This is a good lesson. Honestly, I hope E40 makes you never forget this. Can you just call it E40 premium? That's it, because just understand it, how at different times, and like, again, this is not static. So like what I'm showing you today, this is why I look at it every day, because it's not every day isn't like this. This is just right now in the volatility. So during this volatility, it just pay attention to what's doing it, but different marketplaces, you could expect to see different things, and that's what you should be focusing on, or at least that's what I do. SPY's coming down. Man, I hope I did. Oh, New York reports most daily COVID cases since January. So it's a COVID headline, but I don't know. That's it. It's a weird mix we got here. Where are the Microsoft premiums? So now I want to see how bullish people are feeling. Down 8. Amazon, wait till they see. So if the premiums go back up on Amazon, that's when things get a little bit worrisome. I'm still shocked I'm up on the Teslas. And then the Neos are still holding 10 cents. That's a joke. That's insane. What are the Babas at? 100? Oh. Yo. Oh, because I guess that's ugly for Baba. I'm holding the Neos. I'm holding those overnight. I mean, that's an easy hold overnight for me. You know my history with Neo. So now we finally got a good play on there. Yeah, so you just got New York news a little bit. Day's not over, but again, for the most part, it's good. 6 minutes till power hour. You say 17? 117? I flipped the Babas already. I only got 40% on the Babas. I thought I was, again, you guys were like, how'd you top tip that? That's crazy. We did, but we didn't. It's still at literally the underlying stocks at the same price. But what I've been telling you here, the premiums, they were more scared. Everybody on the chain of Baba, the insurance price just went up. No matter what. They don't even care what happened to the stock. Same thing with Neo. That's why I'm saying the price just went up no matter what. So I flipped it. I mean, it'll be risky, but I mean, there's the opportunity there. I just like the Neo because I got it for free. So that's the key. Imagine Joshua secretly using a bunch of technical analysis. That's a good conspiracy. It could be true. You never know. That'd be wild. That'd be funny. I could appreciate that. I would laugh. Like, if I wasn't Josh, I'd be like, that's crazy. That's crazy. It's true. It's true. It's good 10. That's solid 10. You got a solid. Nah, I got like 3 or 4. I got one big one, and then 2, and then that's it. But like all I have is, I got a screen to easily search stuff if I need a back check. I got the terminal, the Chad, and then like 2 option chains, and then another option chain behind all the other things, and then everything you see here, and then these. That's it. Oh, dude, you never know, dude. Oh, bro. Could be, dude. I could be hitting that fib, dude. Oh, dude, the fib king, dude. Okay, dude, don't get me hype right now, dude. I feel a little hype because the volatility, dude. If I break out the Fibonacci, dude, it's going to be game over. You know, just a little bit of waking fib, dude. I'm telling you, in the afternoon, too. Oh, dude. No, dude. Oh, yeah, wait. I don't know why Fibonacci reminded me. I was going to read the verse for my guy. Where is it? He kept saying Matthew 7. He said, Matthew 7, do not judge others, and you will not be judged, for you will be treated as you treat others. The standard you use in judging is the standard by which you will be judged. And why worry about a speck in your friend's eye when you have a log in your own? How can you think of saying to your friend, let me help you get rid of that speck in your eye when you can't see past the log in your own eye? Hypocrite. First, get rid of the log in your own eye, then you will see well enough to deal with the speck in your friend's eye. Don't waste what is holy on people who are unholy. Don't throw your pearls to pigs. They will trample the pearls, then turn and attack you. Man, bro, this is how old? They had the shade room back then. Effective prayer. Keep on asking and you will receive what you ask for. Keep on seeking and you will find. Keep on knocking and the door will be opened unto you. For everybody who asks receives, everybody who seeks finds, and to everybody who knocks the door will be opened. Woo! Your parents, if your children asks you for a loaf of bread, do you give them a stone instead? Or if they ask for a fish, do you give them a snake? Of course not. So if you sinful people know how to give good gifts to your children, how much more will your heavenly Father give good gifts to those who ask him? Do unto others whatever you would like them to do to you. This is the essence of all that is taught in the law and prophets. Oh, you feel that? You don't even need to read anymore. Do unto others what you would like them to do. This is the essence of all that is taught in the law and the prophets. Oh, the essence. Oh, man. I could keep going, man. But that's good. I'm gonna stop it because it said that's the essence. That's the essence. I don't think they get it. That's fine. So there you go. That was for my guy. It was Wilshire. There you go. Look at that Matthew 7. That's good. That's a good word. You see that? He kept hammering home the Matthew 7. I'm kind of glad. That's why. Woo! That wasn't my idea. I like it though. That was great. That was great. Airbnb. SPY came up. How about Roblo? Roblo is looking nice. Still holding. Went above 118. Now below. LGVN. Oh, a little pop. Still gets traded a lot, but not as much as the last couple days. Which stock would benefit, ROIV or A-Bus? I think A-Bus, but I haven't looked into ROIV, but it sounds familiar. I think A-Bus, though, again, they're the ones in the lawsuit. ROIV, Rovin, sounds very familiar, but I have not I will have to look into that. ARDX again. Again, that's the little Citigroup one, but that thing's been running every single day, I feel like. We've every single one of these days, this thing has came up. LGVN pop in. I like A-Bus, though. What did we get A-Bus at? Tesla pop. But you can't stop. No, you like this Tesla pop. Coming up there. So again, let's see the premiums too. I didn't think we shorted it that early. I was surprised. Or got the puts. Tesla. Now I'm down 1%. So look at that's so messed up. Tesla. It's just so messed up. Neo spreads are holding. That bid's not going below 10. So that one, again, that one's a play all about tomorrow. And I think the insurance premium, that's depending on what happens, people will react. Airbnb's going up. Already power hour. Oh, what was I going to look up? A-Bus. That's the thing. The only thing I hate about the pharmas is you guys see it. They're high risk, high reward, but I just hate how you always have to think about them issuing shares. Because that's where these companies get clapped. Or that's where you get clapped. We got it at 450, yeah. It's not even that shorted. There's 93 million shares. Chatter SPC opened up a priority list of reservations. Longeveron James. Nah. Chatter Space open up priority list. LGVN's taking off low key. Still down on the day. Oh, Arbus is Canadian? I don't know. Is this the... So, yeah, this is all of their offerings. So, they haven't issued shares in like 5 years, 7 years. They did 2013, 14, 15. I don't know. Do they even have money? Oh, I guess they make money, kind of. I don't know. I'll check their debt and stuff. Space popping. Yeah. Oh, we have it up there. There's the Chicle. Troy was early on that one. That one's moving. Again, Space opening up a priority release. What do you think about ARK in the long term? I'm personally not the biggest fan. So, I mean, but you could go through the holdings. There's a lot in there, but ETFs, a little ETF action in the long term won't hurt you. I mean, but I usually, even in the long term, I get other than that. TLT coming back hard. A little bit. TLT and Myrna identical. Well, TLT is about to still glows green today. Again, it never went down. You're still at these levels of yesterday, but I'm trying to think. It's $8. have an idea. But I'm still worried about this range, though. We need this to, if TLT goes up, market goes down. After this range, it's starting to look like it. But, I mean, that's just the normal correlation. We'll have to see. But I'm also, like, this is a key point. But I don't know if we're going to break it without testing Powell. That's the question. Do you run up into Powell or do you run up after Powell? It might stay the same. Honestly, that's what happened in 2018 or 2019, the first TLT we hit. There was a run up like what, a month before? But once it got to like a key range, it didn't break it out till after Powell. That's why I'm like, so I'm not really I feel like it's gonna be capped. Powell's in 2 weeks. But again, this week's already over. So pretty much you're gonna get up until Wednesday next week, then everyone's gonna start getting ready. But it's like the bond rally may be capped, essentially, because you at the very least it's always possible, but it's very unlikely that bonds will go really, really crazy before Jerome Powell. It's like why would they? Merck PDUFA Saturday for what? Not to $5, up 12% today. That's actually really good. We'll see. We'll see. Oh. The first, yeah, but that TLT, I was talking about the first TLT, so only if it's weird how many, only a few will know too. We hit 2 TLTs, so, but that first one was kind of similar to this situation, depending on how things play out. I mean, we could easily fall back from here real quick, but again, I just I like where the bonds are at, and they're telling us something about the market, but I just don't think they're gonna move too much until young Powell talks. The first one, I think I got a 145. There's on a video. I talked about it. That was the first rate cut. So the first time they cut rates, that is when we hit the first TLT. Merck for Keytruda, their main cancer drug. That's good. The push-ups in. We didn't today. We kind of slacked on push-ups. We were just, I think we burned enough calories waiting to see if the market was gonna drop. But yeah, we need push-ups. If y'all don't go to the gym today, I'm disappointed. You know, it's a good day. It's a good day. Hasn't this been the most confusing year for bonds? Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Even it's still confusing as shit. It's not even like the bonds are absolutely wicked right here. Myrna's going. We'll see if TLT does. Nautilus at $5. I think, dude, we're kind of chill for Powell, bro. This is chill. High number of lucid cars spotted at the plant. Define a high number. It's like there's a high number. It's a number. That sounds like good. I did, it's like the LGVN, bro. We spoke too soon on when they dropped that PR. They dropped a PR, and I was like, they didn't do any offering. And then the next day, I'm like, oh, okay. Thank God they did it 100% higher. A-bus was at 3. This shit was at $1 during then? Damn. Walmart is, dude, Walmart flips so heavy. FTC sues to block NVIDIA deal. Check NVIDIA. It might go down off that. Again, some people said that this is, a lot of people say it's already priced in. So be careful, but that thing could move it. This is TikTok News 2.0. It is. I don't know how it's going to play out, though, in that case. Even then, dude, these options are weird. It's dropped, but again, there's been a... Didn't we play this news before? Didn't we play this news before? And it had something like that. Yeah, I think we played it. Nah, but when was the last time? I think it's no, it was bigger before. The only benefit you're getting from this is literally you just get to get like a put on it. I don't know. SPY, really? It was earlier this year? Nah, there was another time we got it, but a lot of it has been priced in. Like it's $1 billion breakup fee, right? Like I don't think it's gonna hit them that heavy. Replay yesterday. It's too late. If we do set, bro, if you go red in 45 minutes, it'll be wilder than yesterday. Yeah, Walmart. I think Amazon is probably coming down with retailers. That's what looks to be kind of hitting things. The premium's still down. Neo premium's still up 120%. Those Babas are crazy. Yeah, I think NVIDIA's report said it wouldn't get approved. That's why I'm like, it's not. I don't know if that's going to move it. Apple, where is Apple? Apple's still not positive, but again, the premium's all day today. They held up. The Tesla puts are back up to 10%. Dude, that thing, Tesla is wild. Apple's still up 18. The XLFs are down 13, but it's 380. Again, we kept that one smaller. Senta. Yunnan! What's up, baby? God bless you, my friend. Yunnan always showing love. You thank you. You thank you. Horn! Amen, amen. IMF number 2 official Okamoto to leave. Gopinath replacing him. Was the TLT play coming into the next Fed meeting? I don't know. I'm looking at TLT again. I mean, if you've watched every watch list, you've been prepared in a weird way, but it's only giving us information right now. But like I said, once we fall out of this top end of the range or to the bottom of it, the market was going to react one way or another. So now that it's starting to go over there, we're not there. But I just think coming into the Fed meeting, after the Fed meeting, we may have a TLT play, but we don't know. Because if it ends up coming there, that's it. Will it be calls or puts? I don't. That's why we need it. That's why we need to see what happens. Because if it depends on what Powell does. If Powell Powell could do it. He'll backtrack like a motherfucker. He's really good at it. So if he starts walking it back, that's the key. Nobody could figure it out. And call or puts on bonds right now, even though you're watching it, every single bond move this year, nobody could figure it out. Even Michael Burry gave up. You know, he figured it out first. He was the first one on the first one at the beginning of the year. But other than that, ever since, now it's not, you know, it's very hard to determine. That's why whatever stance Powell takes, he will give us the answer. Powell will provide. Powell will provide. Amen. And the Lord. Ultimately the Lord, but amen. Amen. Joanne, the Pluto, don't they have earnings today? Omicron case identified in Colorado. See, pop in. It's everywhere at this point. I mean, yeah, I thought it was already. Jesus is the answer. You know what I'm saying? Amen. Da 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 da. Neo, are you climbing? Are you dying? Is the U.S. gonna delist you? Are you pissed, bro? And I'm sorry, but the premiums are not cheaper. They're expensive. Made my day replying to my watch list. You make my day, Juice Trades. God bless you, bro. Honestly, I love reading your comments. I think every single time I've ever heard you type. I've never heard you type. You know what I'm saying? But you feel me. I know you feel me. So God bless you, bro. Thank you for all your positive comments and just holding it down, bro, and even sticking with the trades and no matter what the market is throwing at you, ups and downs, bro. I mean, I appreciate you heavy. I hear you type. I could hear you. Shh. Jesus is the answer. What are we whispering about? Huh? I love whispers. Come on. Let me whisper, Josh. Come on, let's tell them. We got Built Back Better. You prick. Huh? Come on, what? You hear me today? I was on top of my shit. I went to a gas station. I took one of those, you know how they had a little energy pills? I stopped by. He said, Secret Serve guy, come here, give me one of those. He said, like Lion Tiger. Took one of those, get a nice coffee. He's ready to go. That's it. That's how you build back better. We should mandate that, huh? Can we mandate the tiger pill? No? And why not? You get some up in the morning. I told you, my granddad was a worker. That's why he wake up in the morning and, get some going. Huh? Okay. I laughed because you said story time, and I contemplated it. And then I just giggled because I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know if we're going to take, because I started thinking, I was like, this could be a crazy story. It flashed before my eyes, but it would have took a lot of time. That's it. Okay, what's going on with Neo? It was all China. Besides today, there was nothing really today. I mean, you got second Omicron case, and that was pretty much it. But NEO and BABA, K-Web, the whole China index, all the China stocks, the SEC confirmed and filed the final rules for companies to get delisted from the United States. So pretty much the same thing. All of them look the same if you look at any stock, Baidu, BABA, JD, all of that. So we made a play on BABA and NEO, but they all got clapped. They all got clapped. Fake news, Joanne. Wait, is it fake news or not? I'm confused. Even Nightbot was like, "Shut up, stop laughing, explain it." Thank you, Nightbot. If you have any problems, please DM Nightbot. They're a real person. They will beef with you. I'm just take that up. Nightbot was like, "Nah, you just made it up." Well, that's yeah. Even Nightbot was like, "What the fuck you laughing at, man? Come on." Colorado just hit Fox Business. I mean, we went up and then you kind of got a cheek lay, but we'll see. Remember, we've had another case announcement. You're on case number 3 today. So we'll see. I missed the channel during Trump. Can you do Trump well? Nah, I can't. I can make fun of Trump pretty good though every now and then. You got to give me a shot on him. But like honestly, I haven't seen a Harley Davidson in a while though. So I'm, it's like it goes both ways. But I can never do the Trump one. Terrific. Wait, I don't know how to do it. How he does it. He like talk. I don't know. I can't. He has a very unique voice. Well, we could do a little bit of George W. Bush out here now. So I hope you got the, what do they call it there? The inoculation. But we love Texas and your right to freedom. But I hope you bought the dip and got the whatever else you need out there, okay? So you have a wonderful day out there, buddy. All right. I love it. See, I could do that one easy. It's easy out there. Hit it like a golf ball. I don't know. That sounded a little awkward. Sorry about that. PSA, watch out for the fake trading account. You had 3 message at me in 1 week. Yeah, man. It's a common problem. He's kind of like our shitty roommate at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, I don't know. Like, yeah, you gotta be careful out there. I will not message you again. So if you're new, I mean, he gets really offensive, and I hope none of you ever get. He's a different vibe than me. Like you can feel him creeping on you. You know what I'm saying? Like the fake trading fraternity account, man. Like he'll hella offend you. I'm just saying. I would never really talk to y'all like that. If you think I'm gonna be like, hey, what's up? And then you hit me with the genuine answer, and then I'm like, cool. How the fuck's your trading going? All right, man, we tried this little private group. We trying to get this. You want it or not? Huh? You know what I'm saying? So you got to watch out for that. As simple as that. As simple as that. It says scared money don't make money. Yeah, so watch out. It's not safe. Yeah, he tries to it's like a weird. He tries to be your friend, pretending it's me, but then he's not even friendly. And then he tries to muscle you out of your money. Yeah, so just don't do it. But apologies. You report the account too. We usually get them taken down within a couple of hours to a week. I just don't think you guys realize. We remove at least 10 to 15 accounts a week, every week. It's honestly insane. It's absolutely insane. I mean, it is a BuzzFeed story waiting to happen. I don't know why. They're going to do it eventually. They have to. It's so insane. It's so insane. Some sad people out there. It's just literally, bro, it's an operation. It's like the Nigeria Prince scams. How they have those call centers and they just straight scam people for all sorts of shit. It's literally that. Like, this is like organized crime. Like, I don't know. Like, it doesn't mean like it's like a, it's not like, I don't know if it's like the mafia, but it's like they go and get a call center in these foreign countries, and they run like hella scams out. Like this is like, it's more common than you think. They call in your grandma and they like, yo, we're Microsoft. We lock down your computer. And they're like, pay us, or they'll do like the social security stuff. Like, it's crazy. They run it. It's an operation. But now they're getting into social media and finance. It's wild. It's wild out there. I've never got a message from fake Josh. They get smart, bro. Sometimes they get they might know. They might know. I love watching scammers get hacked. Yeah, those are good YouTube series. I have watched a couple of those in my lifetime. I've definitely came across those. Yeah, you've yet to encounter. I don't know. Maybe that's it. Unfollow me and then follow me again. And then you might encounter one. They just go through people who just follow me for the first time. But we're chilling off of the third COVID news. FTC alleges NVIDIA ARM hurts competition. So more NVIDIA updates. I think Neo premiums are holding. NVIDIA is coming down again. Another reiteration of the news. China-based stocks trade in the U.S. slip with tighter rules. Chinese companies trade the U.S. extended negative headlines. Earlier, the SEC adopted final amendments to rules implementing the Holding Foreign Companies Act. The agency statement says that auditors of public firm books must be subject to PCAOB inspection, and notes that 2 of the more than 50 jurisdictions have failed to work with the PCAOB, China and Hong Kong. Separately, news hit in recent days that China plans to ban companies from going public on foreign stocks via a loophole. That's the Hong Kong thing. The Women's Tennis Association also said it would suspend tournaments in China over concerns over Peng Shui. And last month, China companies fell after disappointing earnings. So that was the China news. That's the latest update in the market. Can you pull up MBWM? What is it? And you need to see the bid depth. How deep are you getting into this thing? Mercantile Bank Corp? Why are you just trading like regional banks? What's going on, man? Are you okay? Sorry. What is this? Here's your level 2, bro. What do you need to see? This shit's not moving. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, is this a credit union? Is this a check cashing place? Nah, but I don't know what this stock is, but it's not, bro. It's 34, 33 on the ask, probably 500 in size, and then 34.15 on the bid, just under 1,000, and it hasn't traded anything in the last couple minutes. AAL on level 2. What do you know? Why do you want to see the level 2? I mean, on stuff, if it's actively traded, I mean, level 2, I'm only really looking at it for the stock if it's an IPO or if there's there's something going on. I mean, even for options, I don't really even look at the level 2 too much. FTC, they said something with competition. Again, there's the FTC, and isn't there the European regulators as well, too? Ooh, where's this? Mm. Hold on, I'm seeing the house. Early market on close, 375 million sell side. You got 30 minutes left. UWMC, this is a good environment for them. Again, rates are going down. If rates go down and there's anything that sends people inside homes, UWMC gets another shot at a record mortgages. Again, that's the like mortgages were crazy 12 months from today. Like at the end of the year last year, it was nuts. So if the rates keep going lower and depending on what happens, I mean, you got a winner there. Believe it or not, like honestly, if TLT skyrocketed, even if you missed TLT, you would probably catch it through UWMC to a degree. I think they would have, you would at least get half of it through UWMC, I would say. I mean, if you think about it, you would have got clobbered the same way throughout the year. TLT bounced better. But like, I hope you guys could understand that. That's it. See, TLT bounced or UMC bounced a little bit. This is what I'm saying. This is why I think Matt is fucking it up instead of just, doing this thing. You say Baba Green? Huh? Oh, because it was green. It was heavy green today. I was like, what? I was like, what? I'm at Neo. Big green, Microsoft. Yeah, you're getting a run here, 30 minutes. A lot of things just got to pop. Snowflakes, that's an earnings continuation. UWMC's going. Roblo pop. Back above our 118. Airbnb, 170. The Neos are still holding. The bid went up on the Neos. Someone just bought it. Someone just filled the bid there. The bid even went up. I was like, man, that's crazy. Let me check the Microsofts. Tesla puts still up 6. Apple's still up 18. So then none of it's changed. Amazon came down a little bit more. Microsoft's still down 5. JD Baba going in. Is there China news? I don't think so. I think there's just a run here. And I think that little bounce got him alive. But, I mean, men lie, women lie, premiums don't. That's the way I'm looking at all the. If that Baba put is still that same price, I mean, that's it. Which one? We got 90s? Yeah, bro. These Babas are still double. Nah. Yeah, I don't think there's anything. The premium reflects what's in their hearts. It really does. Apple's about to go green, but the premiums aren't going up higher, though. Again, a lot of earnings after hours. Troy posted, Ulta could be fire. Didn't Ulta shit the bed last time? Yeah. They're either going to surprise good or get clapped. Ulta can move. I'm not playing Asana. I just have shares. Asana could either get wrecked or hopefully it's snowflakes. don't own properties, what's the best inflation play? Gold, silver, REITs, or value stocks? I mean, quite frankly, anything but the dollar. But I really do think do whatever you can to get property is the simplest way. Like if you really want like the ultimate hedge to inflation, that's the way I see it. But it's still like anything with equities that will outpace equity alone, but you can't put it into shit. Like something, high quality companies, like honestly, Apple might be a close second, believe it or not, if you insist on stocks. I mean, gold may not go up in the same way. Also, if you pay the property in cash, do whatever you want to get it. Just get, even if you take out a loan. I mean, if you had cash, I would spread it out a little bit. But even then, property is the best inflation hedge. Again, if you already were set up for it, you already got the first run. But even then, it's not. I mean, there's still we got a couple more years before like a lot could happen, and they're finally admitting stuff now. You see how time is slow and fast, but when you're really going to see how this all culminates. I mean, honestly, I've been looking at, like, after watching so many of these like news things we've been seeing with everything, like the Congress stuff, I've just been like, it just really reminds me of 2008 and like prior and like after, in like even like 2010, when like you would watch it and like they would just be blatantly saying the same thing over and over and over again. It didn't make sense. Remember I showed you those clips of like Ben Bernanke? Do you guys want to watch them? Do you guys want to see that? Do you want to like, let me show you what I'm talking about. Like you could hear them talking, but like they didn't really like, it's just like they were so wrong, like, and they kept like saying it over and over, like the same confidence is what I'm seeing now a little bit, where it's like they keep saying no. Like you hear them, like a lot of you guys are getting political, and you're like, how is, like when Janet Yellen is literally up there trying to explain how she's trying to explain how it's lying or wrong. I don't know, but she's just trying to explain how there's certain amounts of money, and that this isn't, she won't answer inflation. She won't ever say it. And she'll say it causes this, is that. It just reminds me of back then when they were saying no. Like, you don't understand. They were very, very confident. Let me find the clip. I showed it before on stream. You remember? Let me see. I think I have a couple of clips I could show you. But where is it? Oh, is it the Henry Paulson? Is it the Paulson one? Oh, no, it's this one right here. Look. See, look. Let me show you this. Are you ready? And, like, this is through the years. Like, look, here, this is what I want to show you. This is a good one.
Paul back.
Ben, there's been a lot of talk about a housing bubble, particularly, from all sorts of different places. Can you give us your view as to whether or not there is a housing
shopping at
My bad.
bubble out there?
Well, unquestionably, housing prices are up quite a bit. I think it's important to note that fundamentals are also very strong. We've got a growing economy, jobs, incomes. We've got very low mortgage rates. We've got demographics supporting housing growth. We've got restricted supply in some places. So it's certainly understandable that prices would go up some. I don't know whether prices are exactly where they should be, but I think it's fair to say that much of what's happened is supported by the strength of the economy.
Tell me, what is the worst case scenario? So we have so many economists coming on our air and saying, oh, this is a bubble and it's going to burst and this is going to be a real issue for the economy. Some say it could even cause a recession at some point. What is the worst case scenario if, in fact, we were to see prices come down substantially across the country?
Well, I guess I don't buy your premise. It's a pretty unlikely possibility. We've never had a decline in house prices on a nationwide basis. So what I think is more likely is that house prices will slow, maybe stabilize, might slow consumption spending a bit. I don't think it's going to drive the economy too far from its full employment path, though.
So would you agree with Alan Greenspan's comments recently that we've got some areas of the country that are seeing froth, not necessarily a national situation, but certainly froth in some areas?
You can see some types of speculation, investors turning over condos quickly. So those sorts of things you see in some local areas. I'm hopeful that, and I'm confident, in fact, that the bank regulators will pay close attention to the kinds of loans that are being made, making sure that underwriting is done right. But I do think that this is mostly a localized problem and not something that's going to affect the national economy.
This scenario envisions that consumer spending, supported by rising incomes and the recent decline in energy prices, will continue to grow near its trend rate, and that the drag on the economy from the most housing sectors will gradually diminish. The motor vehicle sector may already be showing signs of strengthening. After having cut production significantly in recent months in response to the rise in the inventory of unsold vehicles, automakers appear to have boosted the assembly rate a bit in November, and they have scheduled further increases for December. The effects of the housing correction on real economic activity are likely to persist into next year, as I've already noted.
CHDN, they're selling a unit.
But the rate of decline in home construction should slow as the inventory of unsold new homes is gradually worked down.
There's plenty of liquidity out there. He said he did not sense a lack of liquidity in the market.
This is 2007 now.
And he said we're monitoring the markets, but didn't really make any conclusions. So he went as far as he had to go, but not further.
He also calmed the fears about the subprime market, which were rippling through Wall Street yesterday, and said we're taking a look at it, but right now it doesn't seem to be an issue, but we're watching it certainly.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So let's first take a listen to what Ben Bernanke had to say about the economy.
So we expect moderate growth going forward. We believe that if the housing sector begins to stabilize, and if some of the inventory corrections that are still going on in manufacturing begin to be completed, that there's a reasonable possibility that we'll see some strengthening of the economy sometime during the middle of the year.
He went on to talk about the subprime market. Another fear yesterday was that there'd be contagion, but not in the eyes of Ben Bernanke.
Our assessment is that there's not much indication at this point that subprime mortgage issues have spread into the broader mortgage market, which still seems to be healthy, and the lending side of that still seems to be healthy.
1 year before 2008.
The pace of home sales seems likely to remain sluggish for a time, partly as a result of some tightening in lending standards and the recent increase in mortgage interest rates. Sales should ultimately be supported by growth in income and employment, as well as by mortgage rates that, despite the recent increase, remain fairly low relative to historical norms. However, even if demand stabilizes as we expect, the pace of construction will probably fall somewhat further as builders work down the stocks of unsold new homes. Thus, declines in residential construction will likely continue to weigh on economic growth over coming quarters, although the magnitude of the drag on growth should diminish over time. The global economy continues to be strong. Supported by solid economic growth abroad, U.S. exports should expand further in coming quarters. Overall, the U.S. economy appears likely to expand at a moderate pace over the second half of 2007, with growth then strengthening a bit in 2008 to a rate close to the economy's underlying trend.
So, it's not tinfoil at all. I'm just, again, this is what it was like. That's why I'm saying it's a lot of it's just starting to sound now where you, again, that was Bernanke before. Again, it was like, it was time and time before all of that happened. But it just, that's not even, that's pre-Powell, that's pre-Janet Yellen. Janet Yellen was the one to replace it, but it just sounds so similar where I'm saying, like, okay, every time, like, I know, like, some people, everyone always, like, they keep bringing up politics. I'm not saying everybody like you. I'm just saying, like, you see how the Congress people make a focus, even no matter if it's Fox or CNN, they're either talking about it or they're responding to it. But the point is, it's like you hear all of the discussions where it's just like pure economics of everything. It's like the data and what's going on is starting to get so far off from the dialogue, and then you see how similar the dialogue was back then. So that's where I'm saying, like, listening to a lot of these, like, I'm just like, all right, it's starting to get a little bit like and again, this is why we're watching the bond market, and this is why people are pricing in stuff, because it just literally, you're like, all right, well, this is, we've kind of heard this same confidence or hubris. I don't know which one it is. It's just like you don't know if they're lying or if they're just flat out wrong. But that's where I'm saying it's just like it sounds very, very similar. Like they're very, very confident with their strategies. They got to be. But that's why I'm saying it's like all of this is kind of, we're gonna see. Let's keep watching and seeing what the Fed does and all of that. But if it starts to, if more stuff starts to come out with again, I'm talking about inflation. This is why I'm saying I think right now the best inflation hedge is real estate. But the point is, we're in the middle of this now. You're not going to realize this till 2, 3, 4, 5 years later, and that's when the effect compounds. You saw what real estate did in 1 year, but I'm just saying we're going to have to view this 3, 4 years from now. And the question is, what did you hold, and was it good quality, and was it really able to outpace? NVIDIA says they'll continue to demonstrate benefits of the deal. CHDN, that was the buyout thing. You got 15 minutes left. NVIDIA didn't really move. You got a little cheek lay there. United States going to crash next year when rates go up. They may not, but no. I mean, that's again, if the rates start going up too soon, that means the long-term rates are going to come down. So in a weird way, rates going up too fast would help real estate in the long run. UWMC last chance. Is that sad that I laugh at that? Like, when I like it, I'm like, oh, I'm like, those will be the days. It'll be flying high, like AMD, UMC, last chance, man, last chance. Do you see White House formally sends Powell nomination? I did not. It's good. That's good news. They gave him his letter. That means this whole time. They're just like, yeah, go to Congress. We'll figure it out later. We'll get you the suit. You'll be good to go. Ooh, I actually like this. Look at this. Graham sent me this. He made this. Y'all, I don't know how y'all get your hands on. Y'all just know how to do shit. He made a black swan. That's pretty dope, bro. I would put that in my house. That's some good artwork. I like it. I like it. It's good meaning, His deep meaning. That's like deep. I like it. I like it a lot. NFT it. No. UWMs. SPY's coming back, bro. We're good, I think. Again, the Apple premiums are up. We'll see if Apple goes positive, but I think you're going to get, I think it's good, man. I think it's good. Microsoft kind of selling off. 10-minute rigged here. The Neos, the ask went down, but bid still at 10. Oh. Yo, you hear that? That was my back. Microsoft coming down here. Apple, wait a minute. 10-minute rig. Hold on. Hold on. Again, you have jobs report tomorrow. You have jobs report tomorrow as well. The imbalances, they were already out there. I mean, we'll see. No, it was the sell side. I mean, if we go, we'll come to VWAP, but look at where VWAP is on the day now. I mean, today was pretty solid. Again, the euro close. If we close at euro close, that'll be interesting. We might, honestly, just pay attention. Again, remember we were saying watch the euro close, but I mean, if you close there, that will tell you a lot. That means we were a little bit bullish, but just to end at that same spot, it's like good and bad, you know? Market 3.8 sell side. Woo, 3.8 billion. That's big. That's big. TLT's moving. What time is it? 12:52. LQD, yeah, LQD and HYG. They went up. I am only holding my ASON stocks, but don't trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed 500 shares of A-Bus. So, again, we've been talking about it. I'm playing with the Myrna stuff. I think it's a little risky, so I put $2,000. I already had $800 in from before, from last year, so I figured I'll throw a little bit more on here. Again, I'm playing if there is a delay. It's biotech, little risky, but I think it'll be decent. But that play, no real guarantee on anything there. There's no real catalyst, essentially, except for that Myrna news and what it could lead up to. CPI next week. Yeah, 7 minutes left. LHDX related to Biden's at-home test kit. TLT popped. Lucira Health. Is that on Twitter? Let's see. I played that small after BYSI. Essentially, that's why I was like, all right, I was gonna do 1,000 shares, but I was like, I'll just do 500, $2 grand. I mean, I think that I pulled out like $3 grand left out of BYSI. So I was like, all right, we'll just put that in there, let that one sit. Just, I mean, again, it could still get active quick. They make at-home test kits. But Abbott is probably going to be the winner now that I think about it. Our deck's coming back. Dude, that thing has been very, very active. Spies coming down. You're literally right near the European close. Yeah, the Abbott, I think Abbott's a play, but all the premiums are crazy. They really held up decent throughout all of it, but the premiums are wild. 5 minutes left. TLT just rocketed up there. That's not a good sign here at close. It's really, really not, and especially as this looks like it's still going straight up. Because that means bonds are just higher than yesterday. Like you can see it. Oh, man. So that's interesting with how much we're up and then the bonds going up this much. I mean, again, and watch for the thing. UMC pop with TLT. Again, you're going to get like half of the beta, essentially. So that's what I'm saying is that it's whatever TLT does, there is some residual effect, assuming Matt, the CEO, doesn't just fuck it up. That's it. That's it. Matt has one job. One job. Kind of. He has a couple jobs, but still. It's a big company. Oil up, bonds up, TLT up, and ETFs down. You tweeted Matt? Yeah, he ain't want the smoke. Nautilus is still holding. It was just at 5. It's funny to see how this thing prints. Mm-hmm. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat while we come through the aisle with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 5 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6:10 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach in the San Diego International Airport, it's about 73 degrees and sunny. Looking like a good day. Should be able to enjoy this beautiful weekend in your vacation, but unfortunately, we are still under COVID guidelines, so please make sure all masks are worn and exit one row at a time. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Bring it home. It's your time. This is your time, baby. Oh, we're going to close at European close. I know a lot of you look at that. That's not a coincidence. That's not a coincidence. If we close right here, I'll just realize even how close we are. Just that's important, okay? So wrap it up. Whatever you got to do. 1 minute. Wow, that was good. I'll take it. I'll take whatever you're going to give me, but God is good. Pride comes before the fall, but I think that was a good one. I was confident in that one. I think we're going to bring it home, baby. So wrap it up. If you're going to hold the plays or not, you got jobs report tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. Do we get down Friday, down Monday? You're literally about to close right where we closed on Tuesday. So it's telling you a little bit about everything. At least today gave you some chill. Again, you got to see all the premiums there. You got 10 seconds left. 10 seconds left. Rock it. Bring it home, ladies and gentlemen. Bring it home. Come on. Oh. Ding, 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 ding. Orn. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the day. How do you feel right now? How do you feel right now? GG in the chat. How do you feel right now? I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. I don't care how you got here, how you ended up here. I don't know how long you were here for, but we need a GG in the chat, bro. That's it. We need good sportsmanship. We got to foster good sportsmanship, okay? It don't matter if you made money or lost money. You still had a good game, and you still learned something, baby. Oh, and you still get tomorrow. Wow, GG. GG, look at that. It was a good day. I feel, it calmed some people down. It got you right on some footy. Y'all ready? It was good. You feeling good. Come on, baby. You still got tomorrow. Woo! So, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. You are free to leave if you would like, but before you go, I got a couple of things for you. Oh, my gosh, 2.5 thousand likes. Oh, let's go, baby. Woo! Woo! Amen. Amen. We'll take it. We'll take it. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I love it. So God bless you and thank you. If you liked the video, I love you. But listen, man, before you head out, each and every single one of you, just thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for being here. Thank you for putting me on your car, your speakers, your work. I don't care where it was. And I don't care if you like me or not, because you still gave me an opportunity. You let me have your ear for a second. And I hope that you learned something, had fun, got exposed to the fastest news. Hopefully you got to play. Hopefully there was a lot, something that you enjoyed. And hopefully you were able to chat in the chat and bring something to the chat. You know what I'm saying? And if not, one day you will. One day you will, baby. And don't forget to source that info, baby. Let's go, Chad. But God bless you and thank you. Shout out to all the members and big thank you to all the members. You see them rocking the badge. They support the channel. They hold it down. I never asked them to. We don't even offer any crazy perks. It's, that's never what we've ever really been about. Everything is freemium, but to see people show love and support for years. I don't think you realize years, baby. Years, baby. Oh, shout out to members, baby. Members, I love you, baby. And I hope you've been doing good. And just thank you for supporting. And again, big shout out to the members too, who even though they support, they stand out in the chat, they could get all, they could get all high and mighty on you. They could take that 2-year badge and start flexing on you. But instead, they chose to be a good beacon. Even the 1-year badges. Everybody, man, it don't matter what level you're at. For real, man, if you are rocking that badge and you use it and you exemplify yourself in the chat where it's just gracious and people see what you're doing and you're helpful and all of that, and you just overall showing love and showing what we really about, I from the bottom of my heart, thank you and God bless you, especially if it's, rooted in that positivity. And we got a lot of good hearts in here. You got a lot of good traders and we got a lot of fast news. So it's beautiful, but shout out to all those positive people. Shout out to the stream alerts, baby. They miss it. I hope man. I hope you pray for the Chads that got to work all day and they out there, but we make sure, they tune in minutes at a time, but they out there. So we love you, baby. Stream alerts, thank you for supporting, and I hope you have not missed anything. Stream alerts too. If you guys have, if you've been out of the mix, but you've been, at work and only on the alerts, if you ever need help, you come talk to us, baby. We love you. Big shout out to the stream alerts. And finally, but last but definitely not least, it don't matter who you are. It don't matter who you are. You know that? It makes no difference who you are when you wish upon a chat. Okay, I got the voice crack and everything. But listen, man, it don't matter who you are, bro. If you come in here, we do not want anything from you. We have not asked anything from you. I hope you realize why I'm so gracious and grateful for the people, the generosity of their own hearts who have supported this channel and showed us love, because we don't ask anything, and it's not going to change how we treat anybody. And I really hope you guys understand that. And what we really appreciate, and the big thing it boils down to, where I'm going to shout you out, it don't matter who you are, but if you came in here with the attitude to learn and get better and spread positivity, not get better and make a lot of money so you could be an asshole and be rude and clap everybody, you know what I'm saying? Just the people who really came to learn. And even if you get a little aggressive, if you just came in here, bro, with just, you know what I'm saying? Just that strong energy and attitude that you want to win, or that you want to learn something, that you want, it's just the attitude, man. So God bless you and thank you, man. God bless you and thank you. That's all we need, and it's beautiful. We love the chat, man. We love it, and we love it. But that's it. That's the day. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. If you ever missed anything, we're going to recap it. We made a lot of plays. We did Tesla, IBM, Baba Flip, XLF, Neo Flip, and then Ghetto Lock on the UMC, baby. But still holding a lot as well, too. So we'll see 750 million. Share buyback. Docu getting clapped after hours. Ooh, is that 15%? Oh, my God. Ulta's moving, too. I forgot. You're getting some earnings here. Docu got knocked, bro. That's not good for software. I think ASON. Ulta's popping, baby. So that's a good one. Where's ASON? Remember, ASON software. ASON could go up a lot, too. This might help a little bit of the market. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. You can watch in the meantime. But be on the watch list. We're going to cover anything, any news. These might even be potential plays for tomorrow. Again, they could have an impact. Today was a wild day. We're going to recap everything and then what we're looking at for tomorrow. Third link for the membership badge, baby. Shout out all the members again. We love y'all. Fourth link for the merch. Shout out to people rocking the boys. Positive merch. Keep it positive. Keep it positive. And then all the new channels, Cult Real Estate, Cult Cars, Cult PHILO, Cult Music. And follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. You may get followed by a fake Instagram. That's not me. I'm not going to hit you like that. All you need on the Instagram is that I post the long-term portfolios. So if you scan through any of the photos and keep swiping on them, you will see the long-term portfolio. So if we ever made a move, maybe you're behind, maybe double check. I don't know. People like pretty pictures, so it's up there. Follow us. We love you. God bless you. And then how option pricing works. If you watch this video and don't learn anything, I will slap you in the face. So it's really important, and I think you're going to learn a lot. So watch it. Again, you know the consequences if you don't learn anything, or maybe you'll find out. Maybe it's a benefit. I don't know. But check that out, okay? It's good. My face is on my Instagram? Wait. Are you sure? My internet's not loaded. The at the Trading Fraternity one, right? No way. All right, whatever. Let me finish this up. I think we can finish this. We'll finish this up real quick. But then how to set up the long-term portfolio. Ooh. Oh, you see that? Yeah, it's good. And wait for the long term. The long term's good, man. And then finally the prayer request. Wow. So I love y'all. And God bless you. I hope you living good. And I hope you know we don't have an affiliate link. We don't want anything. Like I said, that's why I'm so grateful and appreciative of the people who come with love. Not only their support and they support, but the people who come in with love. Again, I know some names and I see good comments from them all the damn time, no matter what. Y'all ain't never thrown me any sort of shade. Y'all never been weird. Y'all never joked weird with me. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's beautiful. And that's, you know, all we ever going to ask for you, man, is to pray for y'all. And that if you pray for us, that's it. So I appreciate all of you for real. And especially, man, if you out there praying for me, God bless you, man. You are family. And you know what it is. Because this is where it's at, man. You know, it's, you know, I feel it, man. I love the prayer. I'm telling you, if you ever want to give me anything, pray for me for real. That's all I need. That I'm telling you, I know a guy, okay? That's all I'm saying is that, like, yo, it'd be nice, like, short, like, money's dope. If you want to, like, if you got me a house one day, that'd be dope. You know what I'm saying? And I would appreciate it. I love all of you, but, like, at the end of the day, I'm just saying, if I ever wanted anything, just pray, because I know a guy. And if you pray, right, pray to God, but I know a guy. And if you pray, I know what he could do. You know what I'm saying? I just know a guy. So if you pray for me, that's all I really need, and it has the most value in the world to me. I hope you understand that. That was even in today's PHILO. That was just, even pray God. Even if you don't even have to ask, just say, God, just say thank you. Just say thank you for God. I don't know how you want to do it. I don't know. Just pray for me, for real. That's the most valuable thing anybody could ever give me or do for me. I don't think people feel me on that. You know what I'm saying? You're like, how would that be possible? You don't even know. You don't even see it, but I do. Like, I feel, you know, that's between you and God, and that's between me and God, but I know what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's so important. It is so important. So just, that's all I want. Like, that's it. You know that Mariah was right. All I want for Christmas is you, Chad. Nah, I want a prayer and Chad. I love it. That's all I want, man. So pray for me. And guess what? I hope you know I'll give you the same thing back. I'll pray for you. Shit. And that's what I'm saying. I know a guy. I trust him. You may not. He operates a little bit differently, but I know a guy, and I'm going to pray for. I'll give you the same thing back, baby. Come on. That's all I'm saying, man. So fill it out. Me and my mom. This is what me and my mom do. I genuinely got my mom, bro, straight from Egypt. That's an imported prayer warrior. Bro, all she knows is the Bible. All she knows is praying, bro. And she praying. This lady has never drank a sip of alcohol in her life, and she praying for y'all super religiously. Y'all even saying hella messed up shit in the chat, and she's still praying. She prayed for me. She even rebuked my ass for saying ass. You know what I'm saying? So that you know, but I'm just saying, me and mama gonna pray for you. That's all. So that's it. Even if you don't like me, at least I know mama got us backed up. At worst case, you know we got to hedge with mama. Hedge with mama answers, baby. You know what I'm saying? So God bless. Thank you, Mom. And I love you. And God bless God. And that's it. So fill it out, man. We just want to pray for y'all. Put your jersey on our back. Support it. That's what it is. But that's the day, man. That's the day. Okay? Go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. You could also listen to Lead the Field by Earl Nightingale. Okay? You could also do that one. Okay? You could also do that one. That's a good one. But, you know, you're going to wake up and dry. I told you yesterday, you're going to wake up with an idea. We're positive. Were you positive today? The market was positive. I told y'all got to start being a little bit dumb about it. Y'all got to get delusional. I'm delusional. You know that, right? Oh, man, I'm just saying. That's what I'm trying to explain. Because you're going to wake up and drive tomorrow. If you wake up in neutral without a decision, you know, if you wake up in neutral, if you're in neutral on top of a hill, you're just going to roll whichever direction the hill is. I hope you know that's how your life is. And I hope you know that's how you are in the morning with your attitude. Because sometimes a lot of people, they wake up in neutral. Their attitude is dependent on the first thing they see or the first person they interact with. So if you're in neutral, you're either going to be positive or negative depending on what the world throws at you. But what I'm telling you is you could put that shit in drive. You know what I'm saying? Put the car in drive. Oh, and then you put it in drive. It's not going to roll back. That's it. You put it in drive. That's it. You make a drive. D is for decision. Okay? D is for decision. That's all you got to do. You wake up and drive. You make a decision. You say it's going to be a good day. I have a good attitude about it. I believe I could accomplish something. I think something's out there waiting for me, baby. I think something's out there waiting for me. I kind of believe it. You know, it's looking like a good day. I feel alive. I don't know why, but I feel good. Woo! I'll clap for my damn self, baby. Let's go. That's what it comes down to. That's waking up and drive. Okay? That's waking up and drive. That's waking up and drive. And that's all you got to do. So that's what you're going to do. And whatever you have to do at the end of this bell, the bell's already gone. The market's already over. But my friend, you got a long day ahead of you. So I don't know what you got to deal with, my friend. But I really hope you give it 150% effort. It don't matter what it is and how small it is. Please do not despise the days of small beginnings. There's no such thing as too small. So if you're dealing with something, maybe you got to do a little work. Do it with a lot of energy. Do it with the feeling like, wow, I'm blessed to be able to do this. Even if you think it's small, because you may not realize it, that right there is about to step you up. But you watch. Just watch. I'm just saying, 150% effort. Just give it some energy. You got the energy. You see, that's why you wake up and drive, bro. I was like, you not hear me the last hour or two of the market? I was calm as hell. I'm like, yeah, you know, and then we calling the news. We looking at plays. We got a little joke. But you see why I'm hype right now? The market's over. We got the rest of the day, baby. We wake up. That's it. And then we going to wake up and drive. It's beautiful. I don't care what it is for the rest of the day, baby. Let's do it big. Let's do it big, okay? Let's do it big. Let's do it big. That's it. You just got to give the best effort you can. Oh, a little bit more too. A little bit. Watch. You would surprise yourself. You would surprise yourself. I'm just saying. You would surprise yourself. You would surprise yourself, my friend. Okay? And I hope you got the PHILO, man. I already told you the one thing I want is just pray. That's it. If I could get anything in this world, pray, man. Oh, you know what a blessing it would be if some of y'all just ended up praying and just say, you know, I hope we were able, everybody in the chat, I hope a random chat comment made you feel blessed about life. I hope something it is where you pray, but just pray for me. That was part of the PHILO, but don't forget the seed, my friend. Okay? It ties into a lot of all of this, and I hope you could really understand the blessing of Amor Fati and really love fate. And it's easy to say God's plan like you Drake, you know what I'm saying? It's easy to God's plan, you know, but you getting stressed sometimes. I need you to zoom out a little bit and understand the seed is controlled, okay? The seed is controlled, and all you need, I'm telling you, bro, my whole mindset got to expand. You would think, look at that, I ain't even off the shrooms, the acid, y'all, and I'm telling you, I took a big step back. I got a different view by just looking at this seed yesterday. That's all I'm saying. That's all I know they don't feel it, man. I know they don't feel it, but somebody feel it. It's beautiful. So I'm telling you, it's all about the seed, bro. It's all about the seed. Ask for the seed. Start looking at the seed a little bit more and realize, you may not even realize what God's doing with you. And that's the whole point, bro. You know the knowledge. You see what I'm saying? That means you don't know what's going on because that means you're about to get hit with the knowledge. But I'm just saying, the seed, there's a source of it all. We can start talking nature if you want, but I'm just saying, don't forget that should calm you down a little bit. That should honestly should calm you down a little bit and give you a scope. Say, okay, because you've been trying to rework the same problem 50 different ways. But I'm just saying, step back. God may have a whole nother seed for you. And if you just know where the source come from, that's the wisdom and know and be like, wait a minute. Any seed he already gave me, and even if I didn't have the seed, there was a little bit of bread to get me to this point where you're even listening to this right now. Oh, come on. So let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. You see? So you should be chill, be relaxed. Go read it, man. Go read it and be gracious. Be gracious and stay humble this whole time. We've been humble. We got humble right in the morning. BYSI said, shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? It's going to get you. Just relax. Fine. It's fine. You may have missed it. We start with we got a little day trade yesterday. We got some yesterday. We got the bounce back. We got some of the unrealized back. You know what I'm saying? It's going to humble you. Let it do its thing. But just stay humble about it. Just stay ready, okay? Guard the heart. Guard the mind, you know. But then again, the seed, just have faith. Have faith, but relax. Do you really love faith? Do you really love faith? Huh? Oh, I hope you do. I think I gave you a PHILO on that too, but let's go, baby. Just stay humble about it. Stay excited. Keep your head down. Keep working. And that's it. Above all else, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even giving you this crazy shit to be all habba-dabba-dooba and be all crazy about it and be like, I'm not going to do nothing. I'm going to just pray Jesus and do nothing. No. I'm saying keep your head down. Work hard, right? Plant good seed. Stay focused, stay disciplined. You don't got time for any of that. No time for pride, gloating, joy, whatever it may be, even sadness, depression. I'm sorry. Just keep your head down and focus, baby. Focus. Work as if you're working for somebody else. You know what I'm talking about? Huh? Who else would you be working for? You see what I'm saying? That's what we about right now. I'm not telling you, get delusional and crazy on this. I'm saying just keep your head down and keep working and stay wise and be balanced with it. And God is good. Your life is good. Relax and let it come to you above all else. You're going to have a little bit of waves, baby, but that's fine. That's how tension builds muscles. I'm just saying. But let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go. It all encompasses. There's a lot of good PHILO, a lot of things to get excited, but keep your head down and grind and stay focused. Don't sway any way to the left, any way to the right. We're just keep the head down and focus and humbly. I hope God, you say I'm going to focus. That's it, God. I trust a little bit. I can handle a little bit of what's in my control, right? And I'm not going to despise small things, but I'm just saying, though, there's some stuff I don't know, but I'm going to just focus on this. I'm going to focus. I'm going to even keep it small. I'm going to be grateful for whatever I have. I'm grateful for the opportunity. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? This is not impractical. I'm not giving you impractical shit to get you emotional and hyped and energy. You see what I'm saying, though? Please, I hope you get it. So just keep the head down and let's keep working. It don't matter. We're going to have this attitude. Let's keep exciting. Let's keep expecting things, okay? That's all I'm saying. At the end of the day, I'm just going to be a little bit more expecting and keep expecting things. All right, baby? All right, baby? Let's go. Let's go. Woo! It's a lot of clapping, so don't get clapped. You ain't going to get clapped if you stay humble, head down, working. Let's go, baby. But that is it. I already said read the books. I already told you what to do, so let's go, baby. Finish out the day. Go ahead, hit the gym, do something positive, do whatever you need to do. But I love all of you. God bless you, and don't ever forget why we here, why we keep that head down and keep working, why we keep expecting, why you got an expectant attitude, why you going to claim it in faith, baby, why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! I love you all. I will see you on the watch list tonight. And then I'll see you in the morning. Get ready. It's Friday, baby. It's Friday. It's Friday. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. Marcus, it's going to be Friday. Then you going to have a whole nother weekend. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Oh, I love it. It's a blessing. It's a blessing. God is good, baby. I love all of you. I'll see you in the morning. Peace out. Oh. expecting a pony. Okay, love you. Bye.